A news...
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Vivien Leigh and Laurence Olivier in Rebecca. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The motion picture industry was delighted when Laurence Olivier and Vivien Leigh decided to return to the United States after too long an absence. As you know, they're recognized as two of England's finest artists. We've honored Miss Leigh with our Academy Award for her performance as Scarlett O'Hara and Mr. Olivier for his Hamlet. So I was especially delighted I was able to persuade them to appear on the Lux Radio Theater. Since they're sailing next week for England, their schedule is extremely tight, and we consider it a rare privilege to have them in their first and only radio appearance together on our stage. We chose David O. Selznick's immortal screenplay, Rebecca. First, because of Laurence Olivier's brilliant characterization in his original role of Maxime de Winter. And second, because the role of Mrs. de Winter is tailored to the charm and acting ability of Vivien Leigh. We regret that Sir Lawrence and Lady Olivier can't stay longer in our country. But we hope when they sail next week for England, they'll take along plenty of Lux toilet soap. Vivien Leigh has been a friend of Lux for years. Now, here's our play, starring Laurence Olivier as Maxime de Winter and Vivien Leigh as the woman who tells the story of Rebecca.
Last night I dreamt I went to Mandalay again. It seemed to me I stood by the iron gate leading to the drive, and for a while I could not enter, for the way was barred to me. Then, like all dreamers, I was possessed of a sudden with supernatural powers, and passed like a spirit through the barrier before me. The drive wound away in front of me, twisting and turning, and finally, there was Mandalay. Mandalay, secretive and silent. Time could not mar the perfect symmetry of those walls, but I knew I looked upon an empty, desolate shell, with no whisper of the past in its staring, blackened windows. We can never go back to Mandalay again. That much is certain. But sometimes in my dreams I do go back, to the strange days of my life which began for me in the south of France. There, on a great cliff towering above the sea, I first saw him. He was looking down, staring at the rocks below. And then suddenly, I thought I saw him about to... No, stop!
What the devil are you shouting about? Who are you? What are you staring at?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stare, but you were so close to the edge of the cliff, I was afraid that...
Oh, you were. Well, what are you doing here?
I was only walking. I came up the path and I...
Well, get on with your walking. Don't hang about here screaming. Go on.
I'll never come to Monte Carlo out of season again. Not a single well-known personality in the hotel. This coffee's stone cold. Waiter, garçon.
I don't believe he can hear you, Mrs. Van Hopper.
Well, get him. What are you being paid for, girl? Oh, but that's Max de Winter. Look, see him coming this way. What are you looking so surprised about?
I saw him today on the cliff path.
Mr. de Winter, how do you do?
How do you do?
I'm Edith Van Hopper. Do you remember me? It's so nice to run into you here. Do sit down and have some coffee. Mr. De Winter's having some coffee with me. You may go.
Of course.
I'm afraid I must contradict you. We shall both have coffee with me. Garçon, coffee, please.
Oui, monsieur.
You know, I recognized you just as soon as you came in. Are you playing the tables much here at Monte?
No, I'm afraid that sort of thing ceased to amuse me years ago.
Oh, I can well understand that. If I had a home like Mandalay, I should certainly never come to Monte. I hear it's one of the biggest places in that part of the country, and you just can't beat it for beauty.
A cigarette, Mrs. Van Hopper.
Oh, thank you.
And you?
Oh, no, thank you.
What do you think of Monte Carlo? Or don't you think of it at all?
Well, I think it's rather artificial.
She's spoiled, Mr. De Winter. That's her trouble. Most girls would give their eyes for the chance to see Monte.
Wouldn't that rather defeat the purpose?
Oh, now that we've found each other again, I do hope I shall be seeing something of you. Your valet's unpacked for you, I suppose.
I'm afraid I don't possess one. Perhaps you'd like to do it for me.
Oh, well, this young lady might make herself useful. She's a capable child in many ways, aren't you, dear?
Mrs. Van Hopper.
That's a charming suggestion, but I'm afraid I cling to the old motto. He travels fastest who travels alone. Perhaps you've not heard of it. Good night.
Well, what do you make of that? Do you suppose that sudden departure was intended to be funny? Oh, perhaps he didn't quite realize how it looked. Poor thing. I suppose he just can't get over his wife's death. They say he simply adored her.
When I came alone to the dining room the following day, he was already there, at the next table. As I sat down, I paid the penalty of my awkwardness. I knocked over a vase of flowers, the water soaking the cloth.
Mademoiselle.
Oh, I'm so sorry. What a stupid thing to
You
do.
can leave that, waiter. Go and let another place at my table. Mademoiselle will have lunch with me.
Oui, monsieur.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly.
Why not?
Oh, please don't be polite. It's very kind of you, but...
I wasn't being polite. I should have asked you to lunch with me even if you hadn't been so clumsy. Sit down. We needn't talk to each other if we don't feel like it.
Well, thank you very much.
What's happened to your friend?
Oh, she's ill in bed with a cold.
Oh. I'm sorry I was rude to you yesterday. The only excuse I can offer is that I have become boorish through living alone.
You weren't really. You just wanted to be by yourself.
Tell me, is Mrs. Van Hopper a friend of yours or just a relation?
No, she's my employer. I'm what is known as a paid companion.
Oh, I didn't know the companionship could be bought. Is that a sketching pad? Do you sketch?
Yes, a little.
Were you going sketching this afternoon?
Yes?
Where?
Oh, I haven't made up my mind.
I'll drive you somewhere in the car.
Oh, no, please don't. I didn't
Nonsense,
even...
nonsense. Order your lunch and we'll get along. You've taken long enough for that sketch. I shall expect a really fine work of art.
You're not a very easy subject. Your expression keeps changing all the time.
Does it? Well, I'd concentrate on the view instead if I were you. It's much more worthwhile. Rather reminds me of our coastline at home. Do you know Cornwall at all?
Oh, yes. Yes, I went there once on a holiday. I was in a shop there, and I saw a postcard with a beautiful house on it, right by the sea. And I asked whose house it was, and the old lady said, "That's Mandalay."
Yes. Mandalay is beautiful. But to me, it's just the place where I was born and have lived in all my life. Now, I don't suppose I shall ever see it again.
Oh. Well, we're lucky not to be home during the bad weather, aren't we? I can't ever remember enjoying swimming in England until June, can you? But the water's so warm here, I could stay in all day. There's a dangerous undertow, and there was a man drowned here last year, but I never have any fear of drowning. Have you?
Why did you say that?
Oh, have I said something wrong? I didn't mean to.
Come along. I'll take you home.
That night I learned the reason for his strangeness. I was late getting back to the hotel. As I opened the door of Mrs. Van Hopper's suite, I heard her talking to someone on the telephone.
Oh, yes, I knew him quite well. I knew his wife, too. She was the beautiful Rebecca Hildreth, you know, the most glamorous creature in all England. She was drowned, poor thing, while she was sailing near Mandalay.
I am glad it cannot happen twice. The fever of first love. For it is a fever and a burden, too. I have forgotten much of Monte Carlo, of those morning drives with him, of where we went, of what we said. But I have not forgotten how I trembled as I sat beside him. You know, I wish there could be an invention that bottled up the memory like perfume. And then, whenever I wanted to, I could uncork the bottle and live the memory all over again.
At what particular moment in your young life would you want to keep?
Oh, all of them. All of these last few days.
Sometimes, you know, those little bottles contain demons that have a way of popping out at you, just as you're trying most desperately to forget.
Yes, of course.
Stop biting your nails.
Oh, I didn't know I was. Would you please tell me, Mr. De Winter, why you ask me to come out with you? It's obvious that you want to be kind, but why do you choose me for your charity?
I asked you to come out with me because I wanted your company. You've blotted out the past for me more than all the bright lights of Monte Carlo. But if you think I just asked you out of kindness or charity, you can get out of the car and find your own way home. Go on, open the door and get out. Here. Take my handkerchief. You better blow your nose.
Thank you, Mr. De Winter.
Please don't call me Mr. De Winter. I have a very impressive array of first names. George, Fortescue, Maximilian. You needn't bother with them all at once. My family call me Maxim. Come in. Well, hello. What are you doing here? Anything the matter?
I've come to say goodbye, Maxim. We're going away.
What on earth are you talking about?
But it's true. We're going now. I'm afraid. I was afraid I wouldn't see you again.
Where's she taking you to?
New York. I don't want to go. I shall hate it. I shall be miserable.
Do you mind if I finish shaving? I shan't be long.
But I can't stay.
Tell me something. Which would you prefer, New York or Mandalay?
Oh, please don't joke about it. Mrs. Van Hopper's waiting, and I'd better say goodbye now.
I'll repeat what I said. Either you go to America with Mrs. Van Hopper, or you come home to Mandalay with me.
You mean you want a secretary or something?
I'm asking you to marry me, you little fool.
Marry you?
Well, my suggestion doesn't seem to have gone at all well. I'm sorry.
Oh, but you don't understand. It's that well, I'm not the sort of person men marry.
What on earth do you mean?
Well, I don't belong in your sort of world, for one thing.
What is my sort of world?
Well, Mandalay. Oh, you know what I mean.
Well, I'm the best judge of whether you belong there or not. Of course, if you don't love me, that's a different thing. Fine blow to my conceit, that's all.
I do love you. I love you most dreadfully. I've been crying all morning because I thought I'd never see you again.
Bless you for that. I'll remind you of this one day, and you won't believe me. It's a pity you have to grow up.
I was afraid to tell Mrs. Van Hopper, for I knew what she would say. When we were alone, she congratulated me, but I didn't like her smile.
But of course you know why he's marrying you, don't you? The fact is that empty house got on his nerves. He just couldn't go on living alone. You haven't flattered yourself that he's in love with you, I hope. Not after being married to Rebecca Hildreth, the most beautiful, the most cultured woman in all England. Well, goodbye and good luck, Mrs. De Winter.
We were married that evening in a little village near the sea. And in May, we came to Mandalay. We arrived early in the evening. It was raining as we drove through the high iron gates. The drive twisted and turned as a serpent. And then suddenly, there was the house, Mandalay. A thing of grace and beauty, and yet somehow almost frightening. As we came into the great hall, I saw that it was crowded with people, the staff of the house and the estate. They stood silent and curious, gazing at me. And then someone advanced from the sea of faces. She was tall and gaunt, dressed in deep black, and her prominent cheekbones and hollow eyes gave her a sort of skull's face.
This is Mrs. Danvers. You don't have to worry about the house at all, darling. Mrs. Danvers takes care of everything.
Good evening, Mrs. Danvers.
Good evening, madam. I have everything in readiness for you.
Oh, that's very good of you.
Will you go to your room now, madam, or will you have tea in the library?
Why, I don't think
The room first, Mrs. Danvers.
Yes, sir. This way, if you please, madam. I hope you'll approve the new decorations of these rooms, madam.
Oh, I didn't know that they'd been changed. What did it look like before?
It had an old paper and different hangings. It was never used much, except for occasional visitors.
Oh, then it wasn't Mr. De Winter's room originally.
No, madam. He has never used the east wing before. The only good view of the sea is from the west wing.
The room's very charming, and I'm sure that I shall be comfortable.
If there's anything you want done, madam, you have only to tell me.
Mrs. Danvers, I suppose you've been at Mandalay for many years.
I came here when the first Mrs. De Winter was a bride.
I do hope we'll be friends, Mrs. Danvers. But you must be patient with me. This sort of life is new to me, and I do want to make a success of it and to make Mr. De Winter happy. So I know that I can leave all the household arrangements to you.
I hope I shall do everything to your satisfaction, madam. I have managed the house since Mrs. De Winter's death, and Mr. De Winter has never complained.
I think I'll go downstairs now.
Certainly, madam. The room in the west wing I was telling you about is there, through that door. It's not used now. It's the most beautiful room in the house, the only one that looks down across the lawns to the sea. It was Mrs. De Winter's room.
I knew even then that Mrs. Danvers despised me, standing there watching me, laughing silently at my awkwardness, telling me over and over that there had been another before me, the beautiful Rebecca Hildreth. There was everything to remind me of that. The letter R embroidered on the linens, her writing paper in the drawers of the desk, her dog who still slept outside her room. She was everywhere at Mandalay. Rebecca, who had died, and who still wandered through that house. I met someone else the next morning when I came down to breakfast.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
You're Mrs. De Winter, aren't you?
Yes.
My name's Crawley. I manage the estate for Maxim. Awfully glad to meet you.
How do you do?
Fearful lot of stuff piled up while Maxim was away.
Yes, I'm sure there must have been. I do wish I could help you with some of it.
Help him? Frank never allows anyone to help him. Like an old mother hen with his bills and rents and taxes. Come on, Frank, we must go over these estimates.
I'll get my papers.
You'll find quantities of breakfast over there, darling. But you must eat it all, or cook will be mortally offended.
I'll do my best, Maxim.
Later on this afternoon, maybe, we'll take a walk around the estate. Just you and I, darling. There's a good deal I'd like you to see.
I'll be ready, Maxim. Anytime.
Come along, Jasper. Come along. Keep that coat round you, dear.
It isn't raining now, Maxim, must I?
Certainly, certainly. Can't be too careful with children.
Oh, it's glorious here. I love every foot of it, Maxim.
Jasper, here. Not that way. Jasper, come back.
He went down those steps by the cliff. Where does that lead to?
It leads to a little cove where we used to keep a boat.
Let's go down.
No, a perfectly dull and uninteresting stretch of sand, just like any other.
Oh, please, Maxim.
Some other time, darling, not today.
Listen. Is that Jasper? Well, there must be something wrong. Perhaps he's hurt himself.
No, he's all right. Leave him alone, dear.
I think I'd better go...
No, come back. Don't bother about him, I tell you. He can't come to any harm. He'll find his own way back.
Jasper? 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 Oh, there you are. What do you want in that cottage, Jasper? Come on home. Come on, Jasper.
He comes here looking for her.
Oh, I didn't know there was anybody.
I know that dog. He comes from the house. He ain't yours.
No, he's Mr. De Winter's dog.
I know that dog. He comes down looking for her.
Whose cottage is this?
Mrs. De Winter.
Oh. Come here, Jasper.
You won't tell anyone you saw me in here, will you?
Don't you belong on the estate?
Yes, but I wasn't doing nothing. I was just putting my shells away. She's gone in the sea, ain't she? She'll never come back no more.
No, she'll never come back. Come on, Jasper. Come on, boy. wait. Oh, Maxim, I'm sorry I was such a time.
You knew I didn't want you to go there, but you deliberately went.
Oh, why not? There was only a cottage down there and a strange man.
Well, don't go there again, do you hear?
Oh, why not?
Because I hate the place. And if you had my memories, you wouldn't go there or talk about it or even think about it.
What's the matter? Oh, I'm sorry. Maxim.
We should have stayed away. We should never have come back to Mandalay. What a fool I was.
Oh, I've made you unhappy. Somehow I've hurt you. I can't bear to see you like this because I love you so much.
Do you? Do you? I've made you cry. Forgive me. I sometimes seem to fly off the handle for no reason at all, don't I? Come, we'll go home and have some tea and forget all about it.
Yes, let's forget all about it.
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act Two of Rebecca. And now, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter, to give us the Lux Radio Theater's movie news of the week. What's the good word tonight, Libby?
The big news this week, John, is the Hollywood premiere Thursday night of the 20th Century Fox picture All About Eve. Darryl F. Zanuck can be proud of this sophisticated comedy about life behind the footlights.
It's going to be a gala event, all right. Everyone wants to see Betty Davis and Ann Baxter in two very dramatic roles.
Oh, yes. Betty is a famous star whose career is threatened by an apparently sweet and admiring young actress, played by Ann Baxter. Almost too late, she finds she's befriended a ruthless schemer with no scruples about stealing her career and the man she loves.
Ann turns out to be a rather unsympathetic character, doesn't she?
Yes, indeed.
But she's certainly easy on the eyes.
Oh, and what a glamour girl she is in All About Eve. She has charm and vivacity, too. That Lux complexion of hers never looked lovelier than it does in the close-ups.
Camera close-ups are so revealing. That's why, of course, so many famous stars depend on Lux Soap beauty care.
Yes, John. Screen stars can't take chances with million-dollar complexions. Lux Soap gives delicate skin the protecting care it needs. No wonder stars like Ann Baxter wouldn't be without it.
There's something about that active lather. It leaves skin looking so fresh.
All you do is smooth on that rich, active lather. Work it well in, rinse, and then pat with a soft towel to dry. That's Ann Baxter's daily care, and I think every woman who tries it will be delighted with the new beauty active lather facials give her skin.
That's a smart tip, Libby. Lux Soap is as gentle as fine a soap as you can buy for complexion care. Why not get Hollywood's own beauty soap tomorrow? Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars use fragrant white Lux toilet soap. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act Two of Rebecca, starring Laurence Olivier as Maxim and Vivian Lee as Mrs. De Winter.
The weather was wet and cold for almost a week, and we didn't go down to the beach again. But I couldn't forget the dark, lost look in Maxim's eyes when we came up the path through the woods. It was my fault. I had gone down to that cottage. I seemed to have opened up a road into the past, and now, because of it, there was a barrier between us. I began to dread any mention of the sea, until one morning in the library, I was alone with Frank Crawley.
Oh, but you're not disturbing me, Mrs. De Winter? Please, if there's something I can explain about the estate.
Well, I was down at the cottage on the beach the other day, Mr. Crawley. The place seems to be going to rack and ruin. Are those all Rebecca's things down there?
Yes. Yes, they are.
What did she use the cottage for?
The boat used to be moored near there.
The boat? Oh, was that the boat that she was sailing in when she was drowned?
Yes, it capsized and sank, and she was washed overboard.
Where did they find her?
Near Edgecombe, about 40 miles up channel. About 2 months afterwards. Maxim went up to identify her. It was horrible for him.
Yes, it must have been. Mr. Crawley, please don't think me morbidly curious, but would you answer just one more question?
If it's something I'm able to answer.
Tell me, what was Rebecca really like?
I suppose she was the most beautiful creature I ever saw.
Maxim had to go up to London at the end of June, some business at the estate. Frank Crawley had gone along with him, and I was alone at Mandalay. I was surprised one evening to hear voices coming from the west wing, from the room that had been Rebecca's. I recognized one as Mrs. Danvers. The other was a man's voice, a stranger.
I really don't think it was wise for you to come here, Mr. Jack.
Oh, nonsense. It's been just like coming back home. I must say I feel a little like the poor relations sneaking around through back doors. Well, toodaloo, Danny.
Goodbye, Mr. Jack. And please be careful.
I will, don't worry. Oh, hello.
Good evening.
Oh, Danny, all your precautions were in vain. The mistress of the house was hiding behind the door.
Oh, I wasn't really. I heard voices
What
in
about
here.
presenting me to the bride, Danny?
This is Mr. Favell, madam.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Won't you have some tea or something?
Now, isn't that a charming invitation? I've been asked to stay to tea, Danny.
It's rather late.
Oh, well, perhaps you're right. And we mustn't lead the bride astray, must we? Oh, goodbye. Oh, and I know what was wrong with our introduction. Danny didn't tell you, did she? I'm Rebecca's favorite cousin. Toodaloo.
The man went quickly down the stairs, and Mrs. Danvers went after him. I had a terrifying impulse to see what lay behind the door in front of me, the door of Rebecca's room. I pushed it open slowly. I could hear the sea plainly through the window. I had expected to see the furniture swathed in dust sheets, but nothing was covered up. There were flowers on the dressing table, a satin dressing gown on the chair, and beneath a pair of bedroom slippers. And then, suddenly, the door closed behind me.
Do you wish anything, madam?
No, I just came in.
You've always wanted to see this room, haven't you? Why did you never ask me to show it to you? It's a lovely room, isn't it? The most beautiful room you've ever seen. Everything is kept just as Mrs. De Winter liked it. Nothing has been altered since that last night. This is where I keep her clothes. You would like to see them, wouldn't you? Feel this wrap. It was a Christmas present from Mr. De Winter. He was always giving her expensive gifts the whole year round. You wouldn't think she'd been gone so long, would you? Sometimes when I walk along the corridor, I fancy I hear her just behind me. That quick, light step. I couldn't mistake it anywhere. It's not only in this room, it's in all the rooms in the house. I can almost hear it now. Do you believe the dead come back and watch the living?
No, I don't believe it.
Sometimes I wonder if she doesn't come back here to Mandalay and watch you and Mr. De Winter together. You look tired. Why don't you stay here a while and rest? Listen to the sea. It's so soothing.
No.
Listen to it. Listen to the sea.
I won't listen. I won't. Maxim, I'm so glad you're home again.
Hey, you're choking me.
How am I?
Well, what have you been doing with yourself?
Oh, darling, I've been thinking. Could we have a costume ball, just as you used to?
Now, what put that idea into your mind?
Nothing. I just feel that we ought to do something to make people feel that Mandalay is the same as it always was. Oh, please, darling, could we?
All right, if you think you'd enjoy it. You'd better get Mrs. Danvers to help you, hadn't you?
No, I don't need Mrs. Danvers to help me. I can do it by myself, Maxim.
Oh. All right, my sweet, I'm sure you can.
But Mrs. Danvers did help me. It was she who suggested that I design my costume after one of the family portraits in the gallery. A lovely young woman in a white dress with great puffed sleeves and a hat with gay ribbons. When the night of the party arrived, I could hardly contain myself for excitement. for I'd kept the costume as a surprise for Maxim. I ran quickly down the stairs, and then I waited for the clapping and the laughter that would greet me. Suddenly, they were all quiet. Nobody clapped. Nobody moved. And then Maxim was coming towards me, his face white, his eyes blazing.
What the devil do you think you're doing?
Maxim, it's a picture. The one in the gallery. Well,
go and take it off. Go and take it off. Doesn't matter what you put on. Anything will do. What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear what I said? Go upstairs and take it off.
May I help you with another gown, madam?
No. No, thank you, Mrs. Danvers.
Mr. De Winter was upset. I watched you just now, madam. I watched you go down the stairs, just as I watched her a year ago. Even in the same dress, you couldn't compare with her.
The same dress? You knew it. You knew that she wore it, and yet you deliberately suggested I wear it. Why do you hate me? What have I done to you that you should hate me so?
You tried to take her place. You let him marry you. I've seen his face, his eyes. They're the same as those first weeks after she died. I used to listen to him walking up and down, all night long, night after night, thinking of her, suffering torture because he'd lost her.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
You thought you could be Mrs. De Winter, live in her house, walk in her steps, take the things that were hers. But she's too strong for you. You can't fight her. No one ever got the better of her. Never, never. She was beaten in the end, but it wasn't a man. It wasn't a woman. It was the sea.
Oh, stop it. Stop.
Oh, you're overwrought, madam. I'll open the window for you. A little air will do you good. Come and stand here, madam. Don't be afraid. Now look down there. Isn't the sea lovely? Why don't you go? Why don't you leave Manderley? He doesn't need you. He's got his memories. You've nothing to stay for. You've nothing to live for, really, have you? Look down there. It's easy, isn't it? Why don't you? Why don't you? Go on. Don't be afraid. Why don't you jump?
What is it? What's that noise? Maxim! 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 Where are you? Maxim! What is it, Frank? What's happened?
Shipwreck. There's a ship aground sending up rockets. Robert, notify the Coast Guard. Shipwreck.
Frank, have you seen Maxim on the beach?
Not since half an hour ago.
He hasn't been in the house all night. I'm afraid something might have happened to him. Frank, what's the matter? You look terribly worried.
Well, the diver who went down to inspect the bottom of the ship came across the hull of another boat. A little sailboat.
Frank, is it...
Yes, it's Rebecca's boat.
Rebecca's? Oh, why did they have to find it? Why couldn't they have left it there in peace at the bottom of the sea? Poor Maxim. It will be so hard on him.
Yes, it's going to bring it all back again. And worse than before.
I searched the beach frantically for Maxim, but there was no sign of him. And suddenly I came upon the boathouse, Rebecca's cottage. There was a light burning dimly in the window. I pushed open the door, and there, in the glow of the dying fire, I saw the tortured face of Maxim.
Hello. Come in.
Maxim, you haven't had any sleep. Have you forgiven me?
Forgiven you?
For last night. For my stupidity about the costume.
Oh, that. I'd forgotten.
Oh, Maxim, can't we start all over again? I don't ask that you should love me. I won't ask impossible things. But I'll be your friend and companion. I'll be happy with that.
You love me very much, don't you? But it's too late, my darling. We've lost our little chance of happiness.
No, Maxim.
Yes.
No.
It's all over now. Rebecca has won. Her shadow has been between us all the time, keeping us from one another. She knew this would happen.
What are you saying?
They sent a diver down. He found another boat.
I know. Rebecca's boat.
Yes. The diver made another discovery. He broke one of the ports and looked into the cabin. There was a body in there.
A body? Then she wasn't alone. There was someone sailing with her.
You don't understand. There was no one with her. It's Rebecca's body lying there on the cabin floor.
No.
The woman that was washed up at Edgecombe. The woman that is now buried in the family crypt. That was not Rebecca. That was the body of some unknown woman, unclaimed, belonging nowhere. I identified it, but I knew it wasn't Rebecca. I knew where Rebecca's body was, lying on that cabin floor on the bottom of the sea.
Maxim, how did you know?
Because I put it there.
You?
Will you look into my eyes and tell me that you love me now?
Maxim.
See, I was right. It's too late.
No, it's not too late. You're not to say that. We can't lose each other now. We must be together always, always.
We may only have a few hours, a few days.
Oh, Maxim, why didn't you tell me before?
Sometimes I nearly did, but you never seemed close enough.
But how could we be close when I knew you were always thinking of Rebecca? How could I even ask you to love me when I knew that you loved Rebecca still?
What are you talking about? You thought I loved Rebecca? I hated her.
Hated her?
Oh, I was carried away by her, enchanted by her, as everyone was. But I never had a moment's happiness with her. She was incapable of love, or tenderness, or decency.
You didn't love her?
Remember that cliff where you first saw me in Monte Carlo? Well, I went there with Rebecca on our honeymoon. That was where I found out about her. 4 days after we were married. She stood there, laughing, her black hair blowing in the wind, and told me all about herself. Things I'll never tell a living soul. I wanted to kill her. I'll make a bargain with you, she said. You'd look rather foolish trying to divorce me now after 4 days of marriage. So I'll play the part of a devoted wife, mistress of your precious Mandalay. And people will visit us and envy us and say we're the luckiest, happiest couple in the country. What a grand joke it'll be. What a triumph. I should never have accepted her dirty bargain, but I did. And I kept it. So did she, apparently. But after a while, she began to grow careless. She took a flat in London, and she'd stay away for days at a time. Then she started to bring her friends down here. I warned her, but she only shrugged her shoulders. Then there was a cousin of hers, a man named Favell.
Yes, I know him. He came the day you went to London.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't like to. I thought it would remind you of Rebecca.
Remind me? As if I needed reminding. Favell used to visit her here in this cottage. I found out about it, and I warned her that if he came here again, I'd shoot them both. One night, when I found that she'd come back quietly from London, I thought that Favell was with her. I decided to come down here and have it out with both of them. But she was alone. She was lying on the divan. She looked ill. Queer. Suddenly she got up, started to walk toward me. When I have a child, she said, neither you nor anyone else can ever prove it wasn't yours. You'd like to have an heir, wouldn't you, Max, for your precious Mandalay? And she started to laugh. How funny, she said. I'll be the perfect mother just as I've been the perfect wife. And no one will ever know. She was face to face with me. She was smiling. Well, Max, what are you going to do about it? Aren't you going to kill me? I suppose I went mad for a moment. I must have struck her. She stood staring at me. She looked almost triumphant. And then she started toward me again, smiling. Suddenly she stumbled and fell. When I looked down, ages afterwards it seemed, she was lying on the floor. She'd struck her head on a heavy piece of ship's tackle. I remember wondering why she was still smiling. And then I realized she was dead.
But you didn't kill her. It was an accident.
Who would believe me? I lost my head. I knew I had to do something, anything. I carried her out to the boat. I put her in the cabin. When the boat seemed a safe distance from the shore, I took a spike and drove it again and again through the planking of the hull. I opened up the seacocks, and the water began to come in fast. Then I climbed over into the dinghy and pulled away. Then I saw the boat keel over and sink. It started to rain.
Maxim, does anyone else know of this?
No, no one.
Then you must explain it. It's got to be the body of someone you've never seen before.
No. No, they're bound to know her. Her rings and bracelets, she always wore them. They'll identify her body. Then they'll remember that other woman. The other woman buried in the crypt.
Maxim.
I've done a very selfish thing in marrying you. I've loved you, my darling. I shall always love you. But I've known all along that Rebecca would win in the end.
No. No, she hasn't won. No matter what happens now, she hasn't won.
Well. Hello, Frank. Who? Colonel Julian? Well, yes. Yes. Well, tell him I'll meet him there as soon as I possibly can.
What's happened?
Colonel Julian called. He's the chief constable of the county. He wants to know if I could possibly have made a mistake about that other body.
In a few moments, we'll return with the third act of Rebecca. Acting in a school play often leads to more than local fame. The guest I've invited tonight, Miss Barbara Rush, really began her professional career with her part in a class play at Santa Barbara State College. Is that so, Barbara?
Yes, Mr. Keeley, because it got me a scholarship at the Pasadena Playhouse.
Where so many studios have discovered fresh new talent.
Well, that's how it turned out for me. One night when I was appearing in Antony and Cleopatra, a Paramount talent scout saw me and signed me up.
I'm sure you made a lovely Cleopatra. Have you any particular ambition in pictures, Barbara?
Well, to be a good enough actress to play different kinds of roles, Mr. Keeley. I'm thinking of Betty Hutton's new Paramount Technicolor musical, Let's Dance.
And believe it or not, Betty has never danced on the screen before.
And imagine all those intricate dance routines she does with Fred Astaire.
Yes, Betty's certainly a remarkably versatile star. You know, you have to be good to be Fred Astaire's partner.
They make a terrific team in Let's Dance, as they sing, dance, and romance.
And Betty lives up to her reputation as a comedian, too.
That's a hilarious scene when she makes up her mind to sleep in the bathtub.
Sounds very uncomfortable.
Well, it was only for a few minutes, Mr. Kennedy. Afterwards, she could take plenty of time to relax in her own bathtub in her Lux Soap Beauty Bath.
Than which there's nothing more refreshing.
Yes, that big new bath-size cake is so luxurious. And I love the Lux Soap perfume. It leaves such a delicate fragrance on the skin.
Yes, screen stars say this beauty bath makes them sure of all over Lux loveliness. Thank you, Miss Barbara Rush, for coming tonight. And now, a Hollywood beauty hint to women everywhere. Try this generous satin smooth bath size Lux toilet soap. You'll enjoy the creamy, abundant lather, the flower-like perfume. 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Rebecca, starring Laurence Olivier as Maxime de Winter and Vivian Lee as Mrs. de Winter.
The body they had found in the boat was identified as Rebecca de Winter. There had to be an inquest, of course. Maxim was calm, almost too calm. I think that frightened me even more.
I'm sorry to drag you back for further questioning, Mr. De Winter, but you've heard the statement of the boat builder, Mr. Tabb. I wonder if you can help us in any way.
I'm afraid not.
The holes in the planking were evidently made from the inside. Can you think of any reason for that?
Oh, of course I can't think of any reason.
Then, since Mrs. De Winter went sailing alone, are we to believe that she drove those holes herself?
You may believe whatever you like.
Can you enlighten us as to why Mrs. De Winter should have wanted to end her own life?
I know of no reason whatever.
Mr. De Winter, however painful it may be, I have to ask you a very personal question. Were relations between you and the late Mrs. De Winter perfectly happy? Once again, were relations between you and...
I won't stand this any longer, and you might as well know...
Mrs. De Winter! Oh, well, somebody quick, get some water.
We'll adjourn until after luncheon.
Darling, you're all right. Frank, help me. I'll take her outside. Careful, darling. There's no rush. I'll take you to the car.
It was very foolish of me, fainting like that.
Hello.
Maxim, it's Fabel.
And how does the bride find herself today?
What do you want, Fabel?
How are you, Max? I was rather worried about you when I heard about the inquest. That's why I came down.
I'm touched by your solicitude, but
My
if you don't
guess
mind...
is they'll turn in a verdict of suicide. And that is, of course, unless something unforeseen occurs.
What do you mean?
Well, I have a strong feeling that before the day is out, somebody's going to make use of that rather expressive, though old-fashioned term, foul play.
Go on.
You see, Max, I find myself in a rather awkward position. You've only got to read this note to understand. It's from Rebecca. She wrote it to me the day she died. Oh, I'm not going to bother you with the contents now, but I can assure you that it's not the note of a woman who intends to drown herself the same night. You know, Max, I've often wondered what it would be like to retire to the country. Have a nice little place with a few acres of shooting. I've never figured out what it would cost a year, but I'd like to talk about it with you.
Darling, Mr. Fabel and I have a little business transaction on hand. I think we'd better conduct it over at the inn. They may have a private room there.
Maxim.
You all right now, dear?
Yes, but
Well, Frank will be here in a moment. Ask him to find Colonel Julian. Then bring them both over to the inn immediately. Come on, Fabel, let's go. Colonel Julian, this is Mr. Fabel.
Oh, I know Colonel Julian. We're old friends, aren't we?
Good morning.
And since you're old friends, I assume you also know that he's head of the police here. I think he might be interested to hear your proposition.
I don't know what you mean. I only want to see justice done, Colonel. The evidence suggested certain possible theories concerning Rebecca's death. One of them, of course, is suicide. And now I have a little note here which puts that possibility quite out of court. Will you read it, Colonel?
Jack, darling, I've just seen the doctor, and I'm going to Mandalay right away. I shall be at the cottage hall this evening and shall leave the door open for you. I have something terribly important to tell you. Rebecca.
Now, does that look like the note of a woman who had made up her mind to kill herself? Now, come, Colonel, as an officer of the law, don't you feel that there's some slight grounds for suspicion?
Of murder?
Or what else?
It's blackmail, pure and simple.
Blackmail's not so pure nor so simple, Mr. Crawley. Mr. Fabel, Perhaps you can provide us also with a motive.
I knew you were going to bring that up, Colonel. Yes, I'll supply that, too.
Maxim, what's he going to do?
You come in, Mrs. Danvers. Thank you. Colonel Julian, Mrs. Danvers. I believe you know everyone else, Danny.
Mrs. Danvers, there are a few questions...
No offense, Colonel, but I think if I put this to Danny, she'll understand it more easily. Danny, who was Rebecca's doctor?
Mrs. De Winter always had Dr. McLean from the village.
No, you heard. I said Rebecca's doctor in London. We know that Rebecca went to a doctor in London on the last day of her life. Who was it?
I don't know.
Oh, I understand, Danny. You're trying to defend her. But that's what I'm doing.
Mrs. Danvers, it has been suggested that Mrs. De Winter was deliberately murdered.
There you have it in a nutshell, Danny. But there's one more thing you'll want to know. The name of the murderer. George Fortescue Maximilian De Winter. Well, Danny?
There was a doctor. Mrs. De Winter sometimes went to him privately.
What was his name?
Dr. Baker. 165 Goldhawk Road, Shepherd's Bush.
There you are, Colonel. There's where you'll find your motive. He'll tell you why Rebecca went to him, to confirm the fact that she was going to have a child, a sweet, curly-headed little child. She told Max about it. And so, like the gentleman of the old school that he is, he killed her.
Maxim, I'm afraid we shall have to question this, Dr. Baker.
I'm ready to leave now, if you wish.
Maxim, let me go with you.
Please, darling, wait for me at Mandalay. I'll be back first thing in the morning.
You're still sure you never had a patient by the name of Rebecca De Winter, Doctor?
Never, Colonel Julian. Oh, here are all the appointments for that day. Ross, Campbell, Steddle, Perino, Danvers, Matthews...
Danny? What the devil?
You read that name again. Did you say Danvers?
Yes, Mr. De Winter. I had a Mrs. Danvers for 3 o'clock.
What did she look like? Can you remember?
Yes, I remember her quite well. She was a very beautiful woman, tall, dark, exquisitely dressed.
Rebecca.
The lady must have used an assumed name, Dr. Baker.
Is that so? Well, this is a surprise. I'd known her for some time.
What was the matter with her?
My dear sir, there are certain
Could
ethics...
you possibly supply a reason, Dr. Baker, for Mrs. De Winter's suicide?
For her murder, you mean? She was going to have a child, wasn't she? Come on, out with it.
No, she was not, Mr. Favell. But she was very seriously ill.
She was not going to have a child.
That was what she thought, but my diagnosis was quite different. She wanted the truth, and I told her. She had only a few months to live.
A few months?
Perhaps even less. There was nothing that could be done, nothing that she could do, except wait.
Did she say anything when you told her?
She smiled in a queer sort of way, and... Oh, yes, I remember she said something that struck me as being very peculiar at the time. When I told her it was a matter of months, she said, "Oh, no, Doctor, not that long."
Thank you. You've been very kind. You've told us all we wanted to know. I should like to have a talk with you, Mr. Favell.
I didn't know that...
Will we be needed any further at the inquest, Colonel Julian?
No, I can see to it that Maxim's not troubled any further.
Thank you, Colonel. Frank?
Yes?
There's something you don't know.
Oh, no, there isn't.
Yes, there is. I didn't kill her, Frank. But I know now that when she told me about the child, she wanted me to kill her. She lied on purpose. She foresaw the whole thing. That's why she stood there laughing.
Don't think about it anymore. What's the matter, Maxim? Why did you stop?
Well, what time is it?
Oh, it must be 3 or 4. Why?
Look at the sky. Over that way. Can't be the dawn breaking over there.
Hardly. Perhaps it's the northern lights, but it's in the winter that you see them, isn't it?
They aren't the northern lights. That's Mandalay. It's burning. Robert, have you seen Mrs. De Winter? Where is she?
Maxim, here.
Oh, thank heaven you've come back
Are
to
you
me.
all right?
Yes, I'm all right, but Mrs. Danvers, she's gone mad. She set the fire. She said she'd rather destroy Mandalay than see us happy here.
There she is, at the window, the west wing.
Maxim, she'll be killed. Last night I dreamt I went to Mandalay again. As I stood there, hushed and still, I could swear that the house was not an empty shell, but lived and breathed as it had long ago. But Mandalay is no more, and we are happy now, Maxim and I, for all our fears and suffering lie buried in its ruins.
The curtain falls on Rebecca, and all our thanks for a truly memorable evening to Laurence Olivier and Vivian Lee. Laurence, the last time we met, the circumstances were quite different. It was in England during the war.
Yes, I remember it well. You came down to Denham Studios while we were filming Henry V.
You were making a picture for the American Air Forces, weren't you, Bill?
Yes, and as I spent most of my time on the bomber stations, I didn't have the opportunity of seeing you, Vivian.
Well, we hope you'll make us another visit again, Bill. Perhaps we'll be able to repay some of Hollywood's wonderful hospitality.
We just can't believe that any two people could be so generously treated. And the same was true in New Orleans as well.
I believe you were there on location making scenes for your picture, Streetcar Named Desire. Well, Scarlett O'Hara should have felt right at home in New Orleans.
That's right, Bill. It looks like all of Vivian's American picture career will be spent in the Deep South.
By the way, Vivian, didn't you play Streetcar Named Desire on the London stage for some time?
Well, as a matter of fact, I did. And then when Larry decided to come over for Paramount to make the picture of Carrie for William Wyler, I decided to take advantage of Warner Brothers' offer to do Streetcar.
And what are your immediate plans?
Oh, plenty of rest. You see, we're taking the long way home. We're sailing next week on a tramp steamer.
Sounds wonderful. And what about when you get back to England? More Shakespearean roles, Lawrence?
Well, no, I rather think we'll do something a little lighter for a change.
Fine. Now, you know, we'd love to see you both in the comedy.
All of which prompts me to ask, Bill, what's your play next week?
Well, next week we'll present one of our special musical treats. That's a boisterous comedy as well. 20th Century Fox's recent screen hit, Wabash Avenue. And our stars will appear in their original roles, Betty Grable and Victor Mature. A wonderful cast in the musical of the wonderful gay 90s.
Well, I'm sure everyone will look forward to that, Bill, just as much as we do. Good night.
Good night and bon voyage.
Who is this Hollywood star?
She was born in Paris, but speaks English without a trace of an accent. An Academy Award winner, she's also one of Hollywood's best-dressed stars and always wears bangs.
A fashion leader with bangs, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I nominate Claudette Colbert.
Claudette it is, John. She's a perfectionist in her clothes as well as in her work. She insists on Lux Flakes care for all her lovely washables, from exquisite suit blouses to flannels, ski shirts, and soft wool sweaters. Actual washing tests prove this gentle care keeps colors at their loveliest up to 3 times as long. No wonder Hollywood stars won't risk ordinary washing methods for their glamorous wardrobes. Take Claudette Colbert's tip. Give all your nice washables that lovely Lux look. Get a big box of Lux Flakes tomorrow.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Grable and Victor Mature in Wabash Avenue. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in our cast tonight were Betty Blythe as Mrs. Danvers, John Dodsworth as Clavell, and Eleanor Audley as Mrs. Van Hopper. Our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Wabash Avenue, starring Betty Grable and Victor Mature. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, George Washington Slept Here. The starring players...
This is Jack Carson.
And this is Carol Landis.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in a radio adaptation of Warner Brothers' rollicking comedy, George Washington Slept Here, by George S. Kaufman and Moss Hart. It stars Jack Carson as Bill Fuller and Carol Landis as his wife, Connie. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players in George Washington Slept Here.
Here we are, Bill, miles from the city. Isn't it wonderful? No noise, no smoke.
Well, I like this city. I even like smoke. Smoke makes a city seem so lived in.
Ah, just smell that air.
Smells like a damp dog.
Oh, Bill, look, that's our new house.
Our new house? Connie, are you telling me that moth-eaten, termite-ridden pile of rotten boards is our house? You mean without saying a word, you've taken our hard-earned money and bought that rabbit hutch?
Oh, Bill.
Connie, I think you've lost your mind.
Ah, Bill, you're going to love this. It's hundreds of years old. Think of it, darling. George Washington actually slept in this very house.
Yeah? With all those cracks in the walls, it's a wonder the wind didn't blow him out of bed.
Ah, and look at this living room. 200 years ago, it was full of colonial soldiers. If only these walls could talk.
Well, I can, and I want to go back to town.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kemper. This is my husband.
Howdy.
I've been showing him through the house.
Be careful of them upstairs floors, ma'am. One of them caved in last month. Just up and gave away.
Well, Mr. Kemper is the caretaker.
I see. Have you been here 200 years, too, Mr. Kemper?
Let's see now. I came here in, no, it was, no. Yeah. No, I haven't.
Come along, Bill. Upstairs is the bedroom George Washington slept in just before going to Yorktown.
Can't you just buy me a book on American history and let me read it on West 27th Street? Right now I'm hot and thirsty.
Oh, Bill, I believe you're really angry.
Angry? I could spit from here to Mount Vernon. Look at this goat's nest. Looks like half the battles of the Revolution were fought down there in the living room.
Just wait till you see this place a month from now. We're going to remodel the whole thing, and Mr. Kemper is going to superintend it.
I'm thirsty. I want a drink of water.
Oh, Mr. Kemper.
Yes, Miss Fuller.
Where's the water faucet? Mr. Fuller wants a drink.
No faucets in the house, ma'am.
Isn't there any water at all anywhere?
Well, there's the brook.
Well, who's going to drink brook water?
Fished you right good on it.
I can understand that. This is a great spot for suckers.
Look, Mr. Kemper, couldn't we just dig a well and find water?
Nothing to stop you doing that. Only takes 30 to 60 days.
Oh, goody. I'll just put the drink off a month or two. I really wasn't thirsty anyhow. The fine thing, a guy's either got to be a fish and drink in the brook or a camel and never touch the stuff. I think... Oh!
Oh, Bill, look. Shame on you. You fell right through the ceiling.
Just up and gave away, didn't she? Are you hurt, Mr. Fuller?
No, I loved it. George Washington slept here. I know now what drove him to Valley Forge. Firing line is less dangerous than this 7-room booby trap.
Your name, Fuller?
That's right.
My name is Prescott. I own the house next door. This road you're using to drive up to your house is my road.
Your road? There must be some mistake. You see, I own this house. My wife and I just bought it.
Did you buy the road?
Well, no, of course not. But don't roads usually go with houses?
Not this road, Mr. Fuller. I built this road with my own money, and you, sir, are trespassing.
Well, how are we supposed to get to our house? Parachute in?
How you manage it is no concern of mine. All I can say is you'll have to build your own road. Good day, Mr. Fuller.
Who was it, Bill?
Our neighbor, Mr. Prescott. Nice guy. Owns roads and things. Says the road leading to our property belongs to him and we can't use it. We're trapped. I'm a man without a road.
But, dear, there's another road to the woods back of the house.
Yeah? Maybe we ought to trade our car in for a pack mule and an Indian guide.
Now, Bill, I'll check with the real estate agent in the morning.
By all means, do. Maybe the house doesn't belong to us either. That'll be the best news I've had all week.
Oh, here, Bill, help me unpack the rest of these cooking utensils. We'll never get dinner if Hester doesn't get the rest of her pots and pans.
For the love of Mike, listen to that noise. Is Mr. Kimmer going to be drilling for water all summer? There's so many holes in the backyard now, it looks like an army of gophers were working a swing shift.
Well, Mr. Kimber says the new well looks very promising. He thinks we're going to strike it this time.
Yeah? He'll strike gold before he strikes water.
Miss Fuller, I'm quitting. I can't work in that kitchen.
What's the matter this time, Hester?
That animal of Mr. Kimber's walked right through the wall that ain't got no door.
Well, it's only a horse.
Only a horse?
Bill, help Hester get the poor animal out of the kitchen.
A horse must be out of its head to walk into a kitchen in times like these. Scram, dog biscuit. Go on back to Crosby.
There. There you are, Hester. Now, once that wall gets up, it won't happen again. The poor horse is probably just as scared as you are.
Oh, I ain't scared. I'm just not used to cooking and riding side saddle at the same time.
Look, Connie, we've been in this country jail 30 days. No road, wall in the kitchen still out, floors that may turn into trapdoors any moment, and even the OPA couldn't put a ceiling on this house.
But, Bill, it takes a little time to get everything all fixed up.
Pardon me, Mrs. Fuller, but I ordered the gravel. Going to need another load, too. We figured $42, but the bill says around $135. Price of lime's gone up, too. Then there's the trees, you know.
Trees? What do we have to do about the trees? Pay them for standing there?
No, but you got to spray them, Mr. Fuller.
Oh.
If we don't, they're liable to get elm blight or oak borer. Mm-hmm. And then there are caterpillars and the measuring worm.
Is that all, Mr. Kimber?
Well, there's the Japanese beetle.
Does Mr. Prescott have Japanese beetles?
No, just you.
You mean all the way from Japan they came to pick on me?
Was there anything else, Mr. Kimber?
Well, we need a couple of truckloads of fertilizer. It's $45 a load now.
45? You know, when fertilizer costs more than sirloin steak, it makes you stop and think.
Then let's see, we're going to need 6 truckloads of dirt.
Dirt? Connie, first we got no water, then we got no road, but now a farm and no dirt. That's too much.
Bill, sometimes I just don't understand you. Here you are, face to face with the most wonderful thing in the world, nature. And all you see are a few insignificant trivialities.
That's all very fine. I love it here, Connie. Just us and the insects. But where's the money coming from to pay for all of this? Look at this little note from the county. Extra assessment county poorhouse, $21.30. I suggest we pay that and move right in.
Oh, Bill, at least you should feel better now that we have water. Just think, ever since early this morning, 40 gallons a minute.
Mr. Fuller.
Oh, hello, Mr. Prescott. What can I do for you?
Mr. Fuller, you have just put a well down on my property. You're drawing my water.
You know something, Mr. Prescott? I breathed some of your air today, too. Go on, sue me.
Why, Mr. Prescott,
See here, Prescott, we put no well down on your property.
Don't tell me. Your property ends at the brook. Why don't you look at your deed first instead of having a man go out and dig wells wherever he wants to? You can't go around punching holes in other people's property.
Well, even if the well is on your property, couldn't you, sort of allow us to use it?
Mr. Fuller, this well you put down has tapped my spring. I just tried to fill my bathtub and nothing comes out of the faucets.
Maybe it just runs on Saturday.
There is no water anywhere in my house.
You mean...
Yes.
Oh, no wonder we get 40 gallons to the minute.
Well, Mr. Fuller, do you plug it up or do I have my men do it and send you the bill? I'll give you an hour to decide.
Look, I'll pull the well out of the ground, saw it up, and stack it right in the middle of your road. Goodbye. Mr. Kimber, you've been drilling holes in this backyard long enough. I haven't seen anything but the top of your head for weeks. Don't go down to the mine today, Kimber. Don't.
The more I drill, the closer we get to water.
Well, please stop for a while. You're beginning to get that cave dweller look.
Yes, sir. But you know, the water isn't looking for us. We're looking for the water.
Mr. Prescott has probably drained all the water to stay away from this place. Just forget it.
Mr. Fuller.
Hello, Mr. Kimber. Come right in. I suppose the Japanese beetles are coming.
3 months too early for them.
Oh.
Afraid the new well is no good, Mrs. Fuller. Just struck a cemetery.
A cemetery?
Anybody we know?
Well, you better keep trying, Mr. Kimber. We've got to have water.
Look, Kimber.
Yeah.
Dig.
Zoot, Mr. Fuller, zoot.
Connie, we've got to do something about Raymond. I refuse to have that 12-year-old package of dynamite running around this house any longer.
But, Bill, he's my nephew. Besides, Raymond's only been here 2 weeks, and after all, he's only a small boy. Couldn't you try to get to really know him better?
Know him? He bit his initials in my leg, didn't he? He's not the type to know better. The only way he can know that brat is worse.
But, Bill, it's just until my sister gets a divorce. That's the only thing that's holding it up now is the custody of Raymond.
You mean neither one of his parents will take him?
Hey, Aunt Connie, here comes that old flat-faced Mr. Prescott. The old jerk looks like he's got a puss on.
Oh.
Mr. Fuller, this boy just threw a dead skunk in my swimming pool.
I did not. It was alive.
No. And this morning he put a sign, nudist camp, right in front of my gate.
Oh, Raymond, if you don't behave, your Uncle Bill is going to have to do something about you.
I know what I'd like to do, but it means the chair in this state.
Why, I'd turn my dogs loose on you if you weren't leaving tomorrow.
Leaving? But we're not going anywhere, Mr. Prescott.
Oh, that's what you think. Mr. Fuller, it may interest you to know that your property is being foreclosed on Tuesday.
Foreclosed?
Exactly. I'm on the board of directors at the bank. At 12 o'clock Tuesday morning, Mr. Fuller, I'm buying your place.
Connie, what does he mean?
I don't know, Bill. We have the deed.
You may have your deed, but you haven't got $5,000. Good day.
Well, there was a letter from the bank, Bill, but I didn't want to bother you.
Bother me? Just a letter of foreclosure, that's all.
Oh.
We seem to have paid for everything except the house.
Oh, it's all my fault. What are we going to do?
Sometimes if you write to Mrs. Roosevelt, the darndest things happen. You know, Connie, I was just beginning to like this place.
Were you, Bill?
Yeah.
Were you really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, $5,000. It doesn't sound like so much.
It does when you haven't got it. Maybe we could hock Raymond for $5,000.
So ends Act One of George Washington Slept Here, starring Carol Landis and Jack Carson. Before we hear Act Two, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
I believe there's nothing that can do more to dramatize a woman's appearance than a fresh, lovely skin. For I've seen living proof of it so many times. I remember, for example, a rather plain, mousy little woman I met once at a dinner party. She had such a blemished, unattractive skin that it made her very self-conscious among people, and she begged me to help her, to tell her what to do. Well, I said, millions of women use my four-purpose face cream and seem to find it very helpful. You mean that's all I need, she said, just one cream? She seemed surprised, as though one cream couldn't possibly help her long-neglected skin. Well, I left the party soon after, never expecting to see her again. But I did see her just a few weeks later, and I could hardly believe my eyes. For she had taken my advice, had used Lady Esther face cream morning and night, and she had become positively radiant. Her skin looked so much smoother and fresher that she seemed years younger than when I last saw her. And now that she was no longer self-conscious about her skin, she had acquired new poise, new confidence. It was reflected even in the way she walked and talked. Lady Esther four-purpose face cream had helped make her a very attractive woman indeed. So why don't you try Lady Esther face cream? It thoroughly cleans your skin, it softens your skin, it helps nature refine the pores, and it leaves a smooth, perfect base for powder. Millions of lovely women now use no other cream for their skin than Lady Esther four-purpose face cream.
And now the curtain rises on Act 2 of George Washington Slept Here, starring Jack Carson as Bill Fuller and Carol Landis as his wife, Connie.
Oh, Mrs. Fuller, I forgot to give you this telegram.
Only a telegram, Mr. Kimber? No locusts? No worms? No beetles? Oh.
Bill, guess what? Uncle Stanley is coming.
Uncle, when?
Now. He must be on his way from the station.
Of all the times.
Oh, Bill, it'll only be for a couple of days.
Oh, sure, just for the weekend. There isn't going to be any weekend, Connie. Don't you remember? We're leaving tomorrow. Uncle Stanley, the old windbag. Well, all I can say is if we ever get his money, we've earned it.
Money? Oh, money. Say, that's a wonderful idea. Don't you get it, Bill? We'll borrow the $5,000 from him.
That tight old buzzard. Do you realize he's never given us so much as a handkerchief? Just pictures. Pictures of himself.
Now, Bill, that one in the guest room came in very handy. It covered a very bad place in the plaster.
Tell you, I'm sick of them. Pictures of Uncle Stanley grinning at you in the living room, the dining room, the front hall, why, even the bed, everywhere. I'd like to find just one peaceful corner in this house where the old goat couldn't leer down at me.
Hey, Bill, look out the window. Here he is now. It's Uncle Stanley.
You old buzzard.
Hello, children.
Why, Uncle Stanley. Hello, you old buzzard. Welcome.
Are we glad to see you?
Constance, my dear. Hello there, Bill.
Oh, Uncle Stanley, you look wonderful.
Come in and sit down in this nice easy chair, Uncle Stanley. Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you, Bill. Now, let me see. Where's that little package I brought? Oh, yes, there it is. A little something for the house with my compliments.
Oh, look, Bill. A picture of Uncle Stanley.
Well, isn't that wonderful?
Nice little place you have here, Constance.
Yeah, George Washington actually slept here. You should have seen this place before we took it over. You wouldn't have believed anybody could have slept here. This place would have given Robinson Crusoe insomnia. Draw your chair closer to the fire, Uncle Stanley.
Yes, here, let me get a cushion for your back, Uncle Stanley.
Thank you.
Are you sure you're comfortable, Uncle Stanley?
Yes.
Swell. Well, by the way, Uncle Stanley, there was a fellow in our office, and he had an aunt that was going to leave him a whole lot of money, and this fella got into some trouble or other or something, and he finally had to go to this aunt and ask her if she'd give him some money.
She was a darn fool if she did.
Bill is trying to tell you something, Uncle Stanley. We're going to lose this house if we don't get $5,000 tomorrow.
$5,000?
Well, we wouldn't ask if we weren't desperate. You see, we both felt that if Connie could have just that much of her inheritance now, why...
You see, Uncle Stanley, this house means so much to both of us.
That's all very well, Constance, but people shouldn't go about buying things they can't afford to pay for.
Surely, Uncle Stanley, a man of your means...
That has nothing to do with it.
I'm sorry, Uncle Stanley. It was my fault, not Bill's. But $5,000 can't mean very much to you, and It means an awfully lot to us.
It's quite a shock to me, Constance. You're the first one in the family that's ever asked for money. As a lesson to you, I'm afraid I've got to say no.
Uncle Stanley, I'm not going to let you say no. Please say yes, Uncle Stanley.
Bill, Constance, I'm going to tell you something. I haven't got a plug nickel. Not a cent.
What?
I haven't got a cent. Went broke in 1929, clean broke.
Oh, you're joking.
No, I'm not.
I just don't get it.
I get $100 a month from an annuity, the only thing I have left.
Well, why did you go on fooling everybody all these years?
Well, children, I'll tell you, when I found I was broke, I didn't like the idea a bit, so I said to myself, if you don't let your nephews and nieces find out, you can still have a wonderful life just visiting around. It'll be a cinch.
This is the dirtiest trick I ever heard of in my life. A professional homesteader.
Oh, Bill, I'm going to miss this place terribly. Just little things. Walking upstairs to bed at night, putting around the place. Oh, I don't know, the whole feeling that it's yours, inside and out.
Yes, our little place in the country. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of the Japanese beetle.
Say, Bill, I just want you and Constance to know that I'm very sorry I didn't have the money to give you.
Oh, that's all right, Uncle Stanley. Don't give it a thought. It doesn't matter now anyway.
Oh, all right. Take it easy, Hester. Your pie isn't so hot anyway.
You bring that piece of pie back here.
I can't now. I took a bite out.
Huckleberry Capone.
I suppose we'll have to give Hester notice.
With that kid Commando around, she'll probably be glad to retire to a boiler factory.
Raymond, come on out in the yard with me. I want to have a talk with you.
Okay.
Excuse us a minute, children.
Okay, I'm listening.
Well, you know that Aunt Connie and Uncle Bill are going to lose their house.
Yeah, I heard about it. They aren't losing much when they lose that fire trap. Say, now there's an idea.
Yeah, but I got an idea how to help them. And I need your assistance.
Yeah? What's in it for me?
How about $5?
The fire'd be worth that. Make it 10 in cash.
All right, 10. Now, listen, I want you to get Mr. Prescott over here. Do you think you could do something to make him chase you back here?
Do I think? Say it's a cinch. Now, where's the $10?
When the job's over, I'll pay you. Now, run along and bring Prescott back.
Well, okay.
Raymond, on your way. George Washington may have crossed up the Delaware, but here's where your Uncle Stanley crosses up Mr. Prescott.
When you leave, where are you going to live, Mr. Fuller?
Under a newspaper in Central Park. Look us up.
Got a whole wheelbarrow of fertilizer out by the front door. What better do with it?
Oh, just leave it there, Mr. Kemper. Maybe Mr. Prescott can take it home for his roses.
Well, it's paid for. Seems just a shame not to...
Help, he's just behind me.
For heaven's sakes, who's just behind you?
Mr. Fuller, I've stood all that I'm going to stand. That boy threw mud in my face.
Why, Raymond.
And all that fertilizer out there are paid for.
I tell you, if it weren't for the fact that you're leaving tomorrow, I'd have you thrown out now.
Mr. Prescott, until tomorrow, this property is ours, and I'll thank you to get off of it. In other words, you've got your road out there. Hit it.
It'll be a pleasure. I shall put the matter of personal damages in the hands of my lawyer.
Raymond, you may go to your room.
Oh, gee.
You heard me?
Oh, whoever said it was peaceful in the country?
Hello there. Where is everybody? Surprise, surprise. A visit from your old Uncle Stanley.
Hey, what in the...
What's going on here, Constance? Is something wrong? Don't tell me I'm late. I brought the check with me.
Check? The check?
Yes, the $5,000 you phoned me about.
Oh, yes, the check. Yes, I see.
Beg your pardon. I don't believe I've met this gentleman.
This is Mr. Prescott.
How do you do? I'm Stanley J. Menninger.
Well, Mr. Prescott, it seems the property will still be ours, eh?
You mean your uncle here is paying off the mortgage?
Hey, Mr. Manager, here's the $5, but they wouldn't give me a dime for your cufflinks. The man at the pawn shop said they're phony.
Oh, so... Mr. Menninger is reduced to pawning cufflinks, but says you pay the bank $5,000.
Why, Uncle Stanley.
Well, it almost worked.
There's a jail for people like you, Mr. Menninger.
Now, Mr. Prescott, where's your sense of humor? It was all in fun.
Well, possibly you won't think it's so funny tomorrow. I'll see that my dogs escort you out of here personally.
Oh, Mr. Fuller, look what I found. We were digging, and I brought up this old boot. It had an old letter in it, too. Fell out when we dug it up.
An old letter? Who's it addressed to?
Let me see. Nobody. It says, notes on a speech to the armed forces.
Armed forces? Why, that must be...
What does it say, Bill? Read it.
Gentlemen, we are facing a time of peril so grave in our brief national history that there is now only the choice of serving the country a little longer or having tomorrow no country to serve. Under the favor of Almighty God, we have become a nation. Let me say to you that I hate war. But if we remain one nation, one people, that time is not far distant when we may choose war or peace as our national interest, guided by justice. In the words of Tom Paine, these are the times that try men's souls. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. 'Tis dearness alone that gives everything its value. And it would be strange indeed if so celestial an article as freedom should not be highly rated. George Washington.
George Washington?
Gosh. What's the date on that?
November 10th, 1777.
This document is priceless.
Well, think we can get 5,000 for it?
10 times that. Why, I know a half a dozen people who would buy it in 2 minutes.
Well, Mr. Prescott.
Well, what if it isn't genuine?
I assure you, Mr. Prescott, it is genuine. This will more than pay the bank back tomorrow. Goodbye, Mr. Prescott.
Look out for that wheelbar.
There's none left for his roses.
Oh, Mr. Fuller. Mr. Fuller.
What?
Close the door. They're here.
Who's here?
The Japanese beetles. Millions of them.
Japanese beetles?
Yeah, what'll we do with them, Mr. Fuller?
Let General MacArthur take care of them. Come on, Connie. This is the end.
Thank you, Mr. Carson and Miss Landis, for bringing us the story of George Washington Slept Here. The Lady Esther Screen Guild players are indeed grateful that you could be our guests tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. We're all aware of what fine work is being done by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and Clinic. And to know that the benefits from this program support that work makes our annual appearance with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players a real pleasure. We'll be back soon. And now, before we tell you about next week's program, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Landis. Ladies, can you look in your mirror and say, my skin is just the way I want it to be, smooth, fresh, and youthful-looking? Or are there telltale signs of age around your eyes and mouth? Does your skin seem dry and rough to your fingers? Do you have a tiny blackhead here and there, perhaps a few big pores? Well, you can have the kind of skin you dream about. You can have a radiantly clean, fresh-looking skin that everyone admires. And all you need is just one cream, Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream. Many women say it's the most beautifying face cream they've ever used. All I ask you to do is try Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream. See how the dry flakes of skin are loosened and absorbed, how the very texture of your skin seems suddenly a lot finer and softer. Notice how much smoother face powder looks on your skin after you've removed those dry, clinging flakes. Remember, Lady Esther Face Cream is all you need, for it thoroughly cleans your skin, softens your skin, helps nature refine the pores, and leaves a smooth, perfect base for powder. Many women say their skin looks a lot younger and lovelier after the very first application of Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present Design for Scandal. It will star Olivia de Havilland and Walter Pidgeon. Be sure to listen. Carol Landis is currently working in the 20th Century Fox production, 4 Jills in a Jeep. Jack Carson can now be seen in the Warner Brothers production, Princess O'Rourke, and he can also be heard Wednesday evenings on this network in his own Campbell Soup radio program. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. For economy's sake, Get the largest size of Lady Esther 4-purpose face cream and the larger sizes of Lady Esther face powder. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Whitehall, 1-2, quickly.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic stories of some of its most baffling cases. These accurate dramatizations, which are presented exclusively by NBC, are drawn from the official files of Scotland Yard. They're true pictures of the operations of the world's most famous crime detection organization. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The research is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. And the stories for radio, which are performed by an all-British cast, are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Here are the principal participants in case number 108MR131. 2 of these persons have been hanged for murder. Private Eric Slade, 22, of the Royal Army Ordnance Corps.
I was a bomb disposal man.
Gladys Brown, who wanted to be a dancer.
I'm not so awfully bad-looking, am I?
Melanie Rodier, 20, a French war refugee.
Je suis une pauvre, ne suis pas riche.
Charles Brooks, 31, taxicab driver.
It was a brand new American Plymouth, a grey one, model 1941.
Inspector Stuart Wilcox of Scotland Yard.
Which of those 4 voices sounds guilty to you? This lower ground floor corridor on which we're standing leads to Scotland Yard's Black Museum. Come down there with me. I'd like you to see an actual souvenir of an actual murder. This is the Black Museum.
Oh, good afternoon, Wilcox.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Chief Superintendent John Davidson, curator of the Black Museum.
Well, how do you do? I expect you've never seen a place like this before. Look about, if you like. Now, the items we have here have all served in some way in the commission of a crime. Here's the bullet from a murderer's gun. This is the linen duster in which the body of a murder victim was wrapped. This is what you came to see. The one thing remaining from our murder case, number 108MR131. That was what you wished to see, wasn't it, Wilcox?
Yes, please.
A rather expensive silver cigarette case. Initial. Somewhat tarnished today. It was once quite good looking, wasn't it, Wilcox?
Yes, it was. I'll tell you how it came here to the Black Museum. A man died for it.
Yeah, 2 men died for it, Wilcox.
Human motives are curious. The compulsion to become a dashing hero that led a simple-minded young shop clerk to join the most dangerous service in the army. The urge to acquire a compelling and seductive personality that led a one-time housemaid into displaying herself as a striptease artiste in a tawdry nightclub in wartime London. Neither of them knew the other's true name. The striptease dancer, Gladys Brown, called herself Regina Montmorency. The absent without leave Army Private Eric Slade introduced himself to the glamour girl as Lieutenant Studs Farrell, erstwhile gangster. He took her for a ride in the huge red-painted bomb disposal squad lorry late one night in 1944.
You did like my accent, Lieutenant.
Sensational, I thought. Colossal.
You sound just like Hollywood.
What?
Hollywood. I said you sound like Hollywood.
No. Well, I was in Hollywood for a little while.
Oh, were you really?
Over the mob, you know.
I've been talking about a Hollywood contract.
You have?
Oh, yes, of course. Hollywood's always after me.
Oh.
Such a bore.
Well, I like Chicago much better.
Were you in Chicago long, Studs?
Oh, you could bet your bottom dollar on that, sister.
Oh, it must have been ever so exciting.
I've got a few notches on my gun.
Oh, my.
Oh, you see, I'm no panty waist, my girl.
Panty waist?
That's what we call a mother's boy in America.
Oh, were you an American then, Stud?
Oh, I lived there a great deal.
Really?
All over the Middle West. Chicago, Detroit, Minneapolis, Cicero, Philly, you know, it's Philadelphia.
My.
I was a cowboy for a while, too, on a ranch in Ohio. I've been around.
Did you have a lot of moles?
What's they?
Moles, you know, gun moles.
A few.
Oh, it must be wonderful to be a mole.
It's dangerous.
Ah, I love danger. And you get so rich.
Well, I've done all right.
I should like being a gun mole, really.
Really?
No, I sometimes think I should be a very good one. Although I'm a very good dancer, aren't I?
Oh, you are. Peachy.
I should think you'd miss pulling jobs.
I've just pulled one.
What?
Where do you think I got this lorry?
Did you steal it?
I reckon I sure did, sister.
Studs, darling. Let's pull a job together. I'll be your gun mole and we'll...
Statement by Melanie Rodier to Inspector Stuart Wilcox in a nursing home at Ealing 2 days later.
My name is Melanie Rodier. I've been in England 5 years. I lived in Moulins-au-Bois, just quite close to Amiens. My home was destroyed by the Boche, but I escaped and came here. At 11 o'clock 2 nights ago, I was walking down Staines Road on my way to London, very near Runnymede.
You were alone, mademoiselle?
Yes, I was alone. I was carrying my valise. A large army lorry painted quite gaily in red stopped, and the man asked me where I was going alone so late at night.
Where were you going?
I said I was walking to London to catch a train at Paddington to Bristol, where lives my Aunt Becquerel. The man told me to get in the lorry, and he would drop me off at Reading, where he was going. He was an officer, and I was not afraid. It would be a great convenience.
Were you carrying money?
I'm a very poor woman, monsieur. I had all the money I possessed with me.
How much?
5 shillings, sir. So I was not afraid of being robbed for that little money. But when I started to mount to the seat of the lorry, the girl...
Girl? What girl? Was there a girl?
She was seated beside the officer, sir.
What did she do?
She struck me on my head with an iron bar so that I did fall to the road.
Huh? What then?
I was stunned, and she and the officer did jump down and hit me, and they robbed me of my 5 shillings and beat me until I was insensible.
Did you see their faces?
Only a little. I would not know them again.
And then?
I did hear the woman say, "What shall we do with the body?" And I tried to cry out, but she did hit me with a fist. So I do not remember more until I find I am drowning.
They threw you into the stream there. The Thames runs quite close to the road.
They thought I am dead.
Yes. Afraid they did.
And they have taken all my money and all my clothes. What is to become of me now?
We'll find them somewhere.
I came to England to escape my enemies.
It was a matter that should have properly been handled by the county constabulary, of course. A simple assault upon a friendless person, happily not involving murder. But there were other circumstances. First, the fact that the assault had been committed and connived at by a person in the uniform of an officer of His Majesty's forces, driving a motor vehicle which was obviously an official one. Whoever it was had attempted murder once. They might try it again. And I confess I was unable to forget what the poor little French refugee had said. I came to England to escape my enemies. Detective Sergeant Kevin Moore and I discussed it in my office.
Well, if it was a red-painted lorry, sir, it could be only one thing.
Bomb disposal people, of course.
It's a little out of his territory up there in Runnymede, sir.
With a girl at 11 o'clock at night.
Well, you didn't ask my opinion, sir.
Well, why do you think I called you in?
Well, in that case, sir, my opinion is that it was some young ex-schoolboy officer who'd had several dozen drops too much in some bottle club in London. And wandering about, he saw the lorry standing somewhere and, well, pinched it for a lark. Well, joyride, we used to say.
Innocent amusements of the young.
Oh, I think so, sir.
I doubt that French girl thinks so.
Mm.
And neither do I. They thought they'd drown the girl for 5 shillings.
Mm.
And I furthermore think they'll try it again unless we catch them first.
Well, we'll try, sir. I'll get in touch with the bomb disposal people and find out if any officer of theirs was out with one of their lorries that night.
Or if one of their lorries had been stolen and one of their officers absent without leave.
Yes, sir. That's a good idea.
Of course it is. If I'm right, which I probably am, teletype the number of the lorry and the description of the officer to all the police in this area.
Yes, sir.
And warn everyone who knows about this French girl's case to say nothing about it at all. Especially to the newspapers.
Why is that, sir?
If they find out they bungled their first try, our friends may become discouraged and abandon their promising career as criminals. We'll never catch them.
Oh.
It was the next day before I saw Moore again. When he came in to report what he had accomplished, I had news for him, too. I let him speak first.
Well, sir, I've been in touch with the bomb disposal people.
And?
Oh, I've had to talk to millions of people, sir. Finally, I found the right ones to give me the reliable information.
Yes?
There was a lorry stolen, sir.
Aha.
Number W14519, an American-made 10-wheel 6x6.
Good.
There is no officer missing, sir.
Oh.
All of them in the London district are accounted for, including one who was blown up trying to unscrew a fuse from a buried blockbuster that's been sizzling for a week in Shepherd's Bush. But there's a private missing, sir.
Oh?
Name of, Eric Slade. Former shop clerk, 22 years old, wears glasses, described as a mild-mannered little man, very quiet, residence when called up, Clerkenwell, sandy hair.
He got a girl.
His mates say he was terrified of girls, sir. Doesn't drink or smoke.
Doesn't seem the type to commit murder, or try to at least, does he?
No.
How'd a man like that ever get into bomb disposal?
Well, believe it or not, sir, he volunteered. Of course, he's been on permanent cook's police ever since.
Well, I doubt he's our man, but at least we can help look for the poor little beggar. That is, if they want him back. Now, I've got a bit of news for you.
Oh? What's that, sir?
Same man that pulled the French girl out of the Thames at Runnymede telephoned me.
Well, what's he want, sir?
There's been another attempt at robbery and murder.
Attempt?
Another girl riding a bicycle, run down by a red-painted lorry. A lieutenant, she saw his badges quite plainly. And a red-haired girl jumped out after her. She ran away, but she did hear the girl call to the lieutenant, addressing him as Studs.
Stubbs?
Studs!
Oh.
Now, I want you to see your bomb disposal men and ask them if they have a lieutenant named Studs. Oh, excuse me. Inspector Wilcox. Yes? Well, he's right here. 1 second. For you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Sergeant Moore here. Oh, yes, Sergeant Major. Oh? Where? Oh. Oh, well, thank you. Oh, by the way, do you have any officers named Studs or Stubbs? Or...
Studs!
Studs. Yes, I'll wait.
Who's that?
It was the Sergeant Major I talked to, sir. Yes? Oh, none, eh? None at all? Oh, well. Thank you, Sergeant Major. All right, bye.
What was that?
I found the stolen lorry, sir, a few minutes ago.
They did?
And parked all night on a street in Hammersmith in the rain.
Which has quite efficiently washed away all fingerprints, Studs and his lady friend and all. Well, we're right back where we started.
We're further back than that, sir.
How do you mean?
Well, they've tried murder twice now, sir. The third time may be the charm.
The portion of case number 108MR131 I'm about to play for you now is reconstructed from the statements made by Eric Slade and Gladys Brown at their trial at Old Bailey 3 weeks later. I assume it's correct and accurate because it came from their own lips as they were on trial for their lives. They were standing in a darkened doorway, they said, on Hammersmith Broadway late at night.
Have I got to walk home then?
Regina, darling, I've only got 10 shillings left.
10 shillings. The big shot gangster, the terror of Chicago and all. He's only got 10 shillings.
Well, I'll get some more.
Well, get it now, gangster. I'm going to ride home.
Regina, I can't go back and ask anybody for money. I'm absent without leave. I'm a wanted man.
What do you have to leave that lorry over there on the street? We could have ridden in that.
Somebody'd recognize the lorry, you know that.
Oh, is the big bad gangster afraid, then?
You stow that.
Oh, you're not afraid of girls, are you?
I said stow
What
it.
kind of bad man you are. Brave enough to rob a poor girl of her 5 shillings. 5 shillings. But when a man comes along, oh, no, not you. Not bloody well you, my darling. Even made me smash the poor thing on the edge. You weren't man enough to.
I'll throw her in the water.
After I'd killed her.
Don't yell so.
Oh, there's no one to hear me. I'm sorry I ever took up with you. I thought you was a man.
Now, Regina.
Won't even step out and stick up a lousy taxi man. Let me walk home in the rain because you've not got that
Now,
guts.
Regina,
Don't come
please.
back on me now. Take your hands off me. And I thought I was going to be your moll. Take your hands off me. You don't love me.
Regina, I do love you.
Well, then do something about it. Get me some money. If I'm going to be your moll, you've got to support me.
Regina.
Do you love me, Studs, darling?
Regina, you know I love you.
Look.
What?
Here comes a taxi cab. Stop him.
No, I don't want to do anything
Stop
like
him.
that.
Shout at him. He'll have lots of money.
No, I don't think... Haven't we
Do
done
you
that?
love me?
Regina.
Do you or don't you?
Of course I do, you know that.
Taxi!
Don't,
A
Regina,
taxi!
don't. Stop.
Here, taxi!
I don't want to.
Now you've got to. Come on in afterwards. Oh, taxi!
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Studs.
Are you... I mean...
Driver, we wish to go to the top of King Street. Come on, Studs.
Wait a minute, lady.
What's the matter?
This isn't a taxi.
What?
I mean, it's a private hire car.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, I don't know, lady. Costs a great deal more to ride a private hire car than a plain taxi cab.
Am I... he has the money. Haven't you, dear?
How much?
10 shillings.
To the top of King Street? Shouldn't cost me more than 1 6, you robber.
Studs,
This is a
dear.
private hire car, sir. I can charge what I like, you know.
I won't pay it.
Darling, I want to ride home.
You heard what the lady said, mister. It's a filthy night, sir. And there ain't many taxi cabs about. The fare will be 10 shillings.
Come on, darling. We can afford it. We'll have lots of money later, you know. Come on.
Coming, sir?
Of course he's coming. Get in, Studs.
Top of King Street, sir?
We'll tell you where to stop.
You?
We'll wait until we're almost there.
What say, miss?
I was talking to my boyfriend.
Oh, sorry.
I say, you must make lots of money in this business.
Oh, we do all right, miss.
Hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Get your pistol out, darling.
I've got it. But I don't want to use it.
Bloody bad night, ain't it?
It is for you.
Pardon?
I said yes.
Hope you don't mind too much about that 10 shillings fare, sir. A man's got to make a living, ain't he? What's so funny, miss?
Oh, we've got a better way of making money than you have. Haven't we, Studs?
Yes, we have.
We're gangsters.
What?
Gangsters, we're gangsters.
I shouldn't laugh, buddy.
He was a gangster in Chicago.
Oh, look here now.
Keep your eye on the road, Mac.
Hey, look here, mate. I'm not in the mood for your practical jokes.
This isn't a joke.
Stop poking at me.
That's a revolver he's poking in your neck, buddy.
What?
A pistol.
What do you want?
All your money.
I'll give you my money.
Of course you will.
Stop the car.
All right. I'll give you my money.
Keep your hands out of your pockets.
What are you going to do?
Shut up. All right, Regina. Move to one side.
What are you going to do?
Studs, you don't have to.
You shut up. Get to one side.
Now, look here, friend.
I'll show you how I deal with rats. Now, say your
Now, you
prayers,
can't.
rat.
Get away. Don't.
He's seen us and he'll turn us in. I've got him.
No,
1, 2...
Message from J Division, Metropolitan Police, to Inspector Stuart Wilcox the following morning.
Yes, sir. In a ditch alongside the top of King's Road. Shot twice through the head. Apparently dumped in the ditch late last night. Yes, sir. Robbery was apparently the murder. His pockets were all empty. Tire marks on the roadway, very faint in the rain, as if a car had been stopped there. Body's been taken to the mortuary in Horseferry Road. That's all we have, sir.
The body of the unfortunate victim lay in the mortuary for 3 days without identification. Although it was obviously murder and we had no single clue to go upon, we were not idle. A detail from Scotland Yard had been hurried out to the place where the body was found, immediately upon receipt of the message from J Division. With great difficulty, they had succeeded in making a plaster cast of the faint tire marks, and the laboratory was able to establish with some accuracy the fact that the tires were identical with those on the model 1941 Plymouth. Beyond that, there was nothing. Until a Mrs. Charles Brooks of Hammersmith identified the body as that of her missing husband, a private hire car driver. I spoke to Kevin Moore about it. Something extremely suspicious keeps occurring in this thing, Kevin.
And I lay you threepence, I'm thinking about the same thing, sir.
Hammersmith?
Right, sir. We found the lorry parked in a Hammersmith street first.
And the dead taxi driver lived in Hammersmith.
And the place they found the body was at the junction of King's Road and Hammersmith Broadway. You suppose our man Studs lives in Hammersmith?
Or perhaps his girlfriend.
You think it was them, sir?
I don't know, Kevin. But when we get a series of coincidences like this...
Well, it's the only symptom of a lead we have.
Let's follow it through. Now, you suppose they've got that car?
Oh, it'll be easy enough to find, sir. We've got the number and description of it from the man's wife.
Mm-hmm. Here it is. Gray Plymouth Saloon, 1941 model. License number GKP 401. About 2,300 miles on the speedometer.
Oh, I'd be an awful fool to drive it about town.
I have an idea he is a fool. Come in.
I'm from the detail that was searching the pawn shops, sir.
Oh. Do come in. Did you find anything?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Cigarette case.
Pawned at a shop in Soho, sir. It's Brooks, all right. See his initials inside here?
C.E.B. Christmas, 1939.
It's on the list Mrs. Brooks gave us, sir.
Quiet. Did you find out who pawned it?
Yes, sir. A young man in the uniform of the RAOC.
Officer?
Private, sir.
Name?
Private S. Farrell, sir.
That's a new one.
Sir, I know something.
What?
That's our Studs.
How do you know?
Well, look, sir, I read a book once.
Well.
It was an American book, sir, and it was written by a man named Farrell.
This man's not an American.
No, sir, but maybe he read the same book and remembered.
Let's try this all over again, old chap.
Sir, the name of the book, which was all about Chicago in America, was Studs something or other. Anyway, he was a very tough young man. Well, maybe our man's read the same book.
Well, now.
Sir, this is a typical Chicago-style affair, isn't it? And you were talking of coincidences? Our man Studs is the murderer, all right. You see.
Well, then, I'll tell you what you do, Kevin.
What, sir?
You go find Mr. Studs Farrell, the amateur Chicago gangster, for me, will you?
Well, I'll try, sir, but he's not an amateur any longer. He's turned professional.
Wireless communication between Scotland Yard's 999 room and a patrol car 2 nights later.
J23 calling MG2W. J23 calling MG2W. J23 calling MG2W. Over.
MG2W to J23. Over.
MG2W, this is J23 near Fulham. The wanted Plymouth saloon car, license number GKP 401, has been located. It's parked in a dead-end road near here. Over.
J23, this is MG2W. Keep car under surveillance. Follow it if it leaves, maintaining communication with me at all times. Send constable to nearest road intersection to guide other cars being dispatched now to scene. Notify us where constable guide is stationed at once. Over.
J23 to MG2W. Understood. Over and out.
A Scotland Yard patrol car with Sergeant Kevin Moore picked me up at my home in less than 10 minutes. We proceeded at a good rate of speed to the Fulham district, where a constable hopped on the running board and directed us quietly to the scene. We ran without light, stopping at the mouth of the cul-de-sac where the grey Plymouth was parked. We blocked the exit of the dead end with our car and waited. Very quiet. Half an hour later, Kevin Moore spoke.
Oh, I'm going to get out and stretch my legs.
Go on. Careful, though. Don't make any noise.
I'm going to go down and have a look at the car.
Be quiet.
All right, sir.
Moore did not return for several minutes. I called softly to him. Kevin, are you all right?
I'm all right, sir.
We waited. I was dying for a smoke. Better not smoke, though.
Sir.
Eh?
Somebody coming.
I hear him. Coming out of that house there on the right, I think.
Yes, sir.
Quiet. Hope they don't see Kevin. Getting in the car.
Can't get past us, sir.
I'm going down there.
All right, sir.
Turn your spotlight on them as soon as I call out.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Is this your car?
Most certainly, yes.
I'll have to ask you to keep your hands away from your pockets, sir.
Look here.
Or I shall most certainly be forced to break your jaw, sir.
Turn on your light.
Susan, son!
Hold it there. We're Scotland Yard men.
Good, sir. Now then, what's your name, Lieutenant?
My name is Lieutenant Studs Farrell of the bomb disposal.
Well, sir, I'm Detective Sergeant Moore of Scotland Yard. I must detain you on the suspicion of being involved in the murder of Charles.
It was him. I didn't do it. It was him.
Madam, we must detain you on the same charge. I warn you both that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used as evidence.
You haven't got anything on me.
I take it, sir, that you have not read the third and last volume of the Studs Lonigan books, then?
No.
What's that one, Kevin?
It's called Judgment Day, sir.
At their trial at Old Bailey a few weeks later, Eric Slade and Gladys Brown fought bitterly over who had been the most guilty. The jury decided.
Members of the jury, are you agreed upon your verdict?
We are.
Do you find the prisoner Gladys Brown, alias Regina Montmorency, guilty or not guilty of murder?
Guilty.
Do you find the prisoner Eric Slade, alias Studs Farrell, guilty or not guilty of murder?
Guilty.
You find both prisoners guilty of murder, and that is the verdict of you all?
That is the verdict of us all.
Prisoners at the bar, you severally stand convicted of murder. Have you or either of you anything to say why the court should not give you judgment of death according to law?
And the judge?
Gladys Brown and Eric Slade, you have been found guilty after a long and patient trial by a jury of your fellow men of a most brutal murder. I entirely agree with the verdict at which they have arrived. There is only one sentence which the law of this country allows me to pass upon you and upon each of you. The sentence of this court upon you and upon each of you is that you be taken to a lawful prison and thence to a place of execution. That you be there, each of you, hanged by the neck until you are dead, and that your bodies respectively be buried within the precincts of the prison in which you shall have been confined before your execution. And may the Lord have mercy upon your souls.
Amen.
You have heard the story of case number 108MR131 from the files of Scotland Yard. Only the names have been changed for obvious reasons. Research has been prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Today...
makers of Campbell's Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening, everyone. This is Edwin C. Hill, and I bring you exciting news. Tonight, Orson Welles takes over the direction of the Campbell Playhouse and offers you as his first production America's bestseller, Daphne du Maurier's Rebecca, with a great star, Margaret Sullivan. Exciting news indeed, for I am here to welcome the white hope of the American stage as the director and star of the Campbell Playhouse, who writes his own radio scripts and directs them and makes them live and breathe with the warmth of his genius. There is no time to adventure into the story of his life, and that's too bad, because it is a tale that combines the best features of Baron Munchausen and Alice in Wonderland. If ever a boy was born for an actor, he was. At 13, he was directing the troopers in the Todd School for Boys at Woodstock, Illinois, where he produced 30 plays. At 16, he was playing leading parts in Dublin at the famous Gate and Peacock and Abbey theaters. His American career is really too recent and too well known to recount here. He's been the leading man with Catherine Cornell. With John Houseman, he founded the Mercury Theater and has operated it with magical success. He had 4 hits last year on Broadway, which beats Noel Cowell's record From Here to Kalamazoo. And he's generally recognized today as being the most gifted stage director and actor of our time. His radio productions have attracted universal attention. His broadcasts of the War of the Worlds last month, which I dare say you remember, made radio history and a national sensation. Why did a fantastic story of an utterly imaginary invasion from Mars produce this totally unexpected result? A result Mr. Welles, of course, greatly regretted. It was because, as in all his radio productions, Orson Welles is a master of realism, over the air, in radio, unique, exciting. He shocked you. He sent the cold shivers racing up your spine. But that is not the thing he does best, or best likes to do. He loves to tell a story, a great human story, welling up from the heart, brimming with deep and sincere emotion, and lively with comedy. And such are the stories, thrilling, delightful, amusing, he will bring to the Campbell Playhouse. And because of all his gifts, his genius at playwriting, his ambition, his dynamic direction, his amazing character acting, he has been selected by Campbell's as the ideal man to conduct the Campbell Playhouse. And so tonight, Orson Welles makes his bow as the outstanding program director of the air. And I have the very great pleasure of presenting him now, Mr. Orson Welles.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. It's a great big chance for me and a great big challenge. I have faith in radio, and the makers of Campbell's Soups have enough confidence in me to give me the direction of the Campbell Playhouse. Let's hope nobody is mistaken.
Mr. Welles, could you tell us something of your aims, perhaps something of the kind of thing you hope to do with the Campbell Playhouse?
Well, everybody likes a good story, and I think radio is just about the best storyteller there is. The Campbell Playhouse is dedicated to the radio production of good stories. Stories from everywhere, from the stage, from moving pictures, and from literature. Next week, for example, we're doing a comedy, Call It a Day, and then Campbell's annual Christmas present to America, Lionel Barrymore in Dickens' immortal A Christmas Carol. And after that, there'll be Counselor at Law, a very human portrait of present-day people, Aerosmith by Sinclair Lewis with Helen Hayes, William Archer's The Green Goddess, Hector MacArthur's hilarious 20th Century. In other words, all kinds of stories, mostly modern, and all of them chosen for their suitability to this medium. That's about all, except I'm going to try to tell them just as well as I know how.
Well, I know you'll ring the bell.
You know, the makers of Campbell's Soups don't believe in all this talk about the radio audience having the average mentality of an 8-year-old child. They think the radio listeners are the same people that go to the pictures in the theater and read books. They reason that even the most popular radio entertainment should be addressed to the adult citizenry of America. I can only hope that what I do with the Campbell Playhouse will prove how much they mean it and how right they are.
I know it will. And now, just before you ring up the curtain on the first act, will you give us a word or two about the play?
Gladly, Mr. Hill, but if you'll pardon me, it's not a play, it's a story. You see, I think that radio broadcasting is different from motion pictures and the theater, and I'd like to keep it that way. The Campbell Playhouse is situated in a regular studio, not a theater. We have no curtain, real or imaginary, and as you see, no audience. There's only one illusion I'd like to create. The illusion of the story.
But the star, too, is important, Mr. Wells. Is that not so?
Oh, yes, indeed. And I'd like to say how very fortunate I am in having with me tonight the loveliness and the magic gift of Miss Margaret Sullivan. For Miss Sullivan is my first choice for a great part, and a great part it is, too. The most coveted of the season. The Scarlet O'Hara of 1938. The heroine of Daphne du Maurier's best-selling novel, Rebecca. Rebecca is going to be made into a movie by David Selznick. It ought to be one of the 10 best. It's this year's contender for the 5-foot shelf. Your best bet for anything from a weekend to a desert island, and it's a book you should read. The ideal Christmas gift to yourself. Miss du Maurier has flattered me with her confidence in permitting the Campbell Playhouse the great privilege of making for radio the first dramatization of her book. I'm meeting her for the first time tonight, before this broadcast is over, by special shortwave communication. She'll speak to us from London. So, ladies and gentlemen, and Miss du Maurier, the Campbell Playhouse is obediently yours.
The Campbell Playhouse presents Rebecca, starring Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles.
We can never go back to Mandalay again. The past is still too close to us. The things we have tried to forget and put behind us would stir once more. But sometimes in my dreams I go to Mandalay again. I see the house, the gray stone shining in the moonlight of my dream. The terrace slopes to the lawns, and the lawns stretch to the sea, like a sheet of silver under the moon. Light comes from the windows. The curtains blow softly in the night air. And there in the library, the door stands half open, as if we had left it, with my handkerchief on the table beside the bowl of autumn roses, and the charred embers of our log fire still smoldering against the morning. I wonder what my life would be today if Mrs. Van Hopper hadn't been a snob.
Mandalay, my dear. Why, even you must have heard of Mandalay. That's Max de Witter at the table next to us, the man who owns Mandalay. They say he can't get over his wife's death, an appalling tragedy. The papers were full of it, of course. They say he never talks about it, never mentions her name. She was drowned, you know, in a bay near Mandalay.
Oh, Mrs. Van Hopper, I know he can hear you.
Nonsense, my dear. Go up to my room quickly and find that letter from my nephew. You know, the one written on his honeymoon with the snapshot? Bring it down to me right away.
Oh, Van Hopper, I don't
Go
really...
on, my dear. Do as you're told. Don't argue. Hurry.
When I came down, she had him sitting beside her on the sofa. He looked like no other man I'd ever seen. A man out of a long, distant past.
Oh, there you are, my dear. This is Mr. De Winter. Mr. De Winter's having coffee with us.
How do you do?
You know I recognized you, Mr. De Winter, just as soon as you walked into the restaurant, and I thought, why, there's Mr. De Winter, Billy's friend. I simply must show him those snapshots of Billy and his bride taken on their honeymoon. Look, here are the snaps. Here they are sunbathing at Palm Beach. He met her at that party where I first met you at Claridge's in London. But I dare say you don't remember an old woman like me.
On the contrary, I remember you very well. Excellent snapshots. The bride's very pretty. I don't think I should care for Palm Beach.
Well, of course, if one had a home like Mandalay, I'm told Mandalay's like fairyland. There's no other word for it. I wonder you can ever bear to leave it. Mr. De Winter is so modest he won't admit it, but he has one of the loveliest homes in England. They say that the Minstrel's Gallery at Mandalay is a gem, and the gardens are simply the most perfect.
The next morning, Mrs. Van Hopper woke up with a sore throat and a temperature. At noon, I went down to the restaurant alone. I expected it to be empty. Nobody lunched generally before 1 o'clock. He was sitting at the table next to ours. I sat down looking straight before me.
I unfolded my napkin and knocked over the vase of flowers on my table.
You can't sit at a wet tablecloth. Come on, get up. Waiter, the said you'll have lunch with me.
No, I couldn't possibly.
Why not?
Well, you're being polite, but really
I'm not being polite. I'd like you to have lunch with me.
You're very kind.
You don't believe me? Well, never mind. Come on, sit down. We needn't talk to each other unless we feel like it. Tell me your friend. She seems a good deal older than you. What is she? A relation? Have you known her long?
No, she isn't really a friend. She's an employer. You see, I'm what's called a companion. She pays me £90 a year.
I didn't know one could buy companionship. What do you do it for?
£90 is a lot of money.
How old are you?
19.
And you're not afraid of the future?
No.
Haven't you any family?
No, they're dead.
Well, then we've got a bond in common, you and I. We're both alone in the world. I have no companion. I shall have to congratulate Mrs. Van Hopper. You're cheap at £90 a year.
You forget. You have a home, and I have none.
An empty house, my dear, can be as lonely as a full hotel. The trouble is that it's less impersonal.
I remember the feel of the leather seats in his car as we drove in the afternoons along the Mediterranean. I remember still my ill-fitting flannel suit and how the skirt was lighter than the coat. I remember now, glancing at my watch, I would think to myself, this moment now at 20 minutes past 3, this must never be lost. Never.
You're a very silent companion. What are you thinking?
I wish I were a woman of about 36, dressed in black satin with a string of pearls.
You wouldn't be in this car with me if you were.
Mr. De Winter, you're going to think me impertinent and rude, I dare say. But I would like to know why you asked me to come out in the car day after day. You're being kind, that's obvious, but why do you choose me for your charity?
Because you're not dressed in black satin with a string of pearls, nor are you 36.
You know, it's not fair. You know everything there is to know about me. That's not much, I admit, because I haven't been alive very long and nothing very much has happened to me, except people dying. But you, I know nothing more about you than I did when we met.
And what'd you know then?
Well, that you lived at Mandalay and that you had lost your wife.
Yes. My memories are bitter. I prefer to ignore them. Something happened to me a year ago that altered my whole life, and I want to forget my existence up to that time. Those days are finished. They're blotted out. I want to begin living all over again.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You've been so kind to me. I didn't mean to remind you
Curse your puritanical, tight-lipped little speeches and your talk about kindness and charity. I asked you to come with me because I want you in your company, and if you don't believe me, you can leave the car now and find your own way home. Go on. Open the door and get out. Well? What are you going to do about it?
Please, drive me home.
Well, suppose you're young enough to be my daughter. I don't know how to deal with you. Forget all I said to you just now. That's all finished and done with. Don't let's ever think of it again. My family used to call me Maxim. I'd like you to do the same. You've been formal long enough. What do you want? Something the matter?
I've come to say goodbye. We're going this morning.
Come in. Shut the door. What are you talking about?
It's true. We're leaving today. I was afraid I wouldn't see you. I felt I must see you again to thank you.
Why didn't you tell me this before?
Well, Mrs. Van Hopper only decided today. Her daughter sails for New York on Saturday, and we're going with her.
She's taking you with her to New York?
Yes, and I don't want to go. I shall hate it. I shall be miserable.
Well, why in heaven's name go? Sit down with me while I eat my breakfast. Have you had yours?
Yes. Oh, I really haven't time. I ought to be downstairs now, getting the tickets.
You can sit with me for 5 minutes.
Oh, I shouldn't.
So, Mrs. Van Hopper's had enough of Monte Carlo, and now she wants to go home. So do I. She to New York, I to Mandalay. Which would you prefer? Take your choice.
Please don't make a joke about it. It's unfair.
If you think I'm one of those people who tries to be funny before breakfast, you're wrong. I repeat, the choice is open to you. Either you go to America with Mrs. Van Hopper, or you come home to Mandalay with me.
Do you mean you want a secretary or something?
No. I'm asking you to marry me, you little fool.
I don't understand. I'm not the sort of person men marry.
What the devil do you mean?
I'm not sure. I don't think I know how to explain. I don't belong to your sort of world.
What is my world?
Well, Mandalay. You know what I mean.
You think I'm asking you to marry me for the same reason you thought I took you out in the car. To be kind, don't you?
Yes.
One day you may realize that philanthropy is not one of my strongest qualities. Are you going to marry me? My suggestion doesn't seem to have gone too well. I'm sorry. I rather thought you loved me.
I do love you. I love you dreadfully. I've been crying all morning because I thought I should never see you again.
So that's settled, then. Instead of being companion to Mrs. Van Hopper, you become mine. And your duties will be almost exactly the same. I also like new library books and flowers in the drawing room and someone to pour my tea. Oh, I'm being rather a brute to you, aren't I? This isn't your idea of a proposal. We ought to be in a conservatory with you in a white frock with a rose in your hand and a violin playing a waltz in the distance. Poor darling, what a shame. Never mind. I'll take you to Venice for our honeymoon and we'll hold hands in a gondola, but we won't stay too long because I want to show you Mandalay.
Mandalay.
Now then, am I going to break the news to Mrs. Van Hopper, or are you?
Oh, no, you tell her. She'll be so angry.
I'll tell her. I'm not afraid. You wait for me here.
When he had gone, I looked around his room. There was a book on the table near his bed. I picked it up. On the title page was a dedication. Max. From Rebecca. May 17. Written in a curious, slanting hand. The ink had run too thick, so that the name Rebecca stood out black and strong. Rebecca. Rebecca.
We pause now on our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Rebecca. In just a moment, we will resume the story. But first, here is my associate of long standing, Ernest Chappell, with an important message.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. The time was, and it was not so long ago, when chicken was a rare and special treat. What magic the words chicken for dinner conjured up in our young minds, and how we looked forward to these great events. With proud gusto, Father would dexterously separate wings and legs and then carve tender white slices from the breast, while each of us silently prayed to be granted his special favorite part. And then on the second day there came another treat. The remaining meat and the carcass went into Mother's soup kettle, to be simmered slowly, seasoned gently, and served forth as a supper-time delight. Today, if you have wistful memories of that glorious old home chicken soup, then Campbell's chicken soup is just made for you. Because Campbell's chefs follow faithfully the good home recipe, only changing it to make an even better soup. They use, for example, all the good meat of the chickens, fine, plump chickens they are, too, such as you'd choose proudly for your own table. Such chicken soup with snowy rice and tender chicken pieces is a special treat indeed, but one you may enjoy on any day. Your grocer has Campbell's chicken soup, and it's yours for the asking. Remember, Campbell's chicken soup.
Now we return to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Rebecca with Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles.
We came to Mandalay in early May. There it was, the Mandalay I had expected, lovelier than I'd ever dreamed, built in its hollow of smooth grassland and mossy lawns, the terraces sloping to the gardens, and the gardens to the sea. A servant was standing on the steps waiting. An old man with a kind face.
Well, here we are, Fritz. Everything well?
Yes, thank you, sir. Glad to see you home, sir, and hope you've been keeping well. And Madam, too.
Yes, we're both well. Thank you, Fritz. Rather tired from the drive wanting our tea. Hello, Jasper, old man. Fritz, who are all these people? Oh, the servants. I didn't expect this.
Mrs. Danvers' orders, sir.
Danvers? I might have guessed it. Come on, darling. Mrs. Danvers was Rebecca's housekeeper. She simply adored her. They're all curious to see what you're like. You won't mind, will you?
No.
Soon be over. My dear, this is Mrs. Danvers.
Mrs. Danvers took me to my room. She was a tall, gaunt woman dressed in black, with prominent cheekbones and great hollow eyes that gave her a skull's face, parchment white, set on a skeleton's frame. Her eyes never left mine.
Mandalay is a big place, madam. Not so big as some, of course, but big enough. And a show place. Mr. De Winter lets the public in to see it once a month.
You can't see the sea from here, can you?
No, not from this room. You can't even hear it. You'd not know the sea was anywhere near. Not from this room.
I'm sorry about that. I like the sea.
Mr. De Winter gave special orders in his letter that you would have this room, madam.
Oh, then this was not his room originally.
No, madam. He's never used the rooms in this wing before.
Oh, he didn't tell me that. I suppose you've been at Mandalay for many years, Mrs. Danvers. Longer than anyone else.
I came here when the first Mrs. De Winter was a bride.
Mrs. Danvers, you must have patience with me because this sort of life is new to me. You must just go on running things as they always have been run. I shan't want to make any changes.
I'm here to carry out your orders, madam. I hope I shall do everything to your satisfaction. Can I do anything more for you now?
Oh, no, thank you, no. I'm sure I have everything. I shall be very comfortable here. You've made the room so charming.
I only followed out Mr. De Winter's instructions. Of course, the most beautiful rooms are in the west wing, overlooking the sea. The bedroom is twice as large as this, and the windows look down across the lawns into the sea.
I suppose Mr. De Winter keeps the most beautiful rooms to show to the public.
Those rooms are never shown to the public. They used to live in those rooms when Mrs. De Winter was alive. That big room I was telling you about that looks down to the sea, that was Mrs. De Winter's room.
Next morning there was a heavy mist. It poured in through the open window. When I came down to breakfast, Maxim had already gone out.
Mrs. De Winter.
Yes, Fritz.
Mr. De Winter told me to tell you, madam, that he'd gone out with Mr. Crawley. Mr. Frank Crawley is Mr. De Winter's friend who manages the estate. Mr. De Winter said to tell you they'd be back for luncheon at 1.
Thank you. Oh, Fritz.
Yes, madam?
It seems rather cold this morning. I wonder if you'd please light the fire in the library for me.
The fire in the library is not usually lit until the afternoon, madam. Mrs. De Winter always used the morning room. She always did her telephoning and correspondence in there after breakfast. There's a good fire in there. If you should wish to have a fire in the library as well.
No. I wouldn't dream of it. I'll go into the morning room. Thank you, Fritz.
If you will allow me, madam, I will show you the way.
This was a woman's room. Graceful, fragile. The room of someone who had chosen every particle of furniture with great care. It had a strange and startling kind of perfection. I opened a drawer at hazard, and there was a letter addressed to Mrs. M. De Winter.
Mrs. De Winter. Mrs. De Winter.
Who is it? What do you want?
Mrs. De Winter.
I'm afraid you've made a mistake. Mrs. De Winter has been dead for over a year.
It's Mrs. Danvers, madam. Mrs. Danvers. I'm speaking to you on the house telephone. It's about the menu. It's Mrs. Danvers speaking, madam.
After lunch, it was still raining. Frank Crawley and Maxim were in the library working. I got a raincoat out of the flower room and started out across the garden down towards the sea. Soon I was in the woods. The dog ran on ahead. The woods came right down to the water. At the fringe was a long, low building, half cottage, half boathouse. There was a buoy anchored there in the cove, but no boat. And there was Jasper wagging his tail at a solitary figure on the beach. As I drew near, I saw that the figure on the beach was a man, with the small, slit eyes of an idiot, and a red, wet mouth.
Good day. Dirty island.
I'm afraid it's not very nice weather. Jasper, come here.
Digging for shell. No shell here. Been digging all day.
I'm sorry you can't find any.
That's right. No shell here.
Come on, Jasper, good dog. Come on.
He won't go.
Why not?
He ain't your dog.
No, he's Mr. De Winter's dog. I want to take him back to the house. Come on, Jasper. Come along, good dog.
She ain't been here lately.
What do you mean?
The other one. You're not like the other one.
What do you mean, what other one?
Tall and dark, she was. She give you the feeling of a snake. By night she'd come down to the cove. I seen it. I looked in on her once here in the boathouse, and she turned on me, she did. If I catch you looking at me through the window, I'll have you put in asylum, she said. I won't say nothing, ma'am, I said, and I touched my cap like this here. She's gone now, ain't she?
I don't know what you mean.
She's gone in the sea, aren't she? She won't come back no more.
No, she'll not come back.
You won't put me in asylum, will you? I never said nothing, did I? I never said nothing, ma'am. I never said nothing. I never said nothing.
Where did you get that piece of string?
I got it for Jasper. He ran away. I found it in the cottage on the beach.
Is the door open?
I pushed it open. The string was in the other room where the sails were.
Oh, I see. That cottage is supposed to be locked. The door has no business to be open. Did Ben tell you the door was open?
Ben...
Oh, never mind.
Maxim.
Yes, what is it?
I'm sorry I went down to the cove, if you didn't want me to go.
What makes you think I didn't want you to go down there?
Maxim, how should I know? I'm not a thought reader. I know you didn't want me to go. That's all. I could see it in your face.
See what in my face?
I've already told you I can see that you didn't want me to go.
You're quite right. I did not want you to go down to the cove. Will that please you? I never go near the place. If you had my memories, you wouldn't want to go there either, or talk about it, or even think about it. There. I hope that satisfied you.
Please, Maxim, please.
What's the matter?
I don't want you to look like that. Please, Maxim, let's forget all we said. I'm sorry, darling. Please let everything be all right.
We ought to have stayed in Italy. We ought never to have come back to Mandalay. I was a fool to come back.
The weather that May was wet and cold. From the terrace I could hear the murmur of the sea below me, low and sullen. And every morning a heavy fog would come rolling in from the sea. I could not forget that cottage on the beach and the white, lost look in Maxim's eyes. Somewhere at the back of my mind, a frightened, furtive seed of curiosity grew slowly and stealthily. Frank Crawley was in the library taking tea with me, waiting for Maxim to get home. There were things that I had to know.
You'll be down to the cove, then?
Yes, Frank. Frank, in that cottage down there, are those all Rebecca's things?
Yes.
I wondered. Why is the buoy there in the little harbor place?
The boat used to be moored there.
What boat?
Her boat.
Oh. What happened to it? Oh, was that the boat she was sailing when she was drowned?
Yes. It capsized and sank. She was washed overboard.
Couldn't someone have got out to her?
Nobody saw the accident. Nobody knew she'd gone. She often sailed alone at night.
How long afterwards was it they found her?
Oh, about 2 months.
Where did they find her?
Near Edgecombe. About 40 miles up channel.
How did they know it was she? After 2 months, how could they tell?
Maxim went up to Edgecombe to identify her.
Oh. Frank, I know what you're thinking. You can't understand why I ask all these questions just now. You think I'm being morbid and curious, but it's not that, I promise you. Only when I go to call on all these people, his friends, I know they're looking me up and down and thinking, what on earth does Maxim see in her? Always I know that whenever I meet anyone new, they say how different she is from Rebecca. Frank.
Yes?
There's just one more thing, one question I must ask you. Will you promise to answer it quite truthfully?
I'll do my best.
Tell me, was Rebecca very beautiful?
Yes. Yes, I suppose she was the most beautiful creature I ever saw in my life.
Here it is, madam. This is it. One moment while I turn on the light. Come in, madam.
Was this her room, Mrs. Danvers?
Yes, ma'am. This is her room. Now you're here, let me show you everything. I know you want to see it all. You've wanted to for a long time. It's a lovely room, isn't it? The loveliest room you've ever seen. I haven't touched a thing. There are flowers on the dressing table, and that's her bed. It's a beautiful bed, isn't it? Here's her nightdress. This was the nightdress she was wearing for the last time before she died. Would you like to touch it? Feel it. Hold it. I did everything for her, you know. You look after me better than anyone, Danny, she used to say. I wouldn't have anyone but you. See? Here's her wardrobe. What's the matter, madam? Aren't you feeling well?
I'm all right. I didn't expect to see all the things this way.
I believe Mr. De Winter liked her to wear silver mostly. But of course she could wear anything. She looked beautiful in this velvet. Put it against your face. It's soft, isn't it? Scent is still as fresh as though she'd just taken it off. These are her slippers. Put your hands inside the slippers. They're quite small and narrow, aren't they? When they found her, the rocks had battered her to bits so no one could recognize her. You know now why Mr. De Winter doesn't use these rooms anymore. He hasn't used these rooms since the night she was drowned. I come up every day and dust them myself. If you want to come again, you have only to tell me. Sometimes, when Mr. De Winter is away and you feel lonely, you might like to come up to these rooms and sit here. They're such beautiful rooms. You wouldn't think she'd been gone now for so long, would you? You'd think she'd just gone out for a little while and would be back in the evening. Do you think she can see us talking to one another now? Do you think the dead come back and watch the living?
I don't know. I don't know.
Sometimes I wonder if she comes back to Manderley and watches you and Mr. De Winter, you sitting in her chair in the library before the fire, stroking her dog, talking to her husband.
Stop it! Stop it!
It's no use, is it? You can't do it. You'll never get the better of her. She's still mistress here, even if she is dead. She's the real Mrs. De Winter, not you. It's you that's the shadow and the ghost. It's you that's forgotten and not wanted and pushed aside. Well, why don't you leave Manderley to her? Why don't you go?
What do you mean?
Why don't you go? We none of us want you. He doesn't want you. He never did. He can't forget her. He wants to be alone in the house again with her. It's you who ought to be dead, not Mrs. De Winter. Come here now to the window. Let me show you something. When the window's open, you can hear the sea down there. Look down there. Look.
Let me go.
Don't be afraid. I won't push you. But there's not much for you to live for here at Manderley. Why don't you jump now and have done with it? Then you won't be unhappy anymore. Why don't you try? Go on. Go on. Don't be afraid. Go on. Go on, go on, go on, go on, go on.
And so we end the second part of our presentation of Daphne du Maurier's best-selling book, Rebecca, with Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles. In a few moments, we shall return you to the Campbell Playhouse.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Edwin C. Hill again bidding you welcome to the Campbell Playhouse on behalf of the makers of those fine Campbell soups. In a moment or two, we shall resume our presentation of Rebecca, the best-selling novel by Daphne du Maurier, and starring, as I've said, Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles. And also, we shall hear from Miss du Maurier herself, direct by shortwave from London. But first, I bring you a message. For many years, I've been interested in the human side of the news. As a newspaper reporter for all those years, I've found that there's a very human side to business. And that is what I want to speak about for just a moment or so. All of us are familiar with businesses which provide us with something to eat or drink or wear, or we buy a radio or a suit of clothes or a can of soup. But the actual thing we buy is about the only contact we ever have with the people who make such goods. But the character of those people is of vital importance. If the manufacturer of a product is honorable in the conduct of his business, his product will be as trustworthy as his word. For in business, as in every walk of life, honesty pays real dividends. Honest enterprise is the only kind which has a chance to win and to hold the patronage of intelligent and discriminating buyers, whether it's a matter of a piano or a spool of thread or a trip to Europe or a can of soup. And that, as I see it, is the human side of business, of the products that last over the years, that serve you well and merit your confidence. I know the Campbell kitchens, the Campbell men, the Campbell soup. The fact that these soups are used more and more every year in most homes and are sold in more than 460,000 grocery stores throughout the land is no accident, believe me. It's due to the human side of this business, its aims, its policies, and its character. And now to the Campbell Playhouse, where we resume our story, Rebecca.
Go on. Why don't you jump now and have done with it? Why don't you try? Go on. Don't be afraid. Jump. Go on.
Mrs. Danvers was close behind me now, her hand on my arm. And before me was the open window and the white mist coming in from the sea.
Go on.
I shut my eyes. The mist lay upon my lips, rank and sour. My head began to swim. Then suddenly the mist had parted. There was a flash in the sky.
Hey there! Ship ashore! The rocket! Ship ashore! Ship ashore! Ship ashore!
Later, I went down to the beach. There was a large ship on the reef, half a mile offshore, with her bows pointed towards the cliffs. There were a number of small boats around her, and the Coast Guard cutter lying alongside.
I hear the rocket. We'll bust two of them once. Both broke the windows.
You look like a Dutchman, I'd say.
German or Dutch?
Good thing there's no sea running. That shallow water she's in.
Is she fast?
I don't know yet.
There's a diver come over from Kerry.
She be going down to see if she'd broken her back.
She's on a reef. She's a-goner.
Have you seen Mr. De Winter?
Not today, ma'am.
Good day,
Have
ma'am.
you seen Mr. De Winter?
Mr. De Winter? Yes, ma'am. He was one of the first down here after the rockets went.
He were down by the cove, had the dog with him.
Do you know where he is now?
He went off to Kerrith 20 minutes ago with one of the crew that were injured.
Oh, thank you. Good day.
Good day, Mum.
Good day, Mum.
I went back to Mandalay the long way through the woods. The fog had cleared. I looked down and saw the stranded ship offshore. The diver must have come up, for I saw a little group of people on the deck of the boat alongside, leaning over, staring into the water.
There's a man waiting to see you, madam. He says it's important. He asked for Mr. De Winter first, and then for you. He's in the library.
Who is it, Frith?
He says his name's Captain Searle, madam, the harbour master from Kerrith.
Oh, yes, I'll go in and talk to him.
Yes, madam.
Mrs. De Winter?
I'm sorry my husband isn't back yet.
I know. I can't get hold of Mr. Crawley either. The fact is, I've got some news for Mr. De Winter, and I hardly know how to break it to him.
What sort of news, Captain Searle?
Well, Mrs. De Winter, it isn't very pleasant for me to tell you either. We're all very fond of Mr. De Winter around here. It's hard on him and hard on you that we can't let the past lie quiet.
Yes, go on.
Well, you know, we sent the diver down to inspect that ship there on the reef. Well, while he was down there, he came across something else. The hull of a little sailing boat lying on her side, not broken up at all. He recognized it at once. That boat belonged to the late Mrs. De Winter.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is it necessary to tell Mr. De Winter? Couldn't the boat be left there as it is? It's not doing anybody any harm, is it?
The cabin door was tightly closed, and the ports were closed, too. The diver broke one of the windows with a stone from the seabed and looked into the cabin. And then he got the fright of his life. There was a body in there, lying on the cabin floor. Now you understand why I have to see your husband, Mrs. De Winter.
It's all over now. The thing has happened.
What thing?
The thing I've always foreseen. The thing I've dreamt about day after day, night after night. We're not meant for happiness, you and I.
What are you trying to tell me?
Rebecca has won. I remember her eyes as she looked at me before she died. I remember that slow, treacherous smile. She knew this would happen even then. She knew she'd win in the end.
Maxim, what are you saying? What are you trying to tell me?
Her boat, they found it. The diver found it this afternoon.
I know. Captain Searle was here and he told me. You're thinking about the body the diver found in the cabin.
Yes.
It means she wasn't alone. It means it was someone out sailing with Rebecca at the time, and you have to find out who it was.
There was no one with Rebecca. She was alone. It's Rebecca's body lying there on the cabin floor.
No.
The woman I identified wasn't Rebecca. There never was an accident. Rebecca was not drowned at all. I killed her. I shot Rebecca in the cottage down in the cove. I carried her body to the cabin and took the boat and sunk it there, where they found it today. It's Rebecca who's lying dead there on the cabin floor. Will you look into my eyes and tell me that you love me now?
Oh, darling, we can't lose each other now. We've got to be together always, with no secrets, no shadows. Please, darling, please.
There's no time. We may have a few hours, a few days. How can we be together now that this has happened? I've told you they found the boat. They found Rebecca.
What will you do?
I don't know.
Does anyone know? Anyone at all?
No.
No one but you and me.
No one but you and me.
Oh, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? The time we wasted when we might have been together. All these weeks, all these days.
You were so aloof. You never came to me like this. You were strange with me. Awkward, shy.
How could I come to you when I knew you were thinking about Rebecca? How could I ask you to love me when I knew you loved Rebecca still? Whenever you spoke to me or looked at me, I felt you were saying to yourself, this I did with Rebecca, and this, and this.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
It was true, wasn't it?
You thought I loved Rebecca? You thought I killed her? Loving her? I tell you, I hated her. Our marriage was a farce from the very first. She was vicious, damnable, rotten through and through. We never loved each other. We never had one moment of happiness together. Rebecca was incapable of love, of tenderness, of decency. She knew how I loved Manderley. She knew how to hurt me most. She stood there that night in the cottage in the cove, smiling at me. I'm going to have a child, she said. It will grow up here at Mandalay, bearing your name. That's a joke, isn't it? And when you die, Mandalay will be his. You can't prevent it. Have you ever thought how hard it would be for you to make a case against me in a court of law, I mean, if you wanted to divorce me? We've acted the parts of a loving husband and wife rather too well, haven't we? They'll be happy, won't they? All those smug friends of yours, all your blasted tenants, thinking it's your child. It's what we've always hoped for, Mrs. De Winter, they'll say. I'll be the perfect mother, Max, just as I've never been the perfect wife. And none of them will ever guess. None of them will ever know. She turned and faced me, smiling. Then I killed her. She was smiling still. I fired at her heart. She didn't fall at once. She stood there, looking at me, that slow smile on her face. Her eyes wide open.
You have heard all the testimony in this case, gentlemen. You have heard how the body of the deceased was found in the cabin of her boat. You have heard the testimony of the boat builder. You have heard Mr. De Winter's story. You have heard how on the night of the tragedy, Mrs. De Winter went down to the cottage where she was in the habit of staying. Gentlemen, how do you find?
The verdict is suicide. Suicide without sufficient evidence to show the state of mind of the deceased.
Court is adjourned.
It was almost dark when we started for Mandalay. He held my hand in his. He didn't speak for a long time. I must have dozed, for I woke suddenly with a start and heard the first sound of thunder in the air. The air was hot against my face. No rain fell.
What is it, darling?
Maxim, don't drive so fast.
I want to get home. I'm worried. I have a premonition of disaster.
When everything's over, I don't understand.
I want to get home. I want to get back to Mandalay.
What time is it?
Almost 9.
It's funny. It looks almost as though the sun was still setting over there beyond those hills. Can't be, though. It's too late.
The wrong direction. You're looking east.
Why, yes. It's funny, isn't it? It's in winter you see the northern lights, isn't it? Not in summer.
That's not the northern lights you're looking at. That's Mandalay.
Maxim, what is it?
I don't know.
Maxim, look. A fire. Maxim, it's Mandalay. It's burning. Mandalay is burning. We have both known fear and loneliness and very great distress. But we have come through our crisis. Of course, we have our moments of depression. But there are other moments, too, when time, unmeasured by the clock, runs on into eternity. And catching Maxim's smile, I know we are together at last. No barrier between us. We can never go back to Mandalay again. The past is still too close to us. But sometimes in my dreams I go to Mandalay. I see the gray stone shining in the moonlight. Light comes from the windows. The curtains blow softly in the night air. And in the library, the door stands half open as if we had left it, with my handkerchief on the table beside the bowl of autumn roses, and the charred embers of our log fire still smoldering against the morning.
So ends our story. The Campbell Playhouse presentation of Daphne du Maurier's novel Rebecca. In a moment, I shall bring you Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles in person, and Daphne du Maurier on the long-distance phone from London. In the meantime, here's a man with a message worth hearing. A man who keeps one eye on the dining table and the other on the pantry. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend, Ernest Chappell.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. May I remind you once again of that grand dish, Campbell's chicken soup? Remember what I told you about it and make it a point to try it soon. Because until you taste your first glorious spoonful, you're really missing something. Imagine a rich golden broth slowly simmered from plump and perfect chickens, simmered with all the patience and skill of the most particular home cook. And imagine an abundance of selective rice, white and fluffy, drifting all through the broth, every grain saturated with its delicious flavor. Then add tender pieces of chicken meat, each a delight to your taste, and you have a picture of Campbell's chicken soup. But only tasting can really tell you how good it is. Why not plan to have Campbell's chicken soup tomorrow? You'll please the family and, incidentally, make a busy day a little easier for yourself.
And now, here's Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, the star of Rebecca is standing beside me at the microphone. I'd like to tell her that one of my favorite characters in modern fiction was tonight forever endowed with the personality of Miss Margaret Sullivan.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wells. I hope that the novelist approved of me, too. I want you to know how much I've appreciated playing once more with the Campbell Playhouse tonight, especially in this story, which is one of my favorites.
Yes, it is a grand story, and I do believe the most important factor of radio entertainment is a good story.
I quite agree, too. You know, two things I like very much are good stories and good soup. And when I tell you my idea of a great soup is Campbell's chicken soup, that, Mr. Wells, is no story.
I'm glad you feel that way. It's nice of you to say so.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Wells, I'd like to ask you a question.
It's very kind of you.
Can you tell me the name of the character?
Will you repeat that question?
What is the name of the character I just played?
Well, that's the major literary mystery of the year. Seriously, she hasn't any name. And our audience, Miss Sullivan, is probably just as curious as you are. And I haven't the answer.
Well, Mr. Maurier must know it. She's phoning us from London in a few minutes, so we'll ask her.
You know, Miss Sullivan, there's a question I'd like to ask you.
Yes, Mr. Wells?
Until rehearsal started for tonight's performance, I had never, to put it very bluntly, had the pleasure of your acquaintance.
Yes?
And, well, now, in 6½ minutes, Miss Sullivan, you'll have gone out of my life. The point is, I am the director of a theater, the
Mercury Theater.
The Mercury Theater. Yes. Thanks. What I started to say was that I'd like to know you better. What are you doing next year?
Are you speaking as a director?
Yes, Mrs. Hayward, as a theater director, if you can be tempted.
Have you a script for me?
I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you'll forgive me for trying to date up one of the nation's most gifted and attractive young actresses. I'm sure you sympathize, and I hope Miss Sullivan understands.
We are ready with London, Mr. Wells.
Oh, thanks. Are you ready, London?
Good evening, Mr. Wells.
Good evening, Mr. Moyer.
It's nearly 3 o'clock here in London. It's not often that an author has the chance of hearing the voices of her own characters speaking to her from across the Atlantic Ocean. I've enjoyed it enormously.
Thank you. And Mr. Moyer, may I present Miss Sullivan?
How do you do, Miss Sullivan? I'd like to thank you and Mr. Wells for your splendid interpretation of Mr. and Mrs. De Winter.
Thank you. It's been a great privilege. Mr. Maurier, there are 2 questions I'd like to ask you. Your descriptions of Mandalay are so vivid that America is curious to know if there is anywhere in England a house on a estate like Mandalay.
When you next come to London, Miss Sullivan, get into a train at Thurdington Station and travel west. When you've been 250 miles, get out of that train and walk southeast for half an hour. You'll come to some iron gates, a lodge, and a narrow, twisting drive. If you ever find your way to the end of that drive, you may discover Mandalay.
One thing more, Mr. Morier. Can you tell us the name of the heroine of Rebecca? You haven't named her in the book.
Thank you very much, Miss Sullivan, and thank you, Mr. Wells, for your production of Rebecca. It's been very nice speaking to you both.
Well, Miss Sullivan, I'm afraid that doesn't answer your question. Hello, Mr. Moyer. Mr. Moyer. Mr. Moyer. Is London off the air, Mr. Chapel?
Yes, it is, Mr. Wells.
Pardon me, Miss Sullivan, but all we can salvage from the silence overseas is this cryptogram just brought in to Mr. Chapel by carrier pigeon. Would you care to read it?
Inter-office memo from Daphne du Maurier to Margaret Sullivan. The name of the heroine of Rebecca is Mrs. Max de Winter.
Thank you, Miss Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Wells.
Next week, Miss Beatrice Lilly interrupts her rehearsals of Noel Coward's new musical to be my wife and call it a day. This is a discreet account by Miss Doty Smith of some indiscretions committed one bonny day in April by a nice family who might just as well be living next door to you, and you, and you. It is a composite case history in 3 stages and 6 symptoms of that perilous and delightful malady known so well to you, and you, and you, and me as spring fever. Until then, my sponsor and I and...
invite you to join us again next Friday evening at this same time when Orson Welles will present his production of Dodie Smith's delightful excursion into the private lives of a typical suburban family. Call It a Day, one of the most successful comedies of its type, which was originally presented on Broadway by the Theater Guild. Our guest on this program will be the always charming and amusing Beatrice Lilly, with Jane Wyatt, a young lady who is marching quite swiftly along the road to motion picture fame out in Hollywood, and Jean Dante, who created the part of Anne in the original New York production of Call It a Day. This is Edwin C. Hill speaking for Campbell Soups. I thank you and good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
Dear Detective Sergeant, you're assigned to homicide detail. The life of a young woman is in danger. Anonymous letters and phone calls threaten her with murder. The notes bear the mark of a fanatic. Your job, stop them.
You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes.
Buy a pack of Fatimas.
You'll find they now cost the same.
Light a Fatima. Your first puff will tell you...
Oh, that's different.
Yes, what a difference.
In Fatima, the difference is quality. You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
Try comparing Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all, long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, March 8th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Steed. My name's Friday. We were on the way out from the office, and it was 6:45 p.m. when we got to Greenwich Street. Number 318.
Yes, gentlemen?
Police officer. I'd like to see Dr. Small, please.
I'm Reverend Small. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Here, let me take your hats, officers. I've been waiting for you.
Oh, thanks. My name's Friday. This is my partner, Sergeant Romero.
How do you do? I'm glad to know you.
How do you do, sir? Hope we didn't interrupt your dinner?
Oh, no. The organist, Brother Reber, and I were just running over a few hymns for the service tonight. Would you come this way, please, into the parlor?
All right.
As I mentioned on the telephone, I'm not much of a detective, but I think something should be done about this matter as soon as possible.
Well, we'd like to get a few more particulars first, Reverend. When did you first find out about these threatening letters?
Sister Dorothy Wilson. I think I told you about her. She came here to the rectory and showed them to me. She told me she's been getting them for the last 4 days, and phone calls, too.
Mm-hmm. How long have you known this Dorothy Wilson? Is she one of your regular parishioners?
Well, she first joined my congregation about a month ago. She's been in regular attendance at our services ever since.
Is that the church next door, joining the rectory here?
Yes, that's right, Sergeant. Second Reformed Church of the Holy Book. I founded it here about 3 years ago, and I've been pastor ever since.
Have you ever had this trouble before? I mean, threats against the people who join your church?
No, never any trouble at all.
I wonder if you have those notes that Miss Wilson's been receiving, Reverend?
Yes, right here on my desk. Let me see. Yes, here are the 5 Sister Wilson got. And here are the 2 that I received.
Wonder if I could look at them.
Yes, surely. Here you are.
Thanks.
Oh, would you excuse me for a moment? It's about time for Brother Reber to get over to the church. I'd better tell him.
Certainly, Reverend. Didn't mean to hold you up.
No, not at all. I'll be back in just a moment.
All right. What do they look like, Joe? Yeah, let's see. Postmarks here are March 4th, 5th, 7th, 8th. Come from different places around town, according to the postmark. There's Long Beach, a couple from Azusa, Glendale here. No return address on any of them. This notebook paper looks like to me this one. Isn't it to you?
Yeah.
There's this other one here. Looks like some kind of wrapping paper. The writing's not too bad. Let's see. According to the postmark, this is the first one they got, I guess.
Let me see. Dorothy Wilson, you are a sinner and you have led a sinful life. Yet you have the nerve to come into our church and make believe you're a Christian. Spelling sure is bad.
Yeah.
I have been coming to our church for a long time, and it is an outrage to have you praying in our temple. If you don't get out and stay out, I'm going to make sure you're taken care of for good. Look outside.
Sister in the Lord.
Must be some kind of a fanatic. We'd better run all these through the crime there.
Yeah. This one, maybe it's typewritten. Well, here, you read it. It's dated March 6th.
Yeah, take this as a warning. Bring your sinful body to our church again, and your blood will run in the aisles. A life can be taken when God demands it. It could be yours.
Sorry for the interruption, officers. A few things I had to remind Brother Reber of. Have you seen all the letters?
Well, we're just checking him over, Reverend.
It's certainly a terrible thing for our church. I hope we can keep the matter as quiet as possible.
Yes, sir. I noticed two different signatures on these notes. Now, half of them are signed a sister in the Lord.
Yes.
And the other half are signed Brother D.R. Griswold.
Yes, that's right. The first letter I got was from this Brother Griswold. His are the typewritten ones.
You know anyone in your congregation with that name, Reverend? D.R. Griswold?
No, I checked over my list of regular parishioners twice. If there is such a man, I don't know of him.
Well, we can run that name through R&I anyway, huh, Ben?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any suspicions at all, Reverend?
What do you mean, Sergeant?
Well, I mean, can you think of anybody in your congregation who might possibly resent this Miss Wilson's joining your church, maybe?
Well, no, I haven't had an opportunity to think it over in that light, but I can't imagine anybody in our group writing letters like this.
What's her background, Reverend? Do you know much about her?
No, she's a quiet girl. She's very religious. Works as a stenographer at an office downtown. Helps support her mother.
Will she be at church tonight?
Yes, she's here already, helping to set up the chairs for the service. Why, would you like to talk to her?
Yes, sir, if we could.
All right, let's go over to the church. There's still half an hour before services begin.
All right, fine. I'll have to take these letters along with us, Reverend. We want our handwriting man to check them over?
Yes, by all means. That manila envelope on the desk, you can put them in there if you like.
Thank you. This one here?
Yes.
Okay.
This way, officers.
How many members do you have in your church, Reverend Small?
162 regulars. Another 100 or so on the fringe. They attend only occasionally.
You mentioned that this Miss Wilson's had threatening phone calls, too.
Yes, that's what she told me this afternoon.
Man's voice or a woman?
Well, Sister Wilson said both. The phone calls usually follow each letter. They identify themselves the same way, Brother Griswold and the Sister in the Lord.
Have you received any calls from them?
No, I've been half expecting them, but I haven't had any yet. Here, shall we go in?
Please.
Here we are. Our seating arrangement's still temporary. We hope to have pews installed next year.
Uh-huh. Nice church.
Yes. Thank you. Oh, there's Sister Wilson. She's helping set up the chairs. If you'd like to wait in the choir's dressing room, I'll bring her in there, Eagle.
All right, thank you, Reverend. Let's go, man.
This one, Joe?
Yeah, this is it.
Ought to open a few windows in here. It's musty.
Yeah. What time do you say the services start?
7:30. It's 5 minutes past 7 now.
Officers?
Yes, sir.
Officers, this is Sister Dorothy Wilson. Sister Wilson, Sergeant Friday.
How do you do, man?
Hello.
And Sergeant Ramirez.
That's Romero.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sergeant Romero, Sister Wilson.
Hello.
Glad to know you.
I guess you want to speak with Sister Wilson alone, do you?
Well, we'd like to have you stay if you would, Reverend. Wonder if there's someplace where we could sit down.
Yes, certainly, right over here in the anteroom.
Fine. Yeah, that'd be fine.
Now, Sister Wilson, there's no need to be afraid. These officers are here to help you and to protect you. See that nothing happens.
Yes, Brother Small.
Hold fast and faithful to the Lord, and you shall not fear.
Yes, I will. You want me to tell you all about it, Sergeant, how it started?
No, if you please. Say, is it all right to smoke in here?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Can we care for a second?
No, thank you.
No, thanks.
Ben? I'm not right now. We'll send it back there if you want. We've already looked over the letters that you received. The Reverend here told us that you got the first one last Friday.
Yes, that's right. I've gotten one each day since then. Phone calls, too.
Did you recognize the voices making the calls?
No, I didn't know them at all. The woman's voice was very rough. Sounded like she might be old.
Mm-hmm.
She said some terrible things about me and Brother Small. She called both of us terrible names. Awful.
The same with the man who called?
Oh, yes, sometimes he's even worse. None of the things they say are true, Sergeant. Not one word.
Oh, I'd like you to think carefully before you answer this, Miss Wilson. Is there anyone at all that you know in your neighborhood, here at church or at your work, who might be doing this? Maybe somebody that you knew a few years ago, some acquaintance?
Ever since it's happened, I've been trying to think of someone. I don't think I've ever met anybody who'd do this kind of thing.
Well, how about a former boyfriend or a girlfriend who might be jealous of you for some reason?
No. I did have quite a few boyfriends, just casual dates, nothing serious. They were always taking me out, dancing and out to parties. We went everywhere, but I was never interested in any of them.
Well, were any of them upset when you stopped going out with them?
A few of them were angry when I wouldn't marry them, but I don't think any of them would write those kind of letters. Do you think the whole thing might be some kind of a joke someone's playing?
It's a pretty grim joke to go this far. You live by yourself, Miss Wilson?
No, with my mother. I don't want her to know anything about this.
Well, I think it'd be wiser if you told her.
No, she mustn't know. Mother's been ill lately, and if she found out, it might upset her an awful lot. She's not well at all.
Help yourself to some of the water, gently. Miss Watson?
Yes, please, I would.
All right.
Thank you.
Here you are. Anybody else? Reverend?
Yes, please.
Ben?
No, thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Yourself. How about some of the church members, Miss Wilson? Have any of them been at all unfriendly to you since you started coming here?
No, I don't think so. A few are pretty hard to get to know. They're shy, I guess. But none of them have been uncharitable.
Then you don't think the threats are coming from anyone in the church?
Well, if they are, I don't know who the person is. The way they say all those rotten things about me. They call me a sinner and a bad woman. Well, I guess I'm a sinner, like all of us are, but I'm not a bad woman. I'm going to church because I want to be born again of the light. But I've never killed anyone, and I've never been a bad woman. You believe me, don't you, Reverend?
Yes, of course I do. Now, don't get yourself all upset, Sister Wilson.
You think that's why they want to murder me, because I'm a sinner? You think that's why?
Please, Sister Wilson, try and get your mind off.
If they want to kill me because I'm a sinner, then why don't they want to kill all the sinners?
You're going to have a lot of homicides if they try. p.m. Together with Sergeants Raines and Bechtel, we tailed Dorothy Wilson to her home. She parked her car at the rear and went inside. A stakeout was placed on her house. The next morning, we took the threatening letters which the Wilson girl had received and asked Don Meyer in handwriting to check them over. During the next 5 days, we checked thoroughly into the background of Dorothy Wilson. We talked to her relatives, her employers, all her friends, past and present. We had no good reason to suspect any of them. We checked out the people at the church, and they were clear. Both Reverend Small and the Wilson girl continued to receive more threatening letters. Some of the language and the accusations were pretty foul. Still, no outward attempts were made on the life of the Wilson girl. A week after we started on the case, we tallied up our findings. They seemed to make sense. We talked it over with Raines in the squadron.
Don Myers checking those letters and a sample of the Wilson girl's handwriting, isn't he? What's he got to say? The letters written in longhand are signed the sister and the Lord, and the typewritten letters are signed Brother D.R. Grizzle. Yeah, I know that. Don says all the letters were written by the same person. How's he figure?
Well, similarities in phrasing, same mistakes in spelling, typewritten and longhand both. Signatures on the Griswold letters match the handwriting in the other letters.
No, they were only dealing with one suspect.
And Don Meyer seems pretty sure of it, yeah.
Well, how does the Wilson girl's handwriting check out?
He's working on that.
Where does that leave us? You've been on stakeouts at the Wilson girl's home a few nights. Haven't you noticed anything peculiar about the setup? How do you mean? Something that didn't fit? Something that didn't quite jive? No, I don't think so. Well, just that business about her car, I thought that was a little out of line.
Yeah, it struck us the same way.
Girl always seemed frightened enough about the situation when she's around us, but when she thinks she's alone, it looks to me like she takes it a little differently. Yeah. Every night when she drives home, she parks her car in that dark garage. Must be at least 50, 75 yards from her house. Yeah. I've never seen her look particularly nervous and taking that long walk to the front door.
Well, sure, the normal reaction for a frightened woman would be to park the car right in front of the house and then hurry inside.
How about all those friends of hers you guys checked out? Anything there?
Well, we've been staked out at her house, the church, and her work. You know that. There's not a thing. Checked with some of her ex-boyfriends, too.
Nothing there?
Well, the Wilson girl told us that some of the boys had proposed to her. We couldn't find one who'd admit it. They all said she was a nice girl, but they didn't propose marriage.
Those threatening phone calls are another thing. Both the pastor of the church and Dorothy Wilson got letters, but only the girl received a phone call. Yeah. Well, logically, if the Reverend got the letters the same time as the girl, he should have been getting phone calls, too. He hadn't received a one. Well, it could be accidental. Whoever wants to kill the girl might figure the Reverend would recognize his voice.
Well, it's possible, but you remember that story that the Wilson girl gave us about her mother. Remember that? She didn't want her to know about the letters because her mother was sick. Well, we checked with her mother's doctor, and Mrs. Wilson hasn't been sick in 5 years.
Yeah, how about that? What do you figure?
I think the girl's a fake. Everything we knew about the case of Dorothy Wilson, everything we'd learned through questioning and observation seemed to point to one definite conclusion. Dorothy Wilson, for one reason or another, was writing the threatening letters to herself. As for the warnings that she got over the telephone, we only had her word for it. We took our findings to Captain Steed and laid out the case for him.
He directed us to stay on it for a few more days until we could find enough evidence and testimony to prove out our theory. The following day, Dorothy Wilson received a letter more threatening than any of the previous ones. Reverend Small also received a copy of the same letter. Again, Don Meyer's opinion was that they were written to the same person.
Rain, what's doing?
I don't know. Boys got any new theories?
What do you mean?
On the Dorothy Wilson case.
Do we need one?
Well, I don't think your old one's going to hold up.
Why? What's the matter?
She's at Georgia Street.
Yeah?
Somebody tried to kill her.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. Oh, no.
Ah, that's different.
Yes, what a difference. There's a difference you can hear, there's a difference you can see, but the difference in Fatima is quality. Yes, friends, when you compare long cigarettes, you'll find that in Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality of tobaccos, the finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild and superbly blended to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, plump cigarettes rolled in the finest paper money can buy.
Quality even to the appearance of the bright, clean yellow package. Carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all, long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow. As soon as we got the report that Dorothy Wilson had been attacked by an unknown assailant, we drove to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital where she was being treated. Anderson and Bill from Homicide were standing by. We talked to the doctor, who told us that the victim had no serious injuries. She had 2 slight bruises on her upper arms and a slight bruise on her forehead. She complained of a headache. While the doctor made out his report, we questioned the Wilson girl. She told us that she'd gone to the Church of the Holy Book at 6 o'clock that night after work. She told us that she wanted to pray before the start of the regular service at 8:15 p.m. We asked her exactly when and where the attack occurred.
About 6:30, I felt a little tired. I told the officers on duty at the church I thought I'd get a little rest before services started, and then I went into the ladies' dressing room and laid down. That's what happened. It was terrible.
Did you see the person who tried to hurt you?
No. I was lying down with my eyes closed, and he must have come up from behind. Put his hands around my throat and started to press tight. It was awful, just awful.
What happened then, Miss Wilson?
Well, I fought as hard as I could. I kicked and scratched him, and I guess I hurt him because he let go of my throat for a minute. After that, he pulled me down on the floor. I remembered that. Then he put his hands around this part of my head, like this.
Mm-hmm. The other officers told us that one of the choir members, Mr. Sherman, found you unconscious in the choir room. Is that right?
Yes. Whoever it was who wanted to kill me, he put a gag in my mouth and blindfolded me, then tied my wrists together with tape. That's how Mr. Sherman found me.
How long do you figure you were unconscious then?
I don't know. It was about 6:35 when I laid down in the dressing room. Mr. Sherman said he found me there at 20 minutes past 7.
And then you were out about 45 minutes, is that right?
I suppose so. I don't remember anything.
Well, what makes you think the person who attacked you wanted to kill you, Miss Wilson?
That's what they said in the letters, isn't it? They want to kill me for coming to church?
Now, your purse and everything that was in it was scattered all over the dressing room floor. Is that correct?
Yes, it was. My money and everything scattered all over. I guess they wanted to rob me, too.
$52 in cash. Is that what you had with you?
That's right, a $50 bill and some change. I don't know why they didn't take it. Maybe something frightened them off.
It's possible.
The officers found some other articles scattered around the dressing room. A roll of tape, a metal box that the tape came in, and a half a dozen razor blades. Did you notice any of these in the dressing room before you were attacked?
No, none of them. I never saw them before. Those razor blades, officer, what do you think they wanted to do with them?
There's no use thinking about that now. It's all over.
I knew I'd be protected. I felt the spirit. I knew the holy light would protect me.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you find whoever did it, officer?
Well, this is just a hunch, Miss Wilson.
Yes.
I think we already have. Before we left Georgia Street, we talked to the doctor in charge and got a release for the patient.
Dorothy Wilson agreed to drive back with us to the office to make out a crime report. On the way, she seemed to lose most of her nervousness. She was relaxed, and she talked quite a bit.
Religion's a great comfort to me, Sergeant. I think it's a great comfort to anybody, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe I'm different from most girls, but I get an awful lot out of my church. It's like Brother Small says, you have to be born again of the Holy Light if you really want to live. Don't you think so?
That's right.
I don't know what I'd do if it wasn't for my religion. No, I used to have a lot of boyfriends. Of course, I don't care for any of them anymore, but when I was younger, they were always taking me out all the time.
Yes, so?
Yes, I had a good time when I was younger, going out to dinner, dancing, parties. Fellows were taking me out all the time. I suppose that was when I was younger.
You're not much over 25 now, are you, Miss
I'll be 27 in August. That's pretty old for an unmarried girl, but I'm not worried. You get interested in more important things when you get older, isn't that right?
Oh, yes, that's right.
I remember when I was in J College, how boy crazy I was. I remember that junior prom I went to. Seems such a long time ago.
Yeah.
I had the most beautiful white dress, Sergeant, with sequins. And the skirt was all white and that gathered in here at the waist and it flared out real full.
Mm-hmm.
I went to the dance with one of the big football players. He looked so nice in his blue suit. His name was Stanley.
Mm-hmm.
I knew him for a long time. He's one of the fellows who asked me to marry him. I guess I was too particular. I just couldn't see any of them.
Would you mind if I laid out a few facts for you, Miss Wilson?
Oh, not at all, Sergeant. Go ahead, please.
Now, I'm not trying to embarrass you in any way, but since we've been on this case, we've checked with just about all the friends that you've had in the past few years, and that includes your boyfriends, of course. None of the fellows that you've mentioned say they've ever proposed marriage to you. Say they've been out with you once or twice, but that's all.
Oh, well, you probably didn't talk to the right fellows. You probably got the names mixed.
No, ma'am, we didn't. We talked to the right people.
Well, I can't understand that.
Neither can we, Miss Wilson.
Well, what difference does it make anyway? I wasn't interested in them. I wouldn't have married them anyway. Going out and dancing and parties, that's all they were interested in.
What reason did you have for lying to us?
Parking in the car, necking with girls, trying to take advantage of them. That's all those fellows wanted. Some of the silly girls they married.
Oh, I don't...
You discover a lot more important things when you get older, Sergeant.
Well, I don't think that's the point. Why did you lie to us about it?
I don't know, really. Maybe I didn't have a reason. I just didn't remember right, I guess.
Well, you sure you remember right about what happened tonight?
What do you mean? It just happened. Of course I'm sure about it. Someone tried to kill me.
Might as well park on Spring Street, then. It's pretty clear this time of night.
Yeah, okay.
Sergeant, I wish you'd tell me what you're getting at. What are you thinking?
Well, there's still a few things that we're not too sure of, Wilson. We'd like to clear them up.
What aren't you too sure of? I told you everything I knew. I was lying down in the dressing room when somebody tried to kill me. I told you all about it.
Well, you told us you were unconscious about 45 minutes.
Well, if you have 40 or 45.
Well, we talked to the doctor at Georgia Street, and from the way you described the attack, it would have just about impossible for anybody to make you unconscious that long by pressing his hands against your head.
Well, but he hit me on the head, too. You can see the bruise here.
Well, yes, ma'am, I know, but that's very slight. The doctor says that couldn't have done it either. Just a minute, I'll get the doctor here. Out, Miss Wilson.
What else aren't you sure of?
Well, your wrists were taped individually. Now, if somebody wanted to restrain you, they probably would have taped them together, wouldn't they?
Well, I don't know what they would have done. All I know is they wanted to kill me. They said so in those letters.
We're not too sure of those letters either, Miss Wilson.
What? What aren't you sure of?
Where they're coming from and who's sending them. We do know they were all written with the same person.
How do you know that? They're signed by two different people.
A handwriting man checked them over. He says they're written with the same person.
You might as well have it straight, Miss Wilson.
If we're going to talk, can't we do it inside someplace? Please, I'm tired.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
I'll see if Leighton's fingerprints is finished with that stuff.
Yeah, bring it along. If they are, we'll be in the interrogation room.
Yeah, all right.
This way, Miss Wilson.
A man I know used to be on the police force. Nice fellow. We used to go out all the time together.
So that's so. What's his name?
Well, that's funny. I don't remember. He's an awfully nice fellow, though. We used to go dancing every week.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. Go right. I started questioning Dorothy Wilson, but she wanted to talk about everything except what concerned the case. Dean Bergman and Leighton Fingerprints had already checked each article that was found at the supposed scene of the crime. The Wilson girls' prints were all over them.
Did you write those threatening letters to yourself, Miss Wilson?
I don't understand. Why do you ask me something like that?
Did you write the letters to yourself?
You know that's not a fair question, Sergeant.
I don't know what you consider fair, but we'd like to know, did you write the letters?
Do you know what it is to pray, Sergeant? I mean, really pray?
What's that got to do with it?
I've been praying all my life. I've been praying hard. Ever since I was a little girl.
We'd like to have you answer our question, Miss Wilson.
I think you'll understand. This is the answer, Sergeant. I can feel the Holy Spirit in my heart. I know you'll understand.
Yes, ma'am.
I've been praying for an awfully long time, Sergeant. When I was a little girl, 6 years old, I was praying. Night and day I said my prayers, but there never seemed to be any answer. I never could understand it because I only prayed for one thing. I didn't think it was too much to ask.
What was that?
I wanted people to know me, Sergeant. I wanted people to know me and like me, that's all, but it never seemed to happen, even when I was a little girl.
Don't think I quite follow you, miss.
You've got to understand me. Nobody else does. From the time I was a little girl, 6, nobody ever seemed to care if I was around or not. I always tried to make friends, tried to make people like me. I tried very hard, but nobody seemed to care. Nobody even noticed me. Nobody ever noticed me.
You mean that's why you wrote those threatening letters to yourself, so that you'd be noticed?
I wanted somebody to care about me, that's all. I wanted them to know who I was. Dorothy Wilson. I wanted to walk down the street and have people nod and have them say, that's Dorothy Wilson. There goes Dorothy Wilson. Just for somebody to care, that's all, Sergeant. Just for somebody to care.
Well, then the whole thing's purely your imagination. You wrote the letters to yourself, and you pretended somebody attacked you. And all the rest.
God told me to do it, Sergeant. He told me to make myself noticed. To stand up and make people know me. I'm sorry for it now, but it didn't hurt anyone, did it?
Well, ma'am, you had an awful lot of people working for nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was so nice while it lasted. People looking after me, caring about where I went, what happened to me. It's the first time anybody ever really noticed me.
It was that important to you?
People knew who I was. Dorothy Wilson. They all noticed me. I feel better now that it's over. Oh, there's one thing I've got to tell you, Sergeant.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember driving here in the car I told you about that junior prom I went to? That time I had a beautiful white net dress with a full skirt, the beautiful new white dress.
Yes, ma'am, I remember. What about it?
Well, it was really pink burgundy, an old dress. I knew you'd find out. That's why I had to tell you.
Yeah.
I didn't want you to think I was...
The story you've just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
In a moment, the results of the trial. Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Dragnet's mail this week has included cards from some of you listeners saying that your dealer is out of Fatima's. Thank you. We've done something about that. Now, if any more of you find a dealer fresh out of Fatima's, send me his name and address, and we'll do something about that, too. Write me, Jack Webb, Post Office Box 951, Hollywood. And, Mr. Dealer, don't wait a day. Step up orders for Fatima. Get in on this ever-increasing demand for the quality long cigarette.
By her own admission, Dorothy Wilson was guilty of filing a false crime report, a misdemeanor. She was released into the custody of her mother. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases transcribed from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the sounds of suspense, to the terrifying world of your own imagination. And I hope you won't hold it against us if we scare you a little with a tale that really could happen, I suppose. But when you hear the outcome, you'll hope it never does. Consider the case of Paula Richards, age 24, who put her future in the hands of an old fortune teller and dealer in the macabre.
But one thing I must add about our arrangement.
Yes?
On the birth of the child, I will demand one favor. You must promise to grant it.
A favor? What?
I shall ask it when the child is born.
But I can't promise that when I don't know what it is.
It's a very small favor, but it is part of the bargain. And believe me, Mrs. Richards, if you do decide to bargain with me, I warn you to be ready to keep your part of it.
mystery drama, Mother Love, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Jurin and stars Joan Hackett. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll return shortly with Act One.
Some research experts say you can't taste the difference between beers. Well, if they're right, then Anheuser-Busch wastes a barrel of time Beechwood aging Budweiser. Only they don't think so. Brewing beer right does make a difference. And they're betting a bundle that you can taste the difference in Bud. When it comes to brewing Budweiser, the Anheuser-Busch choice is to go all the way because they still care about quality. Look at it this way. If the Bud people have a choice between what some experts say and what beer drinkers say, well, you'd better believe they'll go with you beer drinkers every time. When you say Budweiser, you said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
This is WOR New York, your station for Mystery Theater.
Hey, Ma, what's for dinner?
ShopRite has a beautiful buy to help you serve dinner. Fine imported porcelain china. The beautifully crafted Lovelace pattern by Crown Victoria. An elegant white-on-white platinum-banded pattern to complement any table. Now available only at ShopRite. The basic place-setting pieces, dinner plate, cup and saucer, dessert plate, and bread and butter plate, are just 39 cents. 39 cents each with every $3 purchase. A different place-setting piece is featured each week at this special price. You'll want to collect all the magnificent completer pieces and matching ovenware available every week at low prices, too. Visit ShopRite and start your set of lovely porcelain china today. It's a beautiful buy.
Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
Offer not available in Westchester, Ulster, Orange, Dutchess, and Columbia counties.
A doctor's waiting room is not the most pleasant place to spend a winter morning. And for Paula and George Richards, this morning is a very fateful one.
What's taking him so long?
Easy, honey. Dr. Morton has other patients, sick patients.
Why can't Dr. Morton say yes or no? Why does he have to keep us waiting?
He wanted to see us together, in person. I understand how he feels. Sometimes a doctor's word can make or wreck a life.
This waiting is making a wreck out of me. I'm going to call Mr. Jordan. I'll tell him I won't be in today. I told him I'd be late, but I'm just no good for work today. I'm sure the doctor won't mind my using his phone.
Jordan Electric.
Oh, Mr. Jordan, I didn't expect you to answer.
Oh, Millie's out sick. What's the verdict, Paula?
I don't know yet. That's why I'm calling. I'm too upset to come in today. Is it all right?
Sure, I understand. The books can wait another day. No audit till the end of the quarter anyway.
Thank you.
What's the holdup?
The doctor's busy. We're next.
Courage up, Paula. I've got my fingers crossed for you.
Thanks, Mr. Jordan. Goodbye.
Bye, Paula. He didn't mind, did he?
No, he didn't. He said if I wanted...
Mrs. Richards, Mr. Richards.
Hello, Doc.
Oh, thank heavens.
Will you step inside, please? Come right in. Take those chairs by the desk.
Thank you.
I'm sorry you had to wait.
Doctor, I'd like...
I know, Miss Richards. You're anxious about the tests.
Oh, you have no idea.
Easy, honey.
I'll come right to the point. I think that's what you want.
Yes.
Please, Doctor.
All right. I can't sweet-talk my way through to make it easier for you. The results are negative. I'm sorry, Mrs. Richards, but from my examination, Dr. Field's examination, and the lab tests, you simply cannot ever hope to bear a child.
Oh, George.
It's certain, then? Absolutely certain?
Yes, it is.
Would artificial...
No. The trouble lies with Mrs. Richards. She's physically incapable of conceiving or bearing a child.
I was trying to prepare for this, but it sort of hits you right between the eyes.
Take me home, George, please.
I hate to leave you alone today, but I have to get to the studio.
It's all right, George.
You know that I'm not going to love you any the less, Paula.
Darling, I just wanted to give you a son.
So it's not in our cards. We have each other. That's the main reason we got married, to be together. A baby would have been the extra icing on the cake.
Don't stop loving me, George. Please. Please, George. Don't stop loving me.
I told you I won't, honey. And I meant it. You'll be okay today?
I'll be okay. I won't be singing around the apartment, but I won't be jumping out the window either.
I hate like the devil to leave you, honey, but I'm due on the air with the noon news.
I'll be all right. See you at 7.
Paula, what's the news? I've been dying for your call all morning.
Edna, would you have lunch with me today? I know our date isn't until Friday, and I know that it's snowing awful hard, but if you could just...
Of course I'll have lunch, but get me down off the ceiling. What did the doctor say?
I'll meet you at the towers, 1 o'clock?
Of course. Paula, what's happened? Bad news?
Yes, bad news.
Oh, I can imagine how tough it is for you, Paula.
No, you can't. I'm going to lose George.
Did he say that?
No, just the opposite, but... Oh, Edna, I know. I have a feeling.
Oh, now, Paula, honey, don't start planning your own downfall.
I'm afraid it's all planned. It's all in the cards.
In the cards?
Yes, you know, it's just an expression.
Well, honey, I don't know whether I should suggest this.
What?
Well, you're just mentioning cards. It seems sort of frivolous at a time like this, but... Well, there's a woman down in the East Village. She tells fortunes, you know, with cards and tea leaves.
And what could you do for me? Tell me what I already know.
Well, this woman specializes in herbs. She calls herself Mother Love.
Mother Love?
Well, now, mind you, I'm just suggesting, but maybe, just maybe, this woman could help you.
How?
Sometimes these old crones can read things in the future. Maybe a baby is in the cards for you.
After the doctor said that there wasn't...
It's just an idea.
Well, how do you know this Mother Love?
Oh, quite by accident. About, 6 months ago. Henry and, well, maybe it was Ed. Anyway, it was the current one at the time. We were bar hopping in the village when we came on this fantastic storefront. The window was painted green and purple with red curtains, and it said, Mother Love, in orange letters. Fortunes told, secret herb remedies. Seemed like a lark, so we went in. And all I remember from then on was mumbling and incense. And being told, 1, I'd never marry. 2, that I was too fickle and flighty. And 3, that my mother had a wart on her right side.
Oh, really?
Darned if the old crone wasn't right about that, too.
Edna, the idea that a fortune teller spell can help me have a baby is just nonsense.
Well, looking at it in the cold light of day, you're right. It's just a thought. Oh, something to say, I guess. Oh, honestly, Paul, I feel so uncomfortable. I mean, what do you say to someone in your predicament? Hello?
Edna?
Oh, hi, Paula.
Edna, look, last month you mentioned a woman in the village. She works with herbs.
Mother Love? Oh, Paula, you don't mean you've been thinking seriously about that?
Not until now, not really, but I'd like to know how to find her.
Well, I seem to remember it was on 8th Street. No, it was 9th. Yeah, 9th, near 1st. Well, that's about all I'm sure of.
9th, near 1st.
Now, Paula, I wasn't really being serious last month.
Well, it can't do any harm. Right now, I'm ready to grab at any straws.
Oh, when are you going?
Saturday.
Have you told George?
No, he'd be furious.
Do you want me to come with you?
Would you? I'd feel a lot better.
Now, Paula, let's not go too far.
What does that mean?
Well, we all laugh at fortune-telling and spells and brews, but sometimes when we want to believe, well, things happen.
I'm going to this mother love because I want something to happen. Maybe she can't do anything to help me have a baby, but I'm going to try. Look, it was all your idea, Edna.
I think it's at the end of this block.
What a neighborhood. Makes my skin crawl.
That's it.
I see what you mean about those red curtains and orange letters.
Looks like a Coney Island transplant that failed.
Mother, love, fortunes told, secret herb remedies. Well, mother love, here I come. Good heavens. I never expected anything like this.
It's not what I remember. Oh, but then I've been bar hopping. This rug, it must be worth a fortune.
Edna, look at the paintings.
There's too much incense, though.
Mother has company. Good morning, ladies. Come in. How can Mother serve you? Your fortunes, perhaps? Maybe an ailment? Well?
I'd like to talk to you.
It will cost you. Mother's time is expensive.
Well, I'll pay.
Are both of you?
Oh, no, I'm just along for the ride.
Come then. We'll go into my studio.
Edna?
I'll be here.
This way, my dear. Through the curtains. It's a little dark, but I like it that way.
Mother, is that you? Mother?
Of course, Claude.
Mother, is that you?
Don't be alarmed. He's harmless. He's my son.
What's the matter with him?
He's blind and feeble-minded.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Come, sit down at the table. What will it be? Cards, tea leaves, crystal ball?
No. I'm more interested in herbs, I think.
What is it you want?
I want to have a baby. I was told that you might be able to help.
Who told you I can do things like that?
A friend?
That one out there?
No, someone else.
Mother, is that you?
Yes, Claude. Everything's all right. I tell fortunes. I give herbs for minor complaints. I do not deal in that sort of thing.
Is there a herb that might help me?
Of course not. Not without...
a spell.
Forget it. I've said too much already.
Mother love, I want desperately to have a child. The doctor says that I can't. The problem is my fault. I'll try anything. Even if a spell is necessary.
It would be expensive.
I don't care.
There may be a way to help you have a normal baby with your own husband.
Please, that's all I want.
It will cost you $1,000.
I have that.
Plus another $5,000 when you have conceived.
5,000?
I said it would be expensive, and I guarantee nothing. With these things, we can only try.
Will you tell me one thing?
Perhaps. Perhaps not.
Have you ever done this or this sort of thing before?
I cannot answer that.
Quite a gamble for Paula. $6,000 and no guarantee. A long shot if there ever was one. Will she take the gamble? Is she desperate enough? We'll soon see. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
And now another tale of the ball and chain. At Kellogg's Special K
presents Overweight on an overnight train.
Is the seat taken?
Please, sit down. You have exceptional legs. But why is one of them attached to a ball and chain?
This ball and chain? It's a symbol.
Funny, I would have sworn it was a ball and chain.
I mean symbolic. because carrying around a few extra pounds can be just like lugging around this ball and chain.
I see. May I suggest something?
Uh-huh.
Try a bowl of Special K skim milk, orange juice, and coffee. It's the Special K breakfast.
Will it make me lose weight?
No.
Oh.
You must also exercise and eat smart at every meal.
I see.
Do you know the Special K breakfast is less than 240 calories, 99% fat-free, and delicious?
No, but if you hum a few bars...
And that's another tale of the ball and chain.
Your happy ending could begin with the Kellogg's Special K breakfast.
That's Kellogg's Special K. Good night.
This is WOR New York, your Mystery Theater station.
No matter what you're saving for, that's what Suburban Savings for Suburban.
Suburban Savings offers you a regular savings account with flexibility. You can add any amount to your account whenever you wish. Withdraw whenever you want. Suburban Savings pays a 5.25% annual interest rate on regular savings paid quarterly, which earns an annual effective yield of 5.47%. Interest is compounded continuously from day of deposit to day of withdrawal, as long as $50 is maintained in the account to the end of the quarter. Come into Suburban Savings and open an account with flexibility. Our regular savings account in New Jersey at Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, and Sparta.
Welcome again to the studio of Mother Love in a dingy part of New York City. A strange and eerie place where strange things are said to happen. Let's see if they do, as Paula Richards considers a bargain for a baby.
I'll have to think this over. I admit that I am desperate, but I'll just have to think about it.
It's for you to decide, of course.
Mother, who's there? Who is that?
Hush, Claude. I'll be with you in a moment. I'm sorry, he's very ill.
Thank you. Anyway, I'll be in touch with you if I decide that...
You'll be in touch. Yes. Claude, what's the matter now? Mother's here. Mother is always here.
Well, I thought you'd never come out. What happened?
Let's get out of here.
She really said that?
Well, she said she doesn't guarantee anything.
Paula, now listen to me. Forget it. She's a fraud and you know it. Well, you can't throw away $6,000 on a phony fortune teller.
But if she could possibly...
Oh, what? You'll have to tell George about this.
Heavens, no. He'd think I was completely crazy.
You know, I'm sorry I ever brought this up.
Don't be, Edna. Look, I won't lose my head.
Well, now, where would you get the money anyway without telling George?
Well, I have $1,000 in a personal account. It's all that's left of my father's inheritance. I'll worry about the rest later.
Mother has company. It's you.
I have the 1,000. I want to try.
Come in. This way. I thought you'd be back. Mother Love knows.
Mother, is that you?
You have the money.
Here, in cash.
Good. I need it. For Claude. He needs medicine so badly. Poor Claude cost me so much. Are you sure you want a child?
I want a baby. Get on with whatever you have to do.
Yes, of course. Excuse me. I have to get some things. I had them already. I knew you'd be back. Now, first of all, this talisman. You must wear it around your waist. This package contains herbs. A special combination to relax you. That's the secret. To relax. Half a teaspoon in a cup of boiling water once a day. In the morning is best.
That's all?
For now. But one thing I must add about. our arrangement.
Yes?
On the birth of the child, I will ask you one favor. You must promise to grant it.
A favor? But what?
I shall ask it when the child is born.
But I can't promise that when I don't know what it is.
It's a very small favor. Don't worry. But it's part of the bargain.
Very well, it's a long way off.
Yes, it is. Take the talisman and the herbs. And don't be alarmed if certain unusual things happen in the next few weeks.
Unusual things? What kind of things?
You'll understand. You'll recognize them. They will mean things are working. Have you told your husband about this?
No.
Good. Tell no one. No one. Now, the last thing I must have is your name.
Paula Richards.
Your husband?
George Richards.
Go now. And beware.
I'll be in touch with you.
Yes. 5,000. Remember when you conceive. Mother! Who's there? Who's Lord! Mother's here now. Only Mother. See, Claude? $1,000 from the nice lady. The lady who's going to help us. You're going to get better, Claude. You won't be sick anymore. The lady is going to help us. Isn't that nice, Claude?
Paula? Penny for your thoughts.
Oh, I wasn't thinking of anything, really.
You've been like that a lot lately. Distant.
I'm surprised you noticed.
Look, honey, I know I haven't been a lily to live with either. I mean, we've let our problem be too important. We're both disappointed, but we can't change the situation. I mean, we have to adjust to it. Sorry if I've been a pill, if I've done anything to make you so...
Edgy.
That's your word. Is that how you feel?
I guess. George, let's go to the show tonight. We haven't been out in weeks.
I'd like that, Paula. I'd really like that.
I've had a lot on my mind, and you're right. I've been thinking about myself too much.
I'll see what I can get tickets for.
Look at the time. I've got to shower and run.
Hey, will you look at that?
What is it?
It's a bird. At the window. I think it's a crow.
No, crows are bigger.
A blackbird?
No, I don't know.
I thought they all went south for the winter.
It looks awfully cold.
Well, don't invite it in. They know how to take care of themselves. I'll see you tonight, honey.
Bye, George.
I'll call you at the office about the tickets for tonight.
Okay. Shoo. Go away. Shoo. Oh, well, a few crumbs. Then I've got to get to work. You look so cold. Now, here's some bread. Get out of here! Get out! What am I going to do? Get off the floor, lass! Get out! Get out! Oh, Lord! What am I going to do? Get out! Shoo! Go away! Hello? Mrs. Jensen? Is Mr. Jensen there? This is Mrs. Richards in 3A. No, it's not about the heat. It's about a bird in my apartment. I can't get it out. Well, I thought that Mr. Jensen might... Oh, no, I've got to get to work. All right, I'll leave... he can get in with the pass key. Maybe the bird will just fly out, and I'll leave the window open a little. Yes, all right, thank you. Bye. Stop following me. Get out! What am I going to get rid of you? You wanted to see me, Mr. Jordan?
Yes. Sit down, Paula. How are you feeling?
Why?
Well, I know you've had a personal disappointment. You've been under a strain.
You don't have to say it, Mr. Jordan. I know that my work has just been rotten lately, and I'm just all on edge. And today there is a bird in my apartment.
A bird?
Tapped on the window this morning, and stupid me opened the window and gave it some crumbs.
What kind of bird?
I don't know. It's black and shiny. Not too big. I asked the superintendent to get it out. It's so unnerving.
Well, I can imagine.
I'm sorry about the work, Mr. Jordan. I know I've been letting you down.
No, well, I'm sure it's just a passing thing. Your work has always been tops, Paula. But the books are important. And with the auditors coming in next month, well, everything just has to be in order.
I know, Mr. Jordan, and I promise I'll straighten up.
Yes? Yes, she's here. It's a call for you.
Oh, it must be George about tonight. Hello?
Mrs. Richards? You know who this is.
Yes, I know.
Tell me, Mrs. Richards, has the visitor arrived yet?
The visitor?
You'll know. You'll know when the visitor arrives.
You don't mean the bird.
Good. He has arrived. It's working. Yes, it's working, Mrs. Richards. Don't neglect the tea now, whatever you do. And take care of the visitor. It is most important. I'll be in touch with you again very soon.
Oh, Paula, is it trouble? You're white as a ghost.
No trouble at all. That is, I don't know.
Well, you mentioned the bird. Is that it?
Yes. The superintendent got it out.
Oh, good. Then there's nothing to worry about. Hey, honey, I'm home. Paula?
Don't touch it, George.
What?
Just let it alone.
Oh, good grief. How did it get in?
Look, I let it in by accident. It won't leave.
I'll get it to leave.
No, George, don't go near it, please.
Paula, we are not going to live with that in the house.
It has a broken leg. I was thinking of getting a cage for it.
You can't cage a wild bird, and I'm not going to sit around with one beady eye staring at me like that.
George, don't touch it, please. Just go along with me.
Oh, Paula, a pet is one thing, but this...
I have to take care of it.
Why a wild bird? I can't stand the way it stares at me.
It stares at me, too. Well, just get used to it.
Now, well, this gives me the willies.
I'll get dinner. You have to be back at the studio at 9, don't you?
Yeah, I'm sorry about our theater date, but with Pete's wife in the delivery room, I've got to cover the evening news.
Of course, Pete shouldn't be anywhere else when the baby is born. Do you want French fries or boiled potatoes?
Whatever's fastest. So you found a home, did you? Well, I'm not in favor of it, but it looks like you're part of the family.
Paula, come in. I haven't seen you, since your father's funeral, almost 3 years.
It was nice of you to see me, Mr. Martin.
And why wouldn't I? I'm only sorry I wasn't more attentive to you after your father passed away. Fred and I were good friends. I've missed him.
Thank you. So have I. I'm here to ask a favor.
Of course, Paula.
Mr. Martin, would you lend me $5,000, no questions asked?
5,000? Are you in some kind of trouble, Paula?
No questions?
Oh, yes, of course. You wouldn't ask me if you didn't need it badly. I will, Paula. I don't have that much on hand. Suppose I send you a check.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't need it immediately. Any time in the next few weeks will just be fine.
You'll have it in a few days.
I promise you, I will pay you back.
Oh, I'm not worried about that.
Hello?
Mrs. Richards?
Oh, yes, it's you.
Things are ready. You'll be needing the 5,000 very soon.
I've arranged that.
Good. How is the visitor? Still there? It must be there.
It is.
Good. $5,000, Claude.
What?
The lady will give us $5,000.
Mother?
You'll be going to get better, Claude. You'll be able to see again. Your legs won't hurt.
Mother?
Mother has to leave you for a while. But don't worry, Claude. We'll be together soon with $5,000. Everything will be all right. I promise you.
Everything will be all right for Mother Love and Claude, and presumably Paula. But when we tamper with the unknown, the results can be very unexpected. I'll return shortly with Act 3.
I'm Hy Brown, producer of Radio Mystery Theater. In recent weeks, I've invited listeners to enter a weekly prize drawing and to send along comments about our program if you wished. Well, you leave me just about speechless except to say thank you for the fantastic response. Thousands upon thousands of letters, and they're still pouring in. But although we couldn't feel more gratified, there is a problem. In addition to your kind words, many of you ask questions, and the volume of mail is so great that we can't get around to sifting through it for many weeks. But now that the drawing is over, if you have a specific question, please try us again, and we'll aim for a quick reply. Address, Mystery Theater, Box 5152, Radio City Station, New York, 10019. Mystery Theater, Box 5152, Radio City Station, New York, 10019.
This is WOR New York, 710 on your dial, your Mystery Theater station.
John Wingate with a reminder. Tonight at 10 o'clock, the Wingate News Digest. And question, you planning to drive this weekend? Great. New England? Forget it. The Poconos? Watch out. Upstate? Westchester? Rockland? You're in trouble there, too. A spokesman for the Auto Club of New York will tell you it's going to be a dry weekend coming up. And he'll also let you know how he feels about the gas shortage. It's short, he says, but why, he doesn't know. Then a special, our White House correspondent, Clifford Evans, analyzing Richard Nixon's speech at 9 o'clock tonight. Mr. Evans on with me at 10 o'clock. Later, deafness. What are the early warning signs that you, at whatever age, may be going deaf? We'll find out from a top expert on hearing. He himself has the problem and knows. Tonight, 10 o'clock, John Wingate, WOR.
Let's return now to the plight of Paula and George Richards. You'll remember that Mother Love told Claude everything would be all right. But things are not quite so right for George. In fact, things for George are getting downright impossible.
Paula, I am not going to bed another night with the bird on the dresser.
It's been there every night for 2 weeks. All it does is sleep. You've got to admit he hasn't been any trouble.
I still don't like the look in its eye. The way it hobbles with that broken leg. It's grotesque.
Turn out the light, George. You won't see it then.
Oh, boy. I never thought I'd be sharing my bedroom with a bird.
Good night, Tommy.
What's the matter with that thing?
I don't know. It never acted that way before.
Keeps that up, I'm going to shoot it.
Good night, George.
Good night, Paula. Paula, what is it? Paula.
There's pain in my
Oh, wait a minute. Let me get the light. There. I'll call Dr. Morton.
No. Wait. Oh, what's the matter with... What is the matter with the bird?
Devil, take the bird. I'm concerned about you.
It's Louis. Stop it. What time is it?
It's 4:30. I'm calling Dr. Morton.
Don't. No. Not yet.
It might be appendicitis.
No. It's not that.
I'm going to kill that bird if it doesn't shut up.
Look, I'll be all right. I'll be all right. I'll see... God, I'll see Dr. Morton in the morning. George?
Yes, honey.
What time is it?
7 o'clock.
I fell asleep.
After the pain seemed to stop.
Oh, the pain. I'm so much better now.
Well, we're going to see Dr. Morton just as soon as you feel well enough to get up.
No, I'll be all right. I'll just stay home. I don't want to see Dr. Morton today.
Paula, you can't let it go. It might be something serious.
I promise I'll see him when it is necessary. I want to stay in bed today.
I'm going to call him and tell him about it after I make us some coffee.
All right. I'm going to wash.
I'll call Mr. Jordan also and tell him that you won't be in today.
He isn't going to like that.
Paula.
What?
Come in here.
What's the matter? You sound so...
I didn't do it, Paul. I know I threatened to, but I swear I didn't. I never gave the bird another thought after that paintage. I never touched it.
Oh, George, it's all crumpled up.
It's dead, Paul. The bird is dead.
How long ago was this attack?
A little over a month ago, Dr. Morton.
Why didn't you see me right away?
Well, I wanted to be sure.
Well, Paula, there are some preliminary signs similar to pregnancy.
That's what I thought. I knew it would be.
Don't get your hopes up yet, Paula. I told you about the impossibility of your...
I know, but I think that...
And I said these symptoms are similar to pregnancy. They could be caused by something else. I'd like to run a few more tests.
All right, anything that you say, but this time they're going to be positive. I know, Dr. Morton, I just know. A woman knows when life has started within her. Hello?
Mrs. Richards, I thought I'd be seeing you by now.
Oh, yes, well, the doctor hasn't confirmed it yet, but
But we know, don't we?
Yes.
The second part of our bargain is due, Mrs. Richards. $5,000. And after what we've already been through, I think you know I mean what I say.
Yes, I do.
Good. I'll be expecting you, Mrs. Richards.
I promise I'll keep my end of the bargain. I told you I arranged for the money. It just hasn't come in yet. I'll check on it today.
Good. I'll be seeing you soon, then.
Yes, I promise.
I hope so, Mrs. Richards. You know what I can do.
Hello, may I speak to Mr. Morton, please? No, Mr. Morton Sr. Yeah. What? Oh, good God, when? Well, he can't be dead. He just can't be dead. Well, listen, do you know if he sent... Oh, no, you wouldn't know that. What am I going to do? Dear God. No, I don't want to speak to anyone else.
I expected you sooner.
I'm sorry. I had to turn to another source for the money.
It doesn't matter. You're here with it now?
It's all there.
Good. We're almost even then, eh?
I hope so.
You don't sound grateful, Mrs. Richards. You wanted a child, and you are pregnant. You should be grateful. I have lost my son.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Claude is dead. But he was so ill, perhaps it's better. Part of this will pay for the funeral. The rest is for the future.
I really must go now.
Of course. Go. And good fortune. You won't need the amulet anymore. Save it as a souvenir. And I'll be seeing you when the baby is born.
Paula, George. Sit down.
Well, I'm sure glad Paul has finally decided to have you check on those stomach pains, Dr. Morton.
When I examined her last week...
Last week?
I didn't tell you, George. I wanted to be sure first.
Sure what?
I'm going to have a baby.
What?
That's right, George. I wanted to see you both about the results of the tests. It's almost impossible for me to believe, but it's conclusive. Paula is pregnant.
I wanted it so much for you, George.
What? You said that Paula could never conceive or bear a child.
I did, but Paula proved us wrong. Believe me, many things happen to prove us wrong now and then.
You're happy, George?
Happy? Oh, Paula, now I know why you've been so irritable and distant. You know, I feel like I'm getting my wife back along with a baby.
Well, I want to see you every 2 weeks. We usually make it a monthly visit, but you're an unusual case.
A very wonderful case.
I wish you both much happiness.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Jordan?
Yes, Paula. How are you feeling?
I think full is the word.
When is the big day?
The end of August. It's only 3 months. I'm going to spend an uncomfortable summer.
It looks that way. I don't know any way of saying this, Paula, other than just coming right out with it. You know we were audited last month at the end of the quarter.
Yes.
The auditors found a shortage of $5,000. I'll have to have an explanation.
Yes, I suppose you will.
Now, I know there must be a reason, Paula. You've worked for me for 5 years. Never a mistake.
I'm going to tell you the truth. I just hope that you can believe it.
Why shouldn't I?
I simply couldn't get the money anywhere. I haven't told George, but we'll pay it back. Look, I promise you.
I hope so. But I'll go along with that.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
Right now, the baby's the important thing.
George, it's time. I know it.
I'll get Dr. Morton.
I'll get the suitcase.
Congratulations, Dad.
Everything's all right. Paula?
Paula's fine.
Boy or girl?
Only the mother can tell you that. Go on in.
Paula, honey.
George, isn't he beautiful? I've already named him George Jr. I hope you don't mind.
Mind? Oh, no. Honey, honey, honey. More champagne, Edna?
Silly question.
A toast to the godmother.
Here.
Oh, you two. You know you're going to make a grown woman cry.
To Edna and to little George.
Oh, I'm so happy for both of you. And you don't know how relieved I am.
Relieved?
Oh. Well, what I mean is
I think that Edna means that she's relieved she doesn't have to listen to my troubles at lunch anymore. From now on, everything's roses.
I'll get it. Hello? Yes. It's for you, honey.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Richards. Congratulations on your new son.
Well, how did you... thank you.
It's time now for the favor. The last part of our bargain.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Good. I'll see you here in my studio tomorrow with the baby.
Just to see him?
That's all. Just to see him.
All right.
Good.
Come in.
I don't want to seem rude, but I'd like to get this over with just as quickly as possible.
Come. Let me hold him. There we are. What a fine, healthy boy. Aren't you, Claude? Such a fine, strong legs now. They don't hurt anymore, do they, Claude?
Give me back the baby.
Mother told you everything would be all right, Claude. Yes, Claude.
Oh, my God, what is it?
Mother told you that you'd be away for a little while. But now we're together again. And you won't be sick anymore, Claude. You have a fine new body now. And we'll take better care of it than we did with the last one. Mother will see to that, Claude. Mother will see to it.
So, little George, or little Claude, whichever you prefer, seems to have more than his share of mothers. Perhaps Paula and Mother Love will share the raising of the child. But whatever they do, I hope that you, if you're ever tempted to deal in spells, will remember some age-old advice and follow it. Caveat emptor. Let the buyer beware. I'll be back shortly.
And now, with another story of mystery and intrigue, here is Commander Neville Putney to keep you in anxiety. What's this story about, Commander?
Well, it concerns a middle-aged business executive named Fremont Witherton, who, after spending his entire career with the same firm, returned home one evening with his dreams suddenly shattered.
Is that you, Fremont?
It's me, Erica.
Fremont, you look so peaked.
Erica, I've been fired. That new plant manager, he's been trying to cut me out, and today he succeeded.
Well, you don't need to give me that hangdog look. Just go out and get another job.
I'm through, Erica. I'm 58 years old. Nobody will hire me for half the salary I've been making. My only hope is to kill the plant manager.
Fremont, I hate rough stuff, but if you've decided, your Roscoe's upstairs in the trunk. You load it, and I'll warm up the getaway car.
Hey, young man, how about that for a story?
Well, that was a dilly, Commander, but you just can't leave us this way. How did it all come out?
Time's up for now, but tune in, Bob and Ray, on WOR 3:15 to 7, and maybe you'll find out.
This is WOR New York, your Mystery Theater station.
Good evening, everyone. This is Patricia McCann. Welcome back to the New York Times, Craig Claiborne, and to the McCann program tomorrow morning at 11:15 a.m. right here on WOR.
Ah, sweet mystery, magic, mysticism. These are the ingredients we mix well, chill, and serve nightly on Radio Mystery Theater. Come and enjoy our hospitality again when malice heads the menu and menace is our mead. Our cast included Joan Hackett, Vinette Carroll, Mason Adams, Leon Janney, Evie Juster, and Roger DeKoven. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Am I dead? Not quite. You're in a hospital with a bullet in your brain. As the saying goes, as good as dead. And Sherry and Herb got away with it. Oh, it isn't fair. If I only had it to do all over again. Suppose you had. Could you do better? Of course. Of course, if I knew what I know now. Naturally. That would have to be a precondition if you're asking for yesterday to live over again. Oh, please. Please, give me the chance.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The WOR Mystery Theater was brought to you by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less, and Suburban Savings, with offices throughout New Jersey. The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network. Next, a scene from tomorrow night's Edge of the Seat entertainment of the WOR Radio Mystery Theater.
Brain injury, boys. Handle with care. That's it. Nice and easy. Keep him flat on the cart.
How is he, Doc?
Still breathing, Sergeant. Touch and go. You want to stay with it as we take him in?
You don't see what
What's he saying? Search me.
Could hold up a minute so I can hear what he's
Not
trying
a
to
second, Sergeant. Anything this guy has to tell you will be after he's operated on, not before. If then.
Sounds like he's talking with someone. Ask him for something.
Yesterday.
There, something about yesterday.
What this baby ought to be worrying about is tomorrow.
Listen for The Man Who Asked for Yesterday, another chilling tale on the WOR Radio Mystery Theater tomorrow night, right after the Fulton Lewis commentary at 7.
This is Sherry Henry, proud as a winning politician to announce my special guest tomorrow is Mrs. Malcolm Wilson, the wife of our new governor of New York. Now, you know, the truth is, even though the Wilsons have been at the pinnacle of state government for 16 years, we really know very little about them as people. And what fun, I promise you, it's going to be to meet this charming First Lady. That's Mrs. Malcolm Wilson on the Sherry Henry program. It's tomorrow afternoon, 2:15 on WOR Radio.
Your data set for news with John Scott, WOR New York.
Good evening.
What? Who are you?
I beg your pardon?
I said, who are you? What are you doing here?
My name is Gabriel. I am butler to the Holloway.
Gabriel? But you can't be. Well, you're dead.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The House That Time Forgot. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Sigmund Miller is The House That Time Forgot. Early evening on a desolate part of the Virginia coast. Along a road near the beach comes a car with two people in it.
I guess we've done enough looking for today, Eva.
Oh, it's really beautiful country around here, dear. Wild and lovely.
Mm-hmm.
Darling, if we can't find a house, perhaps we should buy some land and build.
Well, we'd better start back to town. It's getting dark, and I think we're in for a storm.
Oh, look, Fred. Look at that house we're coming to.
Huh.
Oh, now, isn't it a beauty?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Nobody that owns that one would want to sell it.
Drive slowly, dear. I'd like to take a good look at it.
All right.
There's a for sale sign.
Yeah?
This house for sale. See Mr. Cecil Smith, Westfield, Virginia.
Oh, that's interesting.
Well, let's drive in there, into the grounds.
We can come back tomorrow, Eva. It's really starting to blow up.
But it'll only take a minute. I've just got to have a close look.
All right, but we're going to get caught in the rain. I'll back in to save time. Well, watch the fenders on that side.
All right, dear, I would. Come ahead.
Am I clear?
Okay, you're all right. Fine. Ah, there's a light in one of the gable windows.
I guess somebody's home.
Beautiful, Fred. Simply magnificent.
Yeah, the grounds look a little neglected, though.
Grounds? Who cares about that? Go ahead and knock.
Okay. I wish they'd hurry. We're going to get caught in a storm.
Oh, don't worry about it. They don't seem to answer, do they? Try knocking again.
That's odd. Must be somebody home. We saw a light in the window.
Maybe they can't hear us. Let's try calling them.
Oh. Hello there. Hello?
That's very strange.
Yeah,
What?
I hear something. Listen.
Was the clock striking?
Now, let's try the door. Oh, it's not locked. What do you think?
Let's go in. It's a big place, but lovely.
Wait a minute, dear. Anybody home?
Well, if there is, they can't hear us or don't want to.
Come on, dear. We'll come back tomorrow.
Place needs fixing up, but it's worth fixing. Shall we take it?
Well, I don't know, Eva. We'll talk to the agent in Westfield, and then, we'll see.
So you're interested in buying the Holloway house?
Yes, Mr. Smith.
It's just the kind of house we've been looking for.
It's a fine place, all right. Even got a private inlet to moor a large-sized boat. It's got everything except...
Except what, sir?
Well, it's only fair that I tell you all its defects.
What defects, Mr. Smith?
You see, Mrs. Jordan, it's kind of hard to put your finger on it. There's something very queer about the house.
Huh? Oh. You mean it's haunted?
Well, I don't know exactly, Mr. Jordan. No one has seen a ghost there yet.
Well, we don't mind ghosts, do we, Fred?
No, we don't believe in them.
Well, I didn't say it was haunted, but, well, people say that the house is alive, that it has a life and a will of its own.
A life? Well, I don't know what you mean.
Well, I've had 4 caretakers in the Holloway house since I took possession of it, and none of them stayed more than a few days.
Well, why did they quit?
I don't know. They didn't see any ghosts or apparitions, but they all felt the same way, that the house was alive. Every one of them.
Oh, well, there must have been something that scared them away.
Well, I'd better tell you the whole story.
Yes, we'd like to hear it.
Please do.
Now, the house originally belonged to Richard Holloway. 7 years ago, in 1939, Richard and his wife, Diana, went on a short cruise in their yacht, the Viking II.
That's an interesting name, isn't it?
They never came back.
Oh?
They had 2 friends visiting them who refused to go with them. The strangest part about it is that these friends warned them that they'd never return alive from the cruise. The Holloways laughed at them.
Oh, well, how did they know, these friends, that the Holloways wouldn't come back?
I don't know. Nobody knows.
Well, did you talk to these friends?
No, I never saw them. I only know about it through John Gabriel. He was the Holloway's butler.
Oh.
He's been dead for 2 years now. As a matter of fact, even Gabriel didn't know these friends. He'd never seen them before. It's a mystery that I've thought about for years. I'm afraid it's going to be a mystery forever.
Very interesting, but we'd still like to buy the house.
Mr. Smith, there was a light shining in one of the windows when we were there yesterday. We also heard a clock chiming.
That's funny. No one's been inside that house in over a year.
Oh? Eva, perhaps we ought to think this over.
Oh, nonsense, darling. You're not going to let some old wives' tale bother you, are you?
No. But how could a clock still be going if no one's been in that house for a year?
Well, there's a lifebuoy not far from the house. You might have mistaken it for the clock.
Now, you see, everything has a logical explanation.
Yeah, what about the light in the window?
Well, it was probably a reflection from the sun or something. We'd like to take the house, Mr. Smith.
Well, if you wanted, I'd be glad to sell it to you. I just thought it fair to tell you all about it, so if anything happens, you can't blame me.
Well, here we are, darling. Our house.
I hope we'll like it.
Oh, of course we will. Let's go in.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have the key, dear?
Yes, but we don't need it. The door was open, remember?
Oh, yes, that's right.
Hey.
It's locked again.
Oh, Mr. Smith must have locked it. There we go. There you go, dear.
Well, look. Darling, everything clean. Dusted. Why, it's spotless. Oh, now, Mr. Smith really is a dear.
Hey, it looks lived in, doesn't it?
I told you we'd like it.
I suppose. You also put flowers around.
It does smell of flowers, roses. But let's look around. bright-looking kitchen, isn't it, Fred?
Yeah.
And this wonderful big refrigerator.
And it's full of food.
No.
Fresh food. Yeah.
Oh, that Mr. Smith, why, he thought of everything. Oh, the bedroom is even bigger than I thought.
Look at the bed.
What?
Someone has slept in them.
That man Mr. Smith sent to clean the house must have slept in it.
Yes, and he apparently slept in both beds.
This library. Darling, look at that paneling.
Yeah, it's a very lovely room. Everything is charming.
But what?
Look at the fireplace.
Well, what's wrong with the fireplace? There's just some half-burnt logs in it.
Yes, just some half-burnt logs, still smoldering.
Well, it was the cleaning man.
I don't think there was a cleaning man.
Now, don't be absurd, Fred.
The clock we heard the first time we were here. Eva, I just can't shake off the feeling that someone is still living here.
You're being ridiculous.
Well, maybe I am, but I feel like an intruder.
Oh, darling, it's that story Mr. Smith told us about the Holloways and their mysterious friends. It got you all keyed up.
Yeah, well, I'm going to call Mr. Smith and find out about that cleaning man you think he sent here. Operator. Oh, operator, give me Westfield 403.
You're really being a fusspot, Fred.
Yeah, we'll see. Hello, Mr. Smith?
Yes?
This is Fred Jordan.
Oh, hello, Mr. Jordan. How's everything up at Holloway?
Oh, everything seems fine. Thanks for having the house cleaned up.
Cleaned up? I don't understand you.
Didn't you send a cleaning man to straighten up the house?
No, Mr. Jordan. The house was sold as is. I never sent anyone over.
Might interest you to know we found the house in a spotless condition, cleaned and ready for occupancy.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I'll be in touch with you later.
Such a lovely night, darling. I'm glad we came out.
We'd better go back to the house.
Oh, now, please don't be upset. There must be some logical explanation. Maybe somebody took advantage of a boarded-up house and was living in it rent-free.
I'd like to correct you, dear. Someone is still living in it besides ourselves.
Sometimes, Fred, you get very ridiculous.
Maybe. Let's go back inside. Look.
What?
There's a fire burning in the fireplace.
Well, now, what's wrong with that?
I haven't touched this fireplace since we got here.
You didn't?
Look. The table is set for tea. Did you do this?
No, I didn't.
Ooh, the teapot is hot.
Somebody must be hiding.
If they are, I'll find them. Come on.
I don't understand it. I just...
Cellar to attic, and there's no one here.
But it's incredible.
Someone is living here, and we can't see them.
It doesn't make sense.
There's somebody here right now. Right in this room. It sounds crazy, but I know it.
Fred.
What?
The clock.
What about it?
It just struck midnight, and it's only 10 o'clock.
A house that is deserted, except for invisible tenants, and a clock that is running backwards. Has it just struck 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
And now, back to Murder at Midnight and The House That Time Forgot.
Fred?
Fred,
wake up.
Huh?
Get up.
Huh? What? What is it, dear? What's the matter?
Look out there, out the window.
Why?
Get up and take a look.
At what? That boat out there in the inlet, it must have put in while we were sleepy.
Can't you read the name, dear?
Huh?
It's the Viking Second.
The Viking Second?
Yes.
Wasn't that the Holloway's yacht? The one that never came back?
That's what Mr. Smith said.
Either Mr. Smith is a fantastic liar or something very fantastic is happening to us.
Perhaps the Holloways have finally come back.
After 7 years?
It doesn't make sense, none of it.
Yeah, that's putting it mildly.
Darling, we ought to take a close look at the boat.
You don't sound very enthusiastic about it, but yes, I suppose we ought to. Whoever's on it might be able to tell us something.
The gangplank is down. Somebody must have come off the boat.
They couldn't have, dear. At least they didn't come up to the house.
Well, let's go up and see.
All right.
No one on deck.
Anyone here? No answer. Maybe they're down below.
They must be.
I'd rather not go down there.
Oh, we've got to find out. Let's both go down together.
All right, you keep right behind me.
Oh, don't worry, dear. I will.
Here's the stateroom.
Oh, there's nobody here either.
Anybody here?
No one. At least...
Yeah, but the beds are still warm. But I just left the stateroom a little while ago.
It seems so.
Let's get out of here, Eva. I've got a peculiar feeling down my spine.
It is chilly. We'd better go back to the house.
Lights are on in the living room. Did you put them on?
Just one of the lamps, a floor lamp.
Well, all the ceiling lights are lit.
I can see that, dear. Let's go in.
Here. The door's locked. We didn't even close it when we went out.
No. I remember. We left it up.
Good evening.
Who are you?
I beg your pardon.
I said, who are you?
I'm John Gabriel, butler to the Holloways.
Gabriel?
That's right, ma'am. Whom do you wish to see?
We don't want to see anyone. We live here.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, sir. The Holloways live here, have been living here for years.
But this is our house. We bought it.
And the Holloways are dead.
Dead?
Yes.
I'm afraid someone has misinformed you.
Oh, this is like a nightmare. Look here, Gabriel, or whoever you really are. We bought this house from Cecil Smith, a real estate agent in Westfield. He's not the kind of a man who plays practical jokes.
No, he's not. He's a very sober man indeed.
He told us you were dead, too.
As you can see, madam, I'm very much alive.
Oh, this is crazy. We'd better talk to the people who call themselves the Holloways.
Perhaps you should. They'll be in any minute. Please come in, won't you? Will you excuse me if I close the windows? We're going to have a storm.
Perfectly all right.
Would you care for some tea?
Look here, Gabriel. We've been waiting an hour for Mr. Holloway and his wife. They haven't shown up, and I don't think they will. Now, just what is your game?
Would you care for some tea, Mrs. Jordan?
No, thank you.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes, sir, I did. As soon as Mr. and Mrs. Holloway arrive, I'm sure you'll be convinced of your error. They should be here any minute since they plan to leave tonight on a cruise.
Oh, this is mad. Fantastic.
They've come.
Just this storm, Gabriel. Oh, hello. I don't believe I know you.
This is Mr. and Mrs. Jordan, Mr. and Mrs. Holloway.
Oh, I'm glad to meet you, Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Jordan?
Well, thank you. Are you Richard Holloway?
Yes?
I can't believe it.
It's all terribly confusing, Mr. Holloway. These people claim that this is their house.
What?
That they bought it from Cecil Smith. They also claim that you, Mrs. Holloway, and myself are dead.
Somebody's playing some kind of a joke on them.
Well, I'd say it was a very unpleasant joke, Dick. We've been living here for years and years, Mr. and Mrs. Jordan.
Oh, before I forget, Gabriel, get our suitcases aboard the yacht, will you? We'll be leaving in a few minutes.
Yes, sir, right away.
Fred, do you suppose that maybe we're dreaming this?
Well, if we are, we're dreaming it together.
I'm sorry. I don't know how this happened to you. Perhaps you'd better stay here for the night. There's plenty of room.
And we're delighted to have you.
Would you mind if I called Mr. Smith?
Oh, please do. The phone's right there on the table.
I know, thanks. Operator, let me have Westfield 403. Never. Hello, Mr. Smith?
That's
This is Mr. Jordan.
Who?
Fred Jordan. Remember, you sold me the Holloway house?
The Holloway house?
Yes.
You must be mistaken. I never sold it. That property's not for sale.
What are you talking about?
Who is this?
Listen, Mr. Smith, you know very well who I am. You won't get away with it. I'll have you brought into court now.
I never heard of you in my life. You must be crazy. Goodbye.
Hello. Hello. He hung up.
What did he say?
Well, he said he never sold the house and he'd never even heard of me.
You must have been taken in by someone who posed as Mr. Smith.
That's really a shame. You have to be very careful these days.
We'd be glad to have you stay here till you find other quarters.
Well,
As a matter of fact, you can stay for a few days until we get back. We're taking a trip on our boat.
Perhaps you'll be able to get it all straightened out in the morning. I just don't understand it. The Mr. Smith we had dealings with wasn't a crook. I know he wasn't.
Well, that was my feeling, too, but I...
You're not going out to sea in this kind of weather.
Oh, we don't mind a little rain.
My husband's a very good sailor, Mrs. Jordan. He can handle the Viking second in any kind of weather. It sounds like a gale coming up.
No, we like them. Exciting.
Well, it's dangerous to set out in this weather. They're very dangerous.
Oh, now, don't worry about us. We don't drown easily.
Oh, darling, we'd better get started.
Oh, yes. I'm all set.
Are the suitcases aboard?
Yes, Gabriel took them.
Something's wrong with your grandfather clock. It only struck 8 times.
Yes, it's correct. My watch says 8 o'clock, too.
Well, how can that be? It's after midnight.
You really are mixed up, Mr. Jordan. It's only 8 o'clock.
Well, my watch says 1:30.
Well, so does mine.
I'm afraid ours is right, Mrs. Jordan. It's very old, but very accurate.
Of course, there's a legend about it. The story is that it will sometimes go backwards in time.
Has that ever happened?
No, it's only a story. It's never gone anything but forward, like any other clock. But it's a nice story, isn't it?
Yes, delightful.
Might even be true.
Mrs. Holloway. Yes? What is today's date? What? I believe it's September 10th. What year? 1939, of course.
1939?
Yes, of course, Fred. Mrs. Holloway, I'd like to ask you and Mr. Holloway something.
Yes?
Please, don't go out on this trip you're planning.
Why not?
Because if you do, I don't think you'll ever come back. What a terrible thing to say. Please, Mrs. Holloway, please.
I don't know what's wrong with you two. You came in here with a strange story about owning my house, and now you tell us we're never going to come back.
She's right. You won't come back.
You'll pardon me for saying so, Mr. Jordan, but I think you're both crazy.
I don't care what you think, but please don't go. Why, Mrs. Jordan? I have a hunch about it.
We don't believe in hunches.
Well, it's more than a hunch, Mr. Holloway. I know you're not coming back.
If you'll excuse us, I think we'd better get started. Come along, darling.
I'm ready.
I've put everything on board. Is there anything else, sir?
Yes, just take care of our guests, so that they're comfortable. Goodbye, Gabriel.
Goodbye. A pleasant voyage.
Make yourself at home, and we'll be back, despite your hunches. Oh, you mustn't go, please.
It's gone.
If you wish, you can occupy the master bedroom. I'll go up and make it ready for you. Was there anything else you wished, Mr. Jordan, ma'am?
No, Gabriel. Just go to bed. We'll sit here for a while.
It's rather late, sir. Nearly midnight.
By your clock, Gabriel, but it seems to have stopped.
So it has. It needs rewinding.
It's going now.
Yes. Seems to be ticking rather fast.
Something's wrong. It never did that before.
Fred.
Something's happening.
Switch them on, Fred.
As soon as I find the switch.
What happened?
I don't know. Maybe the storm, lightning.
Where's Gabriel?
Oh. Gabriel. Gabriel.
Never mind, dear. Can't you find the switch?
Here it is. Oh.
Fred!
All that dust. Like the first time we saw the house. There is no Gabriel. We're back in 1946. And that means he's dead.
You mean the clock did go backwards?
Something else. You understand, too, now, don't you? We were the friends that Mr. Smith told us about. The mysterious friends that urged the Holloways not to go on that trip.
Yes. Fred.
What?
The clock is stopped.
Well, it needs rewinding.
No, don't touch it. We won't wind that clock again. Ever.
A house without tenants, except for the dead, and a clock that runs backward in time. If it was your clock, would you wind it? Or are you afraid it would keep you up nights while you waited for it to strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death comes out of the past, out of time gone by, and the clocks strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
The Jordans, husband and wife, were played by Vinton Hayworth and Elsie Hitz. With music by Bert Berman, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
From the very beginning, in almost every civilization, there has come a time when the troubles of a people become so great that in desperation they seek just about any means to ease their hopelessness. So often in the past, they have turned to a single person to lead them out of their misery and confusion. Sometimes that man has acted for the good of his people. Almost as frequently, he's brought them to their own destruction.
Upon these hands I bear the curse of my child's blood. Oh, gods, what dirge can I sing? What funeral song, what lamentation as I rock back and forth, cradling my dead son here in my arms. You gods, be merciful to a miserable, unhappy woman who should be in her grave.
Our mystery drama, On the Night of the Dead, is based on one of the most moving tragedies of the ancient Greeks, the Bacchae of Euripides. It was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars John Vickery and Marion Seldes. I'll be back in a moment with Act One.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
With lots of hot weather, barbecues, and picnics ahead, get down to your store for plenty of country time lemonade-flavored drinks.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
If parole is a reward for good behavior, why do some parolees return to lives of robbery, rape, and murder? In an eye-opening broadcast, CBS reports the problems of the parole system. You'll travel with dedicated, overworked parole officers whose jobs are as dangerous as they are thankless. In vivid detail, you'll view the attitudes and actions that are slowly strangling the parole system. CBS reports The Parole Game, Wednesday, June 30th at 10, 9 Central on the CBS television network.
Excuse me, I own that shoe store across the street. Want to buy it? Well, I'll be honest. I have great shoes, but no customers, so I'm ready to sell the whole thing at any price, you name it. $12 sold. Ooh. Well, now that you own a shoe store, what'll you do with it? Well, advertise. I tried. A lot of newspaper ads, then TV and magazines. I'll probably go radio. Radio? Yeah, according to the latest studies, everyday radio reaches more people than newspaper, TV, or magazine. How did you know? What's more, radio targets customers. I'll match up the right stations for my dressier lines and different stations for young casual. Since radio costs a lot less than newspapers or TV, I'll get good efficiency. Listen, I'd like to buy my store back from you. At a fair profit. Okay. How much do you want? $156,000. That's a pretty fair profit. I believe it. I'll take it.
Radio. It costs less, targets your best customers, and it sells. Radio. Red hot because it works. For more facts on radio, call this station of the Radio Advertising Bureau. They brought you this message.
Long, long ago, a tiny privateer sailing under the flag of no nation drops anchor and discharges its passengers on an uninhabited, desolate island lapped by the warm waters of the South Atlantic. The place becomes a sanctuary for some 100 wanderers seeking refuge from persecution, a place where they can practice, without being molested, their belief in more than a single God. 100 years go by. The island's population has found a way to tear a day-to-day existence out of the barren, unwilling earth. Until one particular summer, in his crude palace, the island's young governor, Pentheus, listens to the words of his old and trusted advisor, Cadmus.
Your Excellence, my governor, you must listen. Stop pacing like some wild and untamed beast.
I listen, Cadmus. For 2 months now I listen. The time for talk is ended. We now must act. What can we do that we have not yet done?
My thoughts exactly. But I dare not say, Your Honor.
Say, speak freely, Cadmus. You have my promise. I shall not punish you.
We know our island is dying. For all these months of summer, no single drop of water has fallen from the skies, not one.
We know.
And each morning when the sun lets loose its light to warm the earth, our grazing herds of cattle, they lie down. And in a final gasp, their tongues lick at the air, reaching for the water that is not there, for the grass that dried to nothing weeks ago.
You have a plan? Let's hear it.
We must leave this island, all of us.
Leave?
We must board our ships and seek another land, a gentler, kinder land, just as our fathers and their fathers did so many years ago.
And there lies madness. Our people's wanderings ended 100 years ago. After all this toil, to leave it to the seagulls once again? Never. Not while I still live. No, Cadmus. We stay.
And die. As you wish, my governor.
Look, Cadmus, I know the little water we have stored from heaven's bounty is undrinkable. I know the plants dry up and wither without the nourishment of rain. I know the cattle die of thirst. I know the people die of thirst. By all the gods who should preserve us, what can we do? Drink water from the sea? Dig deeper wells? We've scratched the earth until we've reached the bottom, and still no water.
Pentheus, my governor, look at what I carry in my arms.
Who let you in here?
No one could keep me out. Look down at my poor son. This pitiful thing I cradle in my arms.
Take care of her. See she's taken home.
Come, my poor woman. Follow me.
Don't touch me, you old fool. Look Look at my son. This baby. His breath. It comes no more.
We are sorry, sister. We grieve with you for your child's death.
You grieve with me. How kind of you. Then bring him back to life. What have you done to see that my child stayed alive?
The best we knew.
Not good enough. Look at his swollen belly, at his staring eyes, his ribs. Would you care to count them? It's so easy, Your Excellence. So easy. Here, fondle him in your arms. No, don't turn away from me.
Stay away, woman. Don't come near me.
With my long nails, I'll tear you.
Enough! I say enough. And now, go home. Bury your dead. Bury him deep. And know one thing.
What?
Unless the rains come soon, we're all as good as dead. As dead as your poor child. Cadmus here, and you, and I.
What must we do?
The one thing left to all of us.
Which is?
Lift our eyes to the skies above and pray. Please, leave us now. You gods who hold our destiny in your hands, who choose to smile upon us for the good we do, to punish us for our evil, spare your people and your land from this cruel, deadly drought.
Open the skies and let the cool rain fall.
Look down at the misery of your poor island and then weep for it.
Let your tears pour from the heavens above.
Let your tears soak into this parched earth. Show us your pity. Cadmus? Are you all right? Are you hurt?
A little shaken, but I'm well. But what was that?
A raging wind that seemed to come from nowhere, roaring its swift way over the land.
With the strength of 1,000 men.
As quickly as it came, so quickly has it gone.
Somewhere among the gods we worship, there must be one with pity in his heart for our poor, suffering land.
Tendius, my son, I bring great news.
Agave, my mother, what is it?
We're saved. Our land is saved. At last our prayers are to be answered.
What are you saying, Mother?
The drought is about to end.
How can that be, Agave?
The sky's turned blue. No single drop of rain has fallen.
We'll no longer need the rain.
What nonsense are you speaking, Mother?
A god has come to our island. A god has seen our anguish and our heartache. A god has come to answer our prayers.
Nonsense. Who is this god? Or better, this one you call a god?
He is beautiful. He's so beautiful.
Who is he?
We do not trifle with divinity, Agave. We are the heirs of customs and traditions hallowed by age and handed down to us by our fathers.
What has he done, this god of yours, that makes you so sure this cursed drought will end?
First, he passed the goat skins out among us.
Goat skins?
Filled with wine. They were sweet wine. I touched the wine. I felt it on my lips. This was no trick.
By what name does this street magician call himself? From what city, from what land has he come here?
Zenos, he calls himself. Zenos, the stranger. What land? What city? My son. He has come to us from heaven.
I see. Cadmus?
Your Excellence.
Whoever this Zenos, this stranger is, we must get rid of him at once. He threatens trouble.
Great trouble for us all.
We've grief enough without this mischief maker. We'll stop this waving of his wand if it's the last thing that we do.
Come, young woman, join the rest of us. You too must celebrate the happy coming of a god. I am too deep in sorrow, Agave. Oh, put down that child of yours. Let the living comfort you. That's better. Now come and sing his praises with the rest of us. Blessed are those who know the mysteries of this God. Blessed are those who sanctify their lives in worshiping this God. And
you young woman. Blessed are those whose heads are crowned with ivy. Now together. Blessed are they. Hail, Zenos, hail, born of the gods on high. Hail, Zenos. Let the dance begin. Let our songs of praise ring loud. Zenos, speak to us.
Women of this island, drink more of the wine I've given you. I am Zenos, the stranger, come to your suffering land in answer to your prayers, to a land whose people cry to me in anguish, whose people call to me for help.
I am Agave, mother of the governor Pentheus.
Welcome, Mother.
We need you, Zenos. Now, you young woman, let him hear your voice. How can you help us? Tell us what we must do.
Believe in me. Believe.
We believe. We know you are a god whose pity reaches out to all of us. We believe.
You know that only I can end the drought that sucked this island dry. That only I can give you all the water you need.
We know, my lord. Zenos, hear my voice. This bundle that I carried in my arms, that was my infant son. Go, take him. With your own mouth, breathe life into him again.
That's, alas, I cannot do.
How then can I have faith in you? How can I believe that you have powers greater than any other man who walks the earth?
I promise you that deaths like this will come no more to you.
How? How will you do that?
I lift my staff and strike it so against this rock. Flames burst from my staff and see. A fountain of cool water comes bubbling from the earth. Have faith in me, and it will grow into a mighty stream, pouring its rich blessings from the mountaintops. Now I strike this other rock, and lo, a spring of wine, of good red wine, comes spratting from the ground. Come, all of you, drink of the wine, this holy wine. And last, I touch the soil here, gently with my staff. You young woman, scratch the sod with your bare fingers. Tell me what you see.
Milk. Sweet white milk comes welling from the ground. Blessed is he who brings us all these wonders. Holiness, angel of heaven. Holiness, gliding on golden wings. There is no greater God than Zenos. Wait, out of the way, women, all of you. Carry yourselves. A wild and raging bull stands glaring at us, his eyes aflame. His hoofs tear up the earth beneath. Run for your lives. We'll all be torn to pieces on his horns or else trampled to death by his sharp hoofs.
Stay where you are, women. Stand your ground. He will not harm you.
Here he comes. He can help us.
Stay, my friend, stay. You glare at me, do you? I strike you with my staff. So!
The bull is toppled to its knees. Its eyes are glazed. Its tongue hangs from its mouth. The sweat drips off its body. It rolls on its back. The beast is dead.
Down on your knees, women of the island. Sing out with songs of thanks for your deliverance. Sing to the God who has rescued you.
Women of our island, I've come to order you back to your homes, each one of you. You're acting as if all of you were mad.
Oh, call it what you like, Pentheus, my son. The drought is over. I see water pouring down the mountainsides. I see the wine, the milk, the drops of honey.
Mother, listen, these are the crafty games of a trickster of the street. What you and all the other women think you see is some weird fantasy, a blinding of the brain brought on by all the wine he's fed you. There is no water, no drop of milk, no honey, only goat skins filled with wine. Leave here at once. Go to your homes, I order you.
Well, what have I done, my lord, that you should be so angry?
Good women of our island have gone lunatic, and you have driven them to this. You corrupted their minds. You've poisoned their souls, and this I will permit no longer.
Well, what do you plan to do, my governor?
I've warned you.
Warn all you like.
I am a god born in a stroke of lightning, carried here on a powerful wind.
Then let that wind carry you back to where you came. Make yourself to disappear.
If not, what will you do?
Don't press me, Xenos. I have a few tricks of my own.
As Pentheus confronts the stranger with an ultimatum, the powers of civilized order and routine are pitted against the most primitive and disruptive forces of nature. What can Pentheus do to re-establish his authority over the women of his island? And does this stranger, who claims to be a god, have the power to thwart him? What new and hidden magic has he in what Pentheus calls his bag of tricks? I'll return shortly with Act Two.
Listen closely. This is the sound of a cigarette being broken in half. The sound of the cigarette habit being broken. If you want to quit, use Bantron's smoking deterrent tablets and stay with it for 2 weeks or until your urge to smoke goes away. Bantron's unique buffered formula helps ease your craving for nicotine. The more you want to stop smoking, the more Bantron will help you break the habit. Bantron, start today. Use only as directed.
Mom, where have you been?
Oh, sitting in a traffic jam for an hour.
Oh, and from the way you're bent over, you've got a nagging backache, right?
Right.
Here, let me help you into the house. Then I'll go get some Doan's pills.
Oh, thanks, dear.
Good advice. Doan's pills for temporary relief of simple backache pain due to overexertion, stress, or strain. Use only as directed.
You're walking around pretty spry tonight, Mom.
Well, that's nothing to be surprised about. I took Doan's pills, remember?
At a restaurant in Louisville, Kentucky, blind people don't have to ask what's on the menu. They can read it themselves in Braille. The Braille menus are there because a group of local people thought it would be a good idea. They got together and made it happen. In fact, all across America, both disabled and non-disabled people are participating in similar community programs. In Vernon Parish, Louisiana, they're modifying disabled people's homes to make them more accessible. And in Champaign, Illinois, disabled children are able to share a playground because a group of volunteers got involved. This is the National Year of Disabled Persons. Is this the year you get involved? Call the office of your mayor or county commissioner for more information. A public service on behalf of the National Office on Disability from the Ad Council and this station.
Defending the existence of God, the French philosopher Voltaire once wrote, "If God did not exist, it would have been necessary to invent him." Is the Venus of our story a true divinity among these people who believe in many gods? Or is it the invention of a fertile imagination, his own invention, for purposes of his own? Pentheus, governor of the island, is at his wit's end as he speaks once more with old Cadmus.
This man, this god, whatever he calls himself, has only added to our misery, Cadmus. The drought goes on, the cracked earth, dry as ever. And he's robbed our women of their senses.
Yes, he has them thinking that the water flows from mountaintops and that the drought is ended.
Cadmus, what's even worse, the women's brains are sodden with the wine he's brought them.
Pentheus, my lord, have you thought why he should want increase of our misfortunes? What could we have done to earn this added sorrow?
I've no idea.
Unless he...
Unless?
I hesitate to speak.
Go on, Cadmus, tell me.
Unless, Your Excellence, this Xenos is indeed a god.
What?
A god we've never heard of till this moment. A god who's come to pay us for some unknown wrong we may have done him.
You think that that's a possibility?
Why not?
Cadmus, I've known you since I was a tiny babe in swaddling clothes. All my life I've trusted you, relied on your good judgment, on your wisdom. True?
Yes, true, my lord.
But now you speak to me as if you, too, were mad.
Admit, there is the smallest chance...
Silence, old man. Don't try to wipe your madness off on me.
He hasn't done all that much harm, at least not yet. He just talks more than he should.
A tongue without reins, defiance, stubborn pride, deception, they lead to sure disaster. This Xenos is a fraud, a dangerous clown who hunts a kind of glory.
His simple gift of wine, the innocent gladness of the great.
Innocent indeed. I've heard enough. Go with your soldiers to where this prophet prophesies. Surprise him in the deadness of the night. Make him your prisoner, clap him tight in chains, and march him here in irons.
My son, what brings you to this part of the palace? You come so seldom to the women's quarter.
I must speak with you.
Well, it won't disturb you if I go on with my work. I'm almost finished.
Work?
Oh, I'm putting a new tight skin, the skin of a sheep, over the ring of this tambourine. I struck it hard last night when dancing on the mountaintops. So hard it split. Now, Pentheus, why have you come to see me?
I ask you what you think you're doing.
Your meaning isn't clear to me.
Dancing on mountaintops at midnight to the frenzied music of your drums and pipes.
What harm's in that?
Singing vulgar songs in praise of this conjurer of the streets who'd have you think that he's a god. Where is your sense of decency and shame?
I'm listening, Pentheus.
You forget you are the mother of the island's governor. You forget you are not some mindless child, a careless schoolgirl. You're an old lady, mother. You should be serving as a model of restraint and dignity. Set an example to the other women. Instead, you drink this humbug's wine and act like a senile lunatic, like some lascivious bawd. You slapped me, Mother.
Have you finished speaking, child? Now you listen to me. This street magician, as you've called him, will bring life back to our island. You'll see how right we women are to worship him.
I can't believe you mean what you're saying. You call that worship?
Indeed. You and your cronies, all you men, you stand around in shadowy corners, pleading to the gods in gloomy prayer. Well, we do no less, but we pray to our god, Venus, under the open sky. We pray with joy and gladness, and he makes the blood warm and tingle in our veins like the spring sap in the trees. And sooner or later, he will make the rain to fall. Give him the chance to prove himself.
I've ordered that he be placed in irons.
You'll make a prisoner of a god?
Unless this fraud, this libertine, agrees to leave our land, never to return, I shall destroy him. Have him stoned to death.
If you so much as harm one hair of Xenos' head, I will destroy myself. And you, Pentheus, my son, so jealous of your honor, you and you alone will take the blame. My own son's hand will plunge the dagger into his mother's breast. You understand me?
I understand. Be careful, Cadmus. Those stones are very sharp beneath the feet.
Yes, when I was young, my lord, I found few greater pleasures than playing in the sand along these shores, imagining myself the captain of some great sailing ship.
Oh, Cadmus, Cadmus, what must we do about this Xenos? I've had him bound in chains. What must I do next?
Let's prove to our women that he is no more than an impostor. That his promise of an end to droughts is cruel and without truth.
Cadmus, look there. There, where the shoreline curves.
It's a wreck. The ship's been wrecked, smashed all to pieces under jagged rocks.
Its sails, they're torn to ribbons.
Its lines ripped to shreds.
It must have blown onto the rocks and crashed when the great wind came tearing out of nowhere.
And the crew, the sailors.
No sign of living souls. They must have drowned, all of them, drowned beneath the waters of the roiling sea.
Wait. Pentheus, over there, the entrance leading to that grotto. One of the sailors, perhaps more than one, must have escaped the wreck. You see, there's a boat.
Let's look. Maybe we can find some little trace of life.
I don't believe it.
From stem to stern, from one end to the other, the boat is filled with goat skins. And filled, each one of them, with wine.
The very goat skins, the same one.
That supply the wine that Xenos is providing to our women. We now have all the proof we'll ever need.
I don't understand.
This rogue must be the sole survivor of the ship that foundered. He came ashore in this boat here. The goatskins floated on the water to the shore. He gathered them. And this is what he's using to persuade our ladies that he is a god. Hand me one of them, Cadmus. Now we have our proof.
Why, Lord Pentheus, would he do this?
We can only guess. He's an adventurer, albeit a very shrewd one. He saw this as an opportunity for self-aggrandizement, to puff up his importance, to live in glory for an hour or two.
So now, you know what steps to take?
I do. Thank you, my soldiers. Remain where you are. I see the prisoner from here.
This way, Lord Pentheus.
Excuse me, Your Excellence. May I pass?
Young woman, I've seen you somewhere once before.
I came to you pleading with my dead child.
Why are you here? What brings you to this prison dungeon?
I came, Lord Pentheus, to see that this impostor Xenos was indeed in chains where he belongs. The soldiers at the door, they let me in to look.
Then there's one woman on this island who's not been hoodwinked by this fraud.
I leave, Your Excellence. Do what you must to help us all.
You're here where you belong, my friend. Behind cold bars of iron, shackles on your feet.
I do not plan to stay in here forever.
That's good. I, too, have other plans for you.
Yes, I'm sure.
A few last words before you leave this island forever.
Just as you please, my lord.
You claim you are a god.
I am a god.
A god? In mortal form?
The choice is mine.
What do you know about a boat laden with goatskins? Goatskins filled with wine.
Goatskins, my lord? Good. I know nothing. Nothing.
I see. Would you tell me why you hold your sacred rites by dark of night, or does the daylight frighten you?
The darkness is well suited to devotion.
Or better suited to the foul corruption of impressionable women?
Pentheus, you imagine things are happening with your women that, for all you know, may not be happening at all. These well may be the fantasies of your poor, sick mind. The women of this land are fine and upright women. Such women cannot be corrupted by you, the island's men, even by me.
The time for words is over. Soldiers, come unlock the gate. Remove the shackles from the prisoner's feet. He's leaving us forever.
Spare yourself the trouble, my good lord. I leave this dungeon any time I wish, with or without your help. Oh, you don't believe me? Watch. I touch this lock that hangs upon the door, the shackles that bind my ankles. I touch them with the tip of my ivy-covered staff. And lo, the locks click open, without a key of any kind. My feet are free. The iron door swings open.
That girl, she found a way to get the keys. She found a way to open all these locks. Give me that staff of yours. I'll show you, Xenos, just how much magic lives within that staff.
No need to struggle for it. Here it is.
There! And there! It's splintered into a dozen pieces. Work your magic now.
If that is your wish, Your Excellency.
It's dark. The light is gone. Only the bolts of lightning. Help me! Someone! Xenos! Save me!
Faith was once described as an illogical belief in the occurrence of the improbable, a firm trust that would seem to make no sense in the face of the impossible. Pentheus has refused to believe what he considers the irresponsible, corrupting credo of the stranger. Then why, when faced with circumstances beyond this comprehension, does he cry out to the same stranger for his help? I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
With lots of hot weather, barbecues, and picnics ahead, get down to your store for plenty of country time lemonade-flavored drinks.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
Countdown to Cure. Bill Bixby with a message from the Leukemia Society of America.
Leukemia is responsible for the deaths of more children than any other disease, and more adults than children. Research by the Leukemia Society of America has brought us this close to finding a cure, but we need your help to continue the fight. It'll be a happy day when we put an end to this killer. It's a matter of time.
Hello, this is Richard Thomas. The March of Dimes saves babies. Babies born too small, too soon, with tiny, frail bodies that could fit into the palm of your hand. 10 years ago, they might have died. But medical science has made giant strides since then, science supported by the March of Dimes. Today, high-risk babies are tended lovingly in intensive care nurseries, equipped with the most sophisticated machines that monitor every life sign. The March of Dimes helps equip these life-saving nurseries. They also support transport services for high-risk pregnant women so that they can have their babies at hospitals ready to handle any complicated emergency. The March of Dimes supports prenatal care clinics so that every mother-to-be may get the kind of care before birth that would increase her chances of having a healthy baby. Yes, the March of Dimes saves babies, and you can help. Please give to the March of Dimes.
Today in our country, we are not unfamiliar with the growth of cultism, a sacred ideology and a set of rites around certain symbols. We have had instances of young women blindly following and killing for a man they call their leader, of hordes of young people slavishly beating the drum for a man who has convinced them that he is an important means for their salvation. Faith can sometimes be a curious thing. As Pentheus recovers from the shock of this last experience with Zenas says to him,
"You are not hurt, Lord Pentheus?"
No, Zenas. I'm all right. I think. What happened? What was that? That shattering sound, that blinding light.
You splintered my good staff and challenged me. Work your magic, you commanded. And I did. Now, tell me something.
Yes?
When the earth seemed to burst from out its skin, and we were lost in darkness, was not that your voice I heard, crying desperately for my help, begging for me to save you?
It was?
Help from me? Me, whom you call a fraud, an impostor, a street magician, a master of hocus pocus? Or is it possible that you, along with the women you claim I have corrupted, are at last beginning to believe in my divinity?
I asked the questions. Tell me, how did you get free? The prison door was locked. The iron chains that fettered you were strong. It was that girl who helped you. Am I right?
The girl is innocent, Pentheus. A god can do such things.
My Lord Pentheus, I am so glad I found you.
What is it, Cadmus?
What is this one doing here? I thought he'd been arrested, put in chains.
He has been freed. Why are you here, Cadmus?
You're needed, Pentheus. Since this one was condemned to jail, the women have gone absolutely mad. They tear up trees, beat animals to death with sticks, pillage the villages, and successfully fight off anyone who dare oppose them.
Go down, Cadmus, to the city gates. Order the infantry to duty. The javelin throwers and the archers.
And this, I warn you, do not take arms against them. Your soldiers will be routed. The women's wands will even beat back shields of bronze. A god inspires them.
Can anything on earth make you to hold your tongue?
One thing, my lord.
And that is?
See for yourself what Cadmus calls the revelry on the mountaintop. Come with me tonight at midnight. See how innocent it is.
Innocent indeed.
Come, convince yourself. But you must come disguised.
Why so?
Well, if they discover someone spying on their sacred rites, great harm might come of it. There might be bloodshed.
What disguise?
I have a mountain lion skin, complete from head to tail. You'll fasten it about you. Then, even if you're seen, no one will know it's you.
Where do we meet?
At the foot of the mountain, just before midnight.
I shall be there. Come, Cadmus.
Young woman, you there, come out of the shadows.
Is it safe now? Have they gone?
Until 12 tonight, my little one. He's fallen for the trap and thrushes in the net I've thrown for him.
Blessed is he who escapes a storm at sea, who comes home to his harbor.
Blessed is he who gathers day by day the good things of his life.
Blessed is he. Blessed is Venus.
Do you see them, Pentheus?
Not very well, but I hear them.
There is Agave, your Excellence's mother.
I can hardly see her. From where I lie here in the grass, the brush obscures my vision.
Lower your voice or they'll discover you. Now, don't try to stand.
How then can I see?
I have an idea. It may be if you climb that towering fir tree that overhangs the banks, then you could see them better.
The tree is too high.
Watch what I'm about to do. I reach for a high branch of this tall fir, and I bend it down to the dark earth, quietly so no one can hear.
What are you up to?
Now hang on tightly to the highest tip. Hold fast as I release it slowly, inch by inch. Are you all right up there, Lord Pentheus? Do you see all?
I'm fine. I see everything.
That's good.
But I see that you lied. You told me they'd be winding stalks of ivy on the wands they carry, their hands busily moving in their quiet tasks. You lied, Venus. Old Cadmus spoke the truth.
Women of the island, a wild, bloodthirsty beast sits cowering in the branches of this tree. Shower it with stones, hurl javelins, draw bows, and shoot your arrows straight into its heart.
Here you, Venus, we do what you have asked.
More shoot straight! Unless you kill this beast, he'll pounce upon you from the tree, and with sharp claws and pointed fangs, he'll tear you all to pieces. Good, you have found your mark. You've brought the evil creature to the ground, but it still breathes. It is still gasping for its life.
I'll stop that with my javelin, Venus.
Do it, Agave. Jab your spear between its bloody ribs.
Mother! Whose voice is that? The wine has confused me.
It's Pentheus, your son. Pity me. Spare me, Mother. Hold back your hand.
Since when have wild beasts learned to talk?
Strike! Strike with your javelin! Strike one last telling blow!
Dead! The creature's dead.
At your brave hands, Agave.
The mountain lion's dead, Agave. Slaughtered by you alone. How proud you must be.
I'll bring more wine so we can celebrate. I shan't be long.
There's my son. I must tell him what I have done. Find me Pentheus. Let Pentheus see. He'll be proud of me, won't he?
He'll nail the head of this wild lion against a high wall somewhere as a trophy to my skill. He'll do that, won't he? Won't he do that?
What happened here, you women? Where is Pentheus?
It sounds like Cadmus' voice.
It is I. It is Cadmus. I fear for Pentheus' safety.
Cadmus, look at the mountain lion I just killed in the dark. With my own hands, I killed it.
What have you done, Nekavi? This body lying at your feet, bathed in its own blood. It is no mountain lion.
It is not?
See, I pulled the animal's skin away. And there lies...
Who is it, Cadmus? Let me look.
Your own son, Pentheus.
Oh.
Your own flesh and blood. He is what you've killed, Nekavi. You murdered your own son.
No. My own son? No. No. Oh, my son. Oh, my son. Let me lift you to my breast.
Weep with you, Nekavi.
What is this that I hold in my arms and clasp against my bosom? Oh, my son, my son. What happened to you? Why do I hold you so? Tell me, Cadmus, tell me.
Your son is dead. He cannot answer you.
The crime is mine, Cadmus, mine alone. I see it clearly now. The fumes have lifted from my brain. The prize I sought to carry home with such great pride is my destruction. Upon these hands I bear the curse of my child's blood. Oh, God. What dirge can I sing? What funeral song? What lamentation? As I rock back and forth, cradling my dead child here in my arms. Oh, you God. Be merciful to a miserable, unhappy woman who should be in her grave.
Enough, no more. You cannot bring your dead son back to life.
Give me a shroud, a cover for his corpse. Oh, dearest face, oh, pretty boyish mouth, I place this last kiss on your dead lips. Now with this veil I shroud your head, gathering with loving care these mangled limbs. This flesh I brought to birth.
Here is the wine. The goat skins overflow. Now we can celebrate. What brings you here, old man?
I came to see what happened to my master.
He is dead.
I am old, but I am not blind. Dead in his mother's arms. Dead by his mother's hand, guided to its fatal mark by you. And God, oh no, God, you will pay for this. You'll not escape this time.
Go away, old man, before you come to that same fate. This man has found the death that he deserved. He defied a god.
I stay.
Then watch what happens next.
This is what happens next. False God! This!
You tried to kill me with the weapon that you used to spare your son? You're mad, old woman. No one can kill a god. A god is murdered only by himself and no one else. But I am not pitiless, not unforgiving. For all of you, one final draught of wine. For old time's sake, then I'll drink with you. Here, toss the goat skins out among you. Now, drink. Drink deep. Each one of you.
I do not drink with murderers.
The pleasure is theirs, old fool, and mine. To the living and the dead.
What is happening? What's happening to the women?
They're dying, Cadmus. In a moment, they'll be corpses.
Wine?
Shot through with a quick and deadly poison. but a kindly poison. Though they die peacefully, you can see without a bit of pain. Zenos! Zenos! Oh, now my turn comes. I tell you that there is no pain. No pain at all. No pain. Take all day. Oh, pity, O you gods. Take pity on us all. Rain. Oh, gentle rain. The drought is ending. The gods have listened to our prayers.
As the blessed rains soak into the parched earth of the island, the men are left to weep for the tragic death of their young governor, of their wives, their mothers, their sisters, and their daughters. And you may ask, who is this Zenith? That depends upon your faith, on what you would like to believe. I'll be back shortly.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of fiber in the diet. Food fiber that helps the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber, no chemical stimulants. So for occasional constipation, doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil Instant Mix, regular or orange flavor. Read label and follow directions.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. If you receive merchandise in the mail that you didn't order, then you can keep it and consider it as a free gift. Under the law, you don't have to pay for it, and it's illegal for the company to bill you. Only clearly marked free samples and merchandise mailed by charitable groups asking for a contribution can be mailed to you in the first place without your prior consent. And even in these cases, you can consider the merchandise as a gift. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
If you've been reading about wise money management in your favorite publications, you've undoubtedly heard about Dreyfus Liquid Assets, one of the world's largest money market funds, and about the big yields you can get on your money right now. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charge, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
A god or not a god? As we said earlier, as far as faith is concerned, you pay your money and you take your choice. The story you just heard was based on the Bacchae, one of the most famous tragedies of Euripides, the great playwright of ancient Greece, who in his time took almost every prize ever given for dramatic writing. This, some 2,400 years ago. Our cast included John Vickery, Marion Seldes, Earl Hammond, and Tracy Ellis. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is your news and information station, WWJ, and here are just a few of the many top stories we'll be following for you this morning. A Detroit fire official is out of a job because of an alleged conflict of interest. WWJ's Gary Baumgarten will have a report. Detroit police report an armed robbery at a Detroit gasoline station last night.
The big three automakers should pay a larger portion of Michigan's unemployment fund debt. That from a Democratic candidate for governor. I'm Tim Skubik, a report coming up.
Israel warns that the PLO must leave Beirut. That story coming up next from CBS News. Good morning, everyone. For News Radio 95, I'm Alan James. Auto report with Al Fleming just ahead also. And Weather Command says cooler with highs in the mid-70s today. Right now it's 65 degrees.
News Radio 95.
CBS News, this is Rob Armstrong. Israel's Prime Minister Menachem Begin has told his country's parliament that one way or another the PLO must leave Lebanon. In a speech Tuesday night, Begin said the PLO guerrillas trapped in West Beirut may take their personal weapons, their rifles and pistols with them, but they must leave Lebanon of their own volition or be forced to do so. There was talk in Lebanon that the PLO was trying to work out an honorable settlement, but Begin said there could be no PLO force, not even a token political arm left in Beirut. Tony Danina has more from the Lebanese capital.
The ceasefire between Israel, Syria, and the Palestine Liberation Organization is holding, but life is hardly normal in West Beirut. Thousands of people have fled the city, and more are leaving today. The Israelis say there are as many as 600,000 people in West Beirut. An Israeli officer estimated that 10,000 have left. The Israelis say that the ceasefire, which took effect Friday night, can't hold forever. Israeli Defense Forces spokesman Colonel Paul Kadar says the negotiations to get the PLO out of Beirut cannot go on for an unlimited time. Israel's aim is to get an estimated 6,000 Palestinian guerrillas out of West Beirut. The PLO has reportedly agreed to go along with an honorable surrender, but the two sides have not been able to agree on the terms of a Palestinian withdrawal. Tony Danina for CBS News, Beirut.
This could be the time to buy a new home or rent new office space. According to a recent article in the Wall Street Journal, the rate of inflation in real estate is beginning to slow down everywhere. If information like this is important to you, have a pencil ready for an offer from the Journal that can help keep you informed of everything happening anywhere in business that could affect your future, your family's future, and your company's future. Other Wall Street Journal articles reported on how a move in Congress threatens tax benefits for professionals who incorporate, which new mutual fund is getting plenty of attention on Wall Street, and why continued high unemployment so far has aroused relatively little public outcry. The Wall Street Journal. It's all the business news you need when you need it. Right now, you can get 6 months of the Journal for $47, just 37 cents a day. That's $47 for 6 months of the Journal, just 37 cents a day. So, if you're serious about business, put the Wall Street Journal to work for you. Call toll-free in the continental U.S., 800-228-6600. That's 800-228-6600, except in Nebraska. You'll be billed later.
President Reagan has signed a 25-year extension of the 1965 Voting Rights Act, saying there will never be a challenge to Americans' right to vote while he's president. Some civil rights leaders, while praising the fact that the bill was signed, say the Justice Department has not done enough to enforce the provisions of the act. Meanwhile, at the NAACP convention in Boston, much of the focus is on economics. Massachusetts Senator Paul Tsongas said it's time to turn around Mr. Reagan's economic policies. Astronauts Ken Mattingly and Henry Hartsfield are asleep now after their busiest day yet aboard the space shuttle Columbia. The two astronauts maneuvered the spaceship's huge robot arm, ran thermal and environmental tests, and got more secret instructions about their secret military experiment. A series of severe thunderstorms hit the North Atlantic coast Tuesday night. In the southern New Jersey village of Berkeley Township, many homes were damaged by high winds, possibly a tornado. Fred Fishkin, a reporter for New York station WCBS, went to the village and files this report.
Bent sheets of aluminum line the streets in the worst four-block area of the retirement communities. Some cars were turned over, and 5 homes could be classified as a total loss. About 60 or so others suffered varying degrees of damage. There were scraps of aluminum on Gus Frizz's front lawn.
I just was sitting on the back porch there listening to the TV and watching the TV program, and all of a sudden I heard this swish, and everything was crashing down. You can see the debris here, aluminum.
But miraculously, there were no serious injuries reported. Mayor Harry Morey says the job...
From
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays, transcribed with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas based on the famous theatrical books begun by the late Burns Mantle. Now edited by the distinguished drama critic of the New York Daily News, John Chapman. Mr. Chapman.
Good evening. Our play this evening, High Tor, is by Maxwell Anderson, who has appeared oftener than any other playwright in the Best Plays volumes. Scarcely a season goes by that Anderson doesn't have something running on Broadway, and his average of success is very high. High Tor was produced in 1937, a year when Anderson had 3 plays running. And in it, Burgess Meredith played a young man with the old Catskill mountain name of Van Dorn. He's doing it again for us tonight. And our company will include Maureen Stapleton and Edgar Staley. Our opening scene is a rocky hilltop, Tor being the Dutch word for hill or mountain, overlooking the Tappan Zee of the majestic Hudson River.
The day is drawing toward evening. On the broad, flat, trap rock summit of a mountain called High Tor in the Hudson Highlands, an ancient Indian, wearing an old greatcoat thrown around him like a blanket, stands in the fading light of day and makes his prayer to the setting sun.
I'll make my prayer to you, the falling fire, bearing in mind the whisper in my ears from the Great Spirit, talking on the wind, whispering that a young race in its morning should pray to the rising sun. But a race that's old and dying should invoke the dying flames, eaten and engulfed by the sharp-toothed mountain west. A God that dies to live as we have died. My race of the red faces and old ways. I am fed and sheltered on this mountain where their hands are helpless. But I am old as my race is old. I shall go and lie and sleep, and I shall give you thanks, O God that died, that my last night is dark and long. I am tired.
John?
Good evening.
Going fishing tomorrow?
Well, there'll be a storm tonight. We could try the lake tomorrow.
Want to go with me?
If you'll be here at sunrise.
Fine, I'll be here.
May I go, Van?
No, you'll be asleep at sunup.
I'll set the clock and wake on time.
Oh, about that other matter, John. Had any luck so far?
Not yet, but I will.
Okay, John. Let me know in time.
I will. Good night.
Good night.
Who is it, Van?
Just an Indian.
I didn't know there were any Indians left.
Well, there's one. There's not much left of him, and he's the last around here.
He's hunting something?
He's looking for a place to make his grave, and he's kind of cautious about it. Folks get that way along toward the end, wanting their bones done up in some particular fashion.
Did he tell you this?
We got an understanding. When he feels it coming over him that he's going to die, he'll let me know, and I'll go dig him in, so the crows and the foxes can't get at him.
You couldn't, Van, without a burial permit.
Oh, I guess you could. This getting old and dying and crawling into the ground, that was invented back before the medical examiners and taxes and all that. The old boy's clean. He'll go right back to Earth.
But, Van, people can't die that way.
What's the good being wrapped in cellophane you don't keep anyway?
Why do you say such things? If I should die, you'd get a pine box.
Ah, if you should die, the old boy that drives the sun around up there, he'd unhitch, put the cattle out to grass, give it up. He'd plumb lose interest if you should die. Maybe I would myself. Fetch out the supper.
It's dinner, Van, not supper.
That's what I said. Fetch out the dinner. When it gets a little darker, what's black is pepper and what's green is parsley. Still, you can't be sure. It might be ants.
Should have wrapped these sandwiches in wax paper instead of this morning's Nanuet Herald.
Oh, let's see.
Van, you shouldn't read at table.
My gosh. The Nanuet Bank's been robbed. Well, there's not enough money in Nanuet to buy their gas for a getaway. They took $25,000. How'd $25,000 get in Nanuet? It's against nature.
Didn't stay there long.
What? Federal money, that's it. Now you see it, now you don't.
They say it buys as much as if you earned it.
It's bad for the stomach, though, to live on humble pie.
I'd rather work.
Well, as I said, don't work if you don't feel like it. Anytime you want to move up in the hills, live with me, it's a bargain.
Van.
Well, why not? Well, we'll get married, if that's what you mean.
Then I want to talk to you seriously.
Listen, things get serious enough without setting out to do it.
Then this spring you had 3 weeks' work laying drywall. You could have had more, but you didn't take it. You're an expert mason.
I'm good at everything.
But you work 3 weeks in the year.
That's all I need.
And all the rest of the year you hunt or fish or sleep.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of fun.
Maybe for you.
Judith, you want me to take that job?
Oh, then why don't you?
What, porter in a hotel? Lugging up satchels, opening windows, maybe you get a dime, I'd choke to death.
I'd see you every day.
Yeah, I could see you in the mezzanine, taking dictation from the drummer boys. A woman can stand it, but if you're a man, I say it chokes you.
We can't live in your cabin and have no money.
You don't need money. All you need's a place to sleep and something to eat. I've never seen the time I couldn't find a meal on the mountain here. Rainbow trout, jugged hare, something in season right around the Zodiac.
But if a man works hard and has ability, as you have, Van, he takes a place among men, saves his money, and gets to where he's safe and secure.
All right, suppose it's true. Suppose a man saves money all his life and works 40 years till he can say, I'm on Easy Street. Well, what's he do then?
Takes a vacation.
Well, I'm on vacation now. Why should I work 40 years to earn time off when I got it?
But you don't even seem to want money. You won't take it when they bring it to you.
When did they bring... Oh. You mean the Trap Rock Company? Wanting to buy High Tor? You know, they offered me $700.
$700?
Yeah. Like I said, it's federal money. Stuff evaporates. Look, Judy. Look at there. It's a quarter mile straight down to the Tappan Zee from here. You can see 15 miles of river north and south. I grew up looking at it. Hudson came up that river just about 300 years ago, and he lost his ship right there in the Zee. And they say that the crew climbed up this tor to keep a lookout for the ship and never came back. Maybe the Indians got him. Anyway, on dark nights before a storm, they say you sometimes see them.
Have you seen them?
What, the Dutchman? Maybe. Maybe I have. Can't be sure. It's pretty wild around here when it storms. That's when I like it best. Look at it now. Every night I come back here like the Indian to get a fill of it.
Van, look. Those men there.
Hey, Mac.
Yeah.
Any houses around here?
You're off the beat, buddy. Never heard of any houses in this mountain.
Come on out. We're doing well. We're down the road before dark. Look, Mac, maybe you can help us out. Are you familiar with this region at all?
I've been around here some.
Well, we're all afternoon hunting a fella named Van Dorn.
Oh, yeah, sure.
You know where he lives?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. You climb down the face of the cliff here, and you keep left along the ledge about 100 yards. Then you turn sharp left through a cleft up the ridge. You follow the trail about a half a mile. There you are.
Ben.
Why, a monkey couldn't go down there hanging on with 4 hands and a tail. I always did want to get lost and spend a night up here in the hills.
You get lost, all right.
Well, thanks. We'll try it back the other way. So long, Mac. See you around.
But they were looking for you. Why didn't you tell them who you were?
Well, they didn't ask about that.
But out of common courtesy.
Well, you see, I know who they are.
Who are they?
Art J. Biggs, Jr. and Skimmerhorn, Judge Skimmerhorn.
Well, why not talk to them?
Well, we communicate by mail. I got a dozen letters stacked up from them. They're realtors, and they own the Trap Rock Company. And one of the Skimmerhorns a probate judge, and he goes around condemning property when they want to make a rake-off.
Well, if they're the Trap Rock men, you ought to talk to them. I'll call them.
No, wait a minute. I've got nothing to say to those 2 buzzards, except I hope they break their necks.
You take a lot for granted. You think because I loved you once, that's the end. I'm finished.
Far from it.
Oh, yes. You think because a girl's been kissed, she stays kissed. And after that, the man does her thinking for her.
What do you want?
For you to sell High Tor. So we'll have something to start on. We could have it, only you won't.
I can't, Judy. That's the truth. I just can't.
We'll call it off then, between you and me.
Judy, this is the kind of night we've been in love most.
Yes, we could be in love. But that's not everything.
Well, just about. What else do we get?
I think I'd better go. It's getting dark.
You may have company. I think our friends are back.
Hey, Mac, would you do something for us?
I don't know.
Could you take a paper round to Van Dorn and leave it with him?
A summons?
Well, it's a sort of notice. It's worth $1 to me.
You'd be throwing away your money.
Oh, well, never mind that part of it. Will you do it?
You'll take a run and jump over the edge of the cliff and think things over on the way down before I serve any papers for you.
Hey, look, Mac, you'll get the tar kicked out of you one of these days.
If you gentlemen care to know, this is Mr. Van Dorn.
This is...
Oh. Well, in that case, forget it. You're the fellow we want to see. Listen, I don't know what to say, but you've got us all wrong. We want to buy this place.
You like the view?
Certainly is a view.
You wouldn't spoil it, would you? You wouldn't move in with $1 million worth of machinery and cut the guts out of the mountain, would you?
We always leave the front, the part you see from the river.
But you take all the law allows.
Well, we're in business.
Not with me. I own High Tor. My title's clear. My father left it to me.
Well, the truth is your father should have employed a lawyer when he drew his will, because the instrument, as recorded, is faulty in many respects. It was brought before me in my capacity as probate judge at Laytontown.
And in your capacity as second vice president of the Trap Rock Company, you shot it full of holes.
Sir, I keep my duties entirely separate.
Come on, Skimmerhorn. We'd better go before it's dark. It's bad enough sliding down that mountainside by daylight.
There's something funny about the mountaintop. It draws fire. Every storm on the Tappan Zee climbs right up here and wraps itself around High Tor and blazes away at everything you got. Airplane beacons, steam shovels, anything newfangled. It smashed that beacon twice. It blew the fuses on your shovel and killed a man only last week. I got a premonition. Something might happen to you.
Is that a threat?
What's that?
That's nothing. That's just a section of the cliff down across the trail. I've been expecting it this last 2 years. You're stuck up here now.
What?
We'll find our way down.
Oh, sure. Only don't try that trail in the dark. You think High Tor is just so much raw material. You're wrong. A lot of stubborn men have died up here, and some of them don't sleep well. They come back and push things around these dark nights. Don't blame me if anything falls on you.
Now, let's get out of here, Biggs.
With you. I thought I saw another trail leading off this way.
Goodbye, then.
Will you be up tomorrow?
No.
Better let me see you down.
Oh, no. I know the way. Stay here and guard your rock. You think so much of it.
Wait a minute. When will I see you?
Never. We'll call it off. You haven't thought much about it, so you think I couldn't do it.
Wait a minute, Judy. I love you. I can't explain it. But these fellas that drive up and down the road in cars, they don't care where they live. But I have roots down here, roots right down in the rocks, so I don't know whether I'd live at all if I pulled up and left. I don't know what it's like anyplace else. Down there in the towns, they got 2 rooms and a bath. It's hard to breathe down there when you've lived up here in the hills.
I know how it is, Ben. We'll forget about it. You're in love with your mountain. Well, keep your mountain.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
The sun has set now, and on the summit of High Tor, the twilight haze reveals 3 misty figures, so faint they might be figures in a dream, or ghosts, or things imagined. One is a Dutch sea captain. Beside him sits a girl, and at their feet a sailor who appears to be asleep.
Asher, when you drink, there should be one on guard to watch the river, lest the ship come and pass. And we must haunt the dark another year.
I'll climb down and post the Zay any moment, Lisa. Just one more flagon of Holland's good gin to keep me warm. Are you content, Lisa?
When the ship returns and we have boarded her, and the wind scuds fair into the east, yes.
Be quiet, Lisa.
Have you forgotten how the cobble street comes down by Cranks and turns upon the quay where the Onrush sets sail?
You were so much in love, you needs must come with me. You were so young that I was patient with you. But now day long, night long, you carp and quarrel. A carping wife.
We stay so long. Was there this ship at all? Was there a sailor city, Amsterdam? Will that ship return? And shall I then see the Netherlands once more?
Aye, there was a ship, and we wait here for her. But she's long away, somewhere upriver.
Asher, I'm afraid. For one thing I have known, and never told you, lest it be true, lest you be frightened too. Sometimes, in a morning, I see you in the light, and back of you, the gray rock, bright and hard, seen through figures of air, and you were but cloud drift walking, pierced by the light, translucent in the sun.
I know, and I have known it, now that you know it too. The land and sea about us on this dark side of the earth is thick with demons, heavy with enchantment, cutting us off from home.
Is it enchantment that cuts us off?
I cannot say. Yet I know that what we're to have, we shall have here. Years past, the demons of this air palsied our hands, fixed us upon one pinnacle of time, and on this pinnacle of stone. These new, strange men are like the gods. They work miracles. They have changed us. The life we keep is motionless as the center of a storm. Yet while we can, we keep it. While we can melt down the harness of the slow machines that hew the mountain from us. When it goes, we shall go too. They leave us this place, High Tor, and we shall have no other. I must leave you, Lisa.
No, Asher, I don't want to be alone.
Then wait, DeWitt. He should be sober now. Enough to keep you company.
DeWitt! Oh, wake up and talk to me.
What is it, Lisa?
Your captain's had too much to drink and left me here alone.
It's enough to drive a sailor man to drink, marooned somewhere on the hinder parts of the earth and degenerating hourly to the status of a flying Dutchman, half spook, half man. Why shouldn't we drink? A pewter flagon of Holland's gin puts manhood into the remnants and gives a sailor courage to look out on these fanciful new devils that ride sea, land, and air on a puff of blue smoke.
It's not too late.
Lisa, little heart. The devils are too much for us.
Are we to wait till all the color steals from flower and cloud before our eyes? Till a wind out of the morning from the Tappan Zee lift us? We are so light for all our crying, and all we are becomes a voiceless cry heard on the wind.
Aye. We'll see the time if they continue to work on us, when we'll be apparent in a strong light only by the gin contained in our interior piping. You tremble, little Lisa, and you weep. But look now, there's a remedy I've had in mind. Fall in love with one of them. Fall in love with one of these same strange New World magicians. I shall choose me out of one of their female mermaid witches and set my heart on her and become a man again.
I gave my love long ago, and it's no help. I love enough with Asher.
Aye, but he's in a worse case than you are, the captain. Saving his captaincy, there's not enough belief in him to produce half a tear and a passion of sobbing. We can't go on forever. Here on these spellbound rocks, drawing up water, time past. The well growing deeper and the water lower, till there be none.
another side of the mountain, at the edge of his property, Van is examining a gaping hole in the earth made by the workmen during the day. Jutting over onto his side of the mountain is the huge scoop of a steam shovel. He's in the act of reaching for the control cable to swing the shovel away from his side of the line when the trap rock men come upon him.
The steam shovel seems alive. It's creeping towards High Tor even when there's no one at the controls.
Hey! What are you doing with that shovel?
Did you know you're trespassing? Also, when a man owns land, he owns the air above it. That means this shovel of yours is also trespassing.
We'll have that moved tomorrow, Mr. Van Dorn. Somebody's made a miscue and left it hanging over the line.
And by the way, that trail's gone out completely, Mr. Van Dorn. Oh. There's a 50-foot sheer drop there now where it was. Now, we've got to get off. If you can think of any way to manage it.
I'm not worrying about it. Spend the night. There's no charge.
Well, the truth is that I have to be in court early tomorrow, and a man needs his sleep.
Now, you afraid you'd doze off on the bench and somebody else might take a trick? Oh, you'd wake up before they got far with anything. The skimmerhorns are automatic that way.
You don't know any other trail down?
I showed you the one I knew. You both turned green looking at it. It's too dark to find your way down there now. Why don't you go to bed in the scoop there? I wish you pleasant dreams.
Oh, I think I'll swear out a warrant for that squirt. He's too independent by half.
On what ground?
Well, he threatened us, didn't he?
And where'll that get us?
He might be easier to talk to in jail.
What are you grousing about?
Because I want my dinner. Because I'm tired of taking 40% and giving you 60 on all the side bets. I want half.
You're more likely to get your dinner. You're overpaid already.
The will's perfectly good. I could find holes in it, but I probated plenty, much the same.
What of it?
Well, a judge has some conscience, you know. When he sets a precedent, he likes to stick to it.
Huh. I never knew your conscience to operate except on a cash basis. You want half?
Yes, I want half.
Well, you don't get it. Any other judge I put in there'd work for nothing but the salary and glad of the job. You take a 40% cut and howl for more. The woods are full of shyster lawyers looking for probate judgeships. And I'll slip one in at Ladentown next election.
Oh, no, you won't, Art. Oh, no, you won't. You wouldn't do that to an old friend like me, because if you did, think what I'd do to an old friend like you.
Well, maybe I wouldn't. Not if you're reasonable. Oh, look, what's the difference between 40% and 50%? Practically nothing.
Well, why don't you give it to me?
Try and get it.
Oh, darn it, I'm hungry. I ought to telephone to my wife, too.
Why don't you?
Well, maybe it's fun for you. Nothing to eat, no place to sleep, cold as Greenland, black as the Tophet, and a storm coming up. Only I'm not used to it.
You're pulling down 40% of $22,000 for the night's work. I say it's worth it.
Oh, do you think we could slide down one of those steam shovel cables?
Maybe you could, you wizened louse, but not me.
Tub of lard like you ought to be able to roll down, no harm done. Coming?
It's worth a try, sure.
I gotta stop. I got no wind. I can't go on.
Okay, we'll stop a minute.
We'll get 400 years for holding up that bank.
What'd you want to wreck the car for, Lucas?
Want to get caught with the stuff on you?
We'll get 400 years for this.
Shut up.
You didn't need to wreck the car, though.
Did you hear the trooper slam on the brakes when he went by? You'd be wearing bracelets right now if I hadn't dumped the old crate over the embankment.
What I want to know is where we go from here.
Down the other side and pick up a car.
We'll get 400 years for this.
What do you think you are, a chorus? Go on back to St. Thomas and sing it to the priest. About as much help as a flat tire.
I never wanted to be in it. I was only lookout. You're both witness to that.
What good do you think that does you poor fish? Brace up and take it like a man. There's $25,000 in that bag, and some of it's yours.
Well, how do you know it's $25,000?
It's the Orangeburg payroll.
Dope! Elkus! It's Judge Skimmerhorn.
What?
Where?
There. Coming round the rocks. Judge Skimmerhorn of Ladentown.
Does he know you?
Sure he knows me.
Well, we're out climbing, see? Hikers, see? On a picnic.
Hello!
How are you?
Out walking?
That's right. Climbed up on a bed.
Well,
Well, isn't this Buddy?
Oh, yes, sir. Evening, Judge.
Well, you're a long way from home.
Yes, sir.
You think you could show us the way down? We're stuck up here.
There's a patch down the cliff. Yes, sir.
No, thanks. I saw that once. Are you going to camp here?
Oh, might as well, sure.
Listen, Buddy, you're young and ambitious. Would you do something for me if you got well paid?
I guess so, Judge.
Well, now, we're done in traipsing around the rocks. Would you climb down the tor and go to Haverstraw and to telephone my wife that I can't come home?
I guess so. Wouldn't I, Elkus?
Well, up to you.
And while you're there, will you bring us a dozen sandwiches and some beer?
Yes, sir. Right away.
Wait a minute, buddy. We'll all go. Come on, Dope. I'm going to try to get some sleep.
Yeah, might be less drafty if we crawled into the bucket of the steam shovel.
Hey, now you're earning your 40%, you skinflint.
Mm-hmm.
But if you snore, I'll have you disbarred. All right?
You look like a sack of lard with a string round the middle. Look, where the deuce am I supposed to put my hip bone?
You juggle your own hip bone, Skinny.
Now go to sleep.
Wish you thought I could. Wake me early, mother dear, for I'm to be Queen of the May.
Shut up.
It's crazy going on in this dark. Hey, you're making sense for once, Dope. We'll stop a while, get our bearings.
I don't see where you had to go and leave the satchel there.
I tell you, it's nicely hid. I stuffed it up against that log we sat on.
What are we going to do?
As soon as they're asleep, we'll sneak back there and take the satchel, get down off this mountain somehow.
I wish we'd never started this. We'll get 400 years of peace when the troopers get here.
Shut up, and I'll not say it again. We'll rest a while. When they're sound asleep, we'll go back up and take what's ours. Skimmerhorn.
Yeah? Hey. Oh, what's the matter?
Have you been to sleep?
I've even had a dream.
I'll do you one better. I had a dream, and I'll swear I wasn't asleep. It's like a fool that gave me such a hallucination.
What'd you see?
An old Dutch sailor dressed in pantaloons and a big hat.
Huh?
He came out of nowhere, transparent as a ghost.
And went over to that log, picked up a satchel filled with money.
Do you see what I see?
A figure of fun sitting right over there.
You see it, too?
Yeah, I see it. I threw it, but it can't be real.
Hey, you there? What do you want?
I want to buy a boat.
Oh, you've come to the wrong shop, sailor. I'm in the real estate business. It's a long mile down to sea level.
You have no boats?
No boats.
And you have no boats?
No, stranger, no boats.
Then a great plague on both of you and take this stuff. It's no good to me unless there's a boat to sell. What chance is an honest man against such beasts? Both selling the same day.
Did you see what I saw?
Not if you saw what I saw. What I saw wasn't possible. Did you fake that thing?
Fake it? I saw it.
Yet this satchel's real enough. Oh, look.
Money. 5s and 10s.
Well, bless the poor little Dutchman's heart. Always before I've had to work for money, I steal it. Never till tonight have I been walked up to by a little man in a big hat, fetching it to me in a package.
Wait a minute. Look here on this envelope. You know what money this is?
No.
Came out of the Nanuet Bank.
Well, if that little guy's a bank robber, he's certainly careless with the proceeds.
Maybe we ought to give it back. Think so?
Might be marked bills.
No, it's not. I was talking with the president of the bank on the phone. Made up for payroll. No marks in any of it.
President of the bank a friend of yours?
In a way. Oh, he's gypped me a couple of times, same as you would. He wouldn't lose anything. The money never got back. He's insured, you see.
Let's count it. It said 25,000 in the paper.
You know, nobody in the world would ever know who had it.
No, they wouldn't.
What do you say?
I say 50-50.
Skimmerhorn, if I hadn't been in business with you for 20 years, I'd say you were a crook. But go on, take it. 50-50 on this one deal.
Agreed. Now let's count the stuff and divide it up.
Do you hear my voice?
Yes, lady.
Do you see me in the light as I see you?
Yes.
You are one of those the earth bears now. The quick, fierce wizard men. You've come to drive machines through the White Rock's heart.
Not me. I hate them all like poison.
You're against them? The machines?
I'd like to smash the lot and the men that own them.
I wish I knew how to make you friend. I've seen you. I know you. You are kind.
Tell me your name.
It's Lisa. Or used to be.
Not now?
I'm weary of it. And all things that I've been. You have a lover? She'll be angry?
She's angry now. She's off and gone. She won't come back.
Love me a little? Enough to save me from the dark.
I've seen you on the hills moving with shadows. But you're not Shadow.
No. Could one live and be a shadow?
Take my hand.
No. I dare not. It's your race that thins our blood. Never put out your hand to touch me. Let some magic in your blood reach me and I'd be nothing. Oh, but I know you to be kind. So, take my hand.
Yes. Wow. You're cold.
Yes.
Well, here on the Tor, the sun beats down like murder all day long. And the wind comes up like murder in the night. I'm cold myself.
Keep my hand and tell me. In these new times, are all men shadow? Are all men lost?
Well, sometimes I stand here at night and look out over the river when the fog covers the lights. And then if it's dark enough and I can't see my hands or where the rock leaves off against the cloud and I'm alone, then, well, I'm darned if I know who I am staring out into that black. Maybe I'm cloud and maybe I'm dust. I might be as old as time. I like to think I knew.
Then it's the same for you. Here on this verge where your life dips in dusk and my gray days lift to the light a moment, we walk here, and our eyes meet.
Your hands are warm now.
I'm not cold now. For an instant, I'm not cold. It's that the light I feel come flooding back to me. Light or their charms broken here, seeing your face. Let me stand here and see you.
When do the workmen come to work in the morning?
They won't come to work tomorrow.
What?
They can't do any more until we buy this land.
Well, that's fine. That's just dandy.
You know, you'd murder me for what I've got in my pockets.
You thought it first.
Just the same, I wouldn't feel right if you were standing behind me with a rock in your hand.
You wouldn't.
No. At the moment, I wouldn't like to think anybody was creeping up behind me. By Beelzebub. There is somebody behind me.
What makes you think so?
I just feel it.
Huh?
Turn around, will you? Take a look.
No, I will not. Well, you got me worried. I'm getting lightheaded for lack of food.
Go on, turn around and face it like a man.
But there's nothing there.
Then turn and look, and then tell me nothing's there.
All right. No?
No.
Yeah. Oh. How do you do? One with a hat. Do you see him, too?
If you want the money back, you can have it, you know. We don't want the money.